I'll call the meeting to order. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we are in Treaty 1 territory and traditional homeland of the Métis Nation. I'll introduce the panel members today. I'm Marcel Laurando. I'll be chairing, Brent McIntyre to my left, and Cynthia Stevens to the far left. The assessor today will be Jeremy Poole, and the secretary today is Kelsey Harrison. We will be hearing applications for revision of assessment roll in accordance with the Municipal Act. The matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application, and we will limit discussions to those matters. The statements that applicants or the assessor make at this hearing are sworn testimony, and anyone speaking to the matters must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessment of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the Board of Revision. The Board of Revision is appointed annually by Council and is independent of it and the City Administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of the evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the Board's decision with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or to the Court of Queen's Bench if the matter pertains to an application of exemption from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with the Board order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the matters to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony followed by questions that the applicant may have, and then the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after all applications have been heard, and the Board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You will receive the order by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be part of the public record. And please put your phones on silent. Okay, so let's start with the first one, which will be 333.
Could you please say your name? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. And would you like to swear in on the Bible or affirm without? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Yeah. Could you please state your name? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
You gonna be coming at it?
Just watching.
Just watching, okay. We can swear you in. Jeremy, when you are ready.
The property is 323 St. Mary's, City Place. Roll number is 120933844100. The assessment is $90 million. We have primarily all of it taxable. There's a daycare that's exempt. The class code is deviated by approximately $3,468,000. This property, as we all know, City Place, I'm sure we've all walked through it, was built in 1916. There was a number of renovations over the years. We have an effective age put on it at approximately 1977 for total. Gross leasable area is approximately almost 600,000 at 593,502 square feet. The leasable area is 492,155. Just to get the feel for it. Page 3 is the latest recent sale back in 2009. Property was purchased for approximately $66,672,930. This is a public document released by Huntington Real Estate Investment Trust. Page 4 shows the acquisition price. The total property at $81,500,000. Page 6 is the OFB office rent comparable page. Page 7 as well. We have inventory of approximately a little over half a million square feet. It's leasing out at approximately, the average weight is $15.69 a square foot, with the weighted rate being $50.42 a square foot. The shopping space comparables on page approximately, with a weighted average of $26.99 a square foot. The rent comparables for the parking section are on page 10. There's heated space, this is all heated space, underground space parking. There's two sections of the parkade, so I'll show in a second. But on comparable number 4, the second chart shows that the monthly rate for this comparable, for the subject property, which is the comparable, is $175 a month. Page 11 is the advertising of that. So now we get to the actual workups for the space, page 13. The road feet section of the property, it's 339,000 square feet approximately. The average square foot rate that we have on it is $12.16. When we take our standard parameters applied to that, rent at 9% vacancy, we start at a PGI at approximately $4.1 million. At 9%, we come up with $371,000 for the vacancy. Deducted from that, the effective gross income is $3,750,000. We apply a 2% non-recoverable operating expense. We no longer apply the 5% management fee. There'll be some contention on that, I'm sure. The 5% was used as your typical operating management fees. That's been typically recovered pretty much on every IE that I've looked at. So we've removed that from the analysis from all of our constraints cycle. So the remainder is the 2%, which covers non-operating, non-recoverable operating expenses. $11 shortfall gets us our net operating income of $3,346,882, capped at 6.25%, gives capitalized value of $49,583,437. For the CSC, commercial shopping center space, it's on pages 14 to 15. We applied an average rate of $20.88 a square foot to the 130,295 square feet of area. That gives us a PGI of $2,720,000 approximately, applied to a 5% vacancy. Gives a effective gross income of $2,584,940, again applied to our 2% non-recoverable expense allowance of 2%, and a $25 shortfall because it is a community shopping center space. Our shortfall is higher than an office space, which would be more cost. Gives a net operating income of $2,370,372. It's capped at 6.75. Gives us $35,116,622. Parking in total, there are 497 units. There's a renovation of parking space. There was some storage space that was converted to parking a few years past. So 497 units or stalls is correct. We applied a model rate of $138 net a month, which produces a net operating income of $823,000 approximately, and capped at 7% gives us $7,758,000. And broken out of the office space is the daycare. The daycare is exempt, as shown for you. We applied $12.88 to that space, with again all the same parameters that we just discussed for the OFB. Produces a net operating income of $234,077, capped at the same 600 cap, gives us $3,467,807. So, if you go to page 18, is a summary of all the income streams, and 19, sorry. So it's stream number 1 and 2 is the OFB section of the property, and again, they're broken out because of the class code differential. And then income, stream 2 is the commercial shopping center, and income, stream 3 is the parkade. We have a cumulative potential rent, approximately almost 8 million. And when all the mathematics is done, we have net operating income of $6,774,363, capped at 6.78%, gives us 99,925,466, which again rounds to 99,926,000. So that's the workup. Full disclosure, we went after an increase for 2019 and 2018 for the realty. We were not successful in getting the increase. We filed municipal board appeals for those 2 years, so there's 2 years sitting at the municipal board waiting to be heard. That was on pages, pages 23, 24, and 25. Page 26 and 27 shows the last certificate of agreement that was agreed upon by Altus and the department. It was for a 2014 appeal. That value was $65,853,000. The I&E section of the property is on page 28. They did not fill out the I&E, but they attached increases in the statement. So on page 30, I'll start there. I'll let you catch up if we're all on page 30. So on page 30 and 31, it's one document, 2-page document, which can't really make anything out of. It looks like an accounting document that really isn't applicable to what we're doing today. On page 32, and on the next 4 pages is the actual I&E. If you look at the starting point, they report all the rent for their food court, for the retail, for their office. They also report free rent of approximately $99,874. That would be they may have given it as free rent, but we don't account for that. So we're going to put that back into the equation. They also have a percentage base rent, which is, when you include everything added up, gives you $7,397,655 for their potential income. I'd like to make a note, page 33, lines 4450 and lines 4459. So the only references to the parking income stream of an expense of $942.50. There is no reported income for the actual parkade on this I&E that I found. Page 34 is just a continuation of the I&E, and 35 is the summary at the end of it. Their net operating income reported on line 6999 is $6,729,000.
Which page is that on now?
Page 35. Line 6999.
Yeah.
$6,729,441. When you put the free rent back into it, puts it up approximately $99,874, which an adjusted NOI based on what they're reporting is $6,829,315. And that makes sense on first look. If you're looking at it quick, when you go back to our income streams, summary page, on page 18, we have $6,774,363. The problem with this I&E is that they did not report any of the income or any of the real expenses associated with the parkade, as we will see in the appellant's brief. So, based on our market approach, the assessment is reasonable. If you're looking at the actuals, it seems to be be under assessed, but I'll get to that in cost examination. With that, I'll open questions.
On page 3, the 81,500,000 that you mentioned as the sale, that included other properties other than.
Yeah, that's why it's broken out.
But the actual sale of 333 St. Mary was only 66,670,000.
Yeah, I thought I would mention that, it's at the top of page 66.
Well, you did that, but then you also mentioned.
The acquisition had other property,
So I'm just unclear why you put the 81,500,000 in there.
because that's what they acquired all of. It was
But
more
you
than,
didn't mention the other properties, you just said.
were those on our appeal today? We're just dealing with exactly what was indicated in the sale, and it was $66,672
Well, I'm just curious why you put the 81,500,000 in there if it had nothing to do with the property. It
Well,
wasn't,
that was part of the acquisition. I mean, I can't make up the number, that's what they acquired it.
but the actual sale on the property was only 66
I
million.
never said it was 81 million for this subject property.
Just curious why you would even put it in.
It's part of how the property was acquired.
But the actual property was 66.
Yeah.
Okay, just curious.
We haven't documented it in there.
But I know, but I mean, you have sales questionnaires that say 66.
Yeah, and that's what it says at the top, May
I
5th,
know,
2009.
but you didn't have to put in 81 million. That's you, I'm just wondering why, if you're just trying to confuse the matter or,
No, not at all.
okay. For your rent comparables on page 6, you're aware that Manitoba Public Insurance occupies over 270,000 square feet of the office space, correct?
Correct, they're owner occupied.
Okay, and the only rent that you have to compare to anything for that size would be the one on page 6 for 300 Carlton, comparison number 30.
If you're looking at a commercial unit, it's obviously not one single commercial unit. There'd be multiple commercial units in that building, they're just occupying all.
But that's the old Free Press building that was renovated,
Yeah.
similar to the building, the subject property. Okay, so that one had 120,000 square feet and had a rent of 1150.
Yeah,
Okay, so your overall comparison, like your comparison's number 65 to 79, that's a suburban office building, it's not a Class B, is it?
we have ranked it as a Class B, yes.
It's not a suburban office building?
Well, it's not in downtown, no.
So you've assessed it as a Class B, not as a suburban?
Yeah, we have it as an OFB.
Okay. But it's not even close to the subject property, this is on the corner of Grant.
I'm doing the general marketplace in Winnipeg, I put in all the comparables that I found. Many of them are in downtown, a couple of them are outside of downtown. I'm doing a reflection of the gross profits of rentable property in the city.
Okay, on page 8, for 333 St. Mary comparisons, number 28 to 39, those are food courts?
We have them categorized as the food court, yes.
Okay, so this is a mix of retail and food courts and the whole included in the shopping center?
Yeah, all of the CSE rentable comparables are all food court related. That's related. There wouldn't be any office space here.
All right. Okay, so if I can get you to turn to page 10. You have the parking rate for the monthly parking rate of 175,
Correct.
and so you're using 138,
Correct.
so you're only allowing basically 21% for expenses.
Again, yes. But part of that is, and I've done an extensive look at the 2012 and 2014 years of parking as this is aware of. There is transient parking here, there is after hours parking here, is there not?
There is some.
So that would increase the actual gross revenue as parking would not.
It could, but at the same time, is there?
And did you own to report the appropriate rent that's on?
I think it's time for him to ask you questions. You can always,
Well, I'll address these.
yeah.
Okay, so, but the 138 would only work out to about 21% expenses for the
So
170.
if you're looking at it more, yeah.
page 13, you've used an overall rent of $12.16.
Correct.
And MPI is the majority of that, and they have a paid rent of $11.
MPI is owner occupied.
But they're the ones that purchased the building, right? So they have.
Their
a lease
owner
in place.
occupier, that's not an arm's length rent, we couldn't be, or even looking at that.
Are there any other comparables that would be close in that size to space? Like you've shown one at 1150, it's 120,000
Yeah.
square feet.
Typically, you're not gonna find 100,000 single CRU units in the city, right?
In an office, what about Great West Life at 444 St. Mary?
Pardon me?
What about Great West Life at 444
They
St. Mary?
rent multiple commercial units.
But office space, right?
Yes, but there are multiple commercial single, I've been through this with all this at the 2014 appeal for, Fullick's property. We submitted a rebuttal package to Altus. Have you not had a chance to look at it?
I've never looked at it, no. But I don't know what you mean by individual, like.
They rent multiple CRUs, and they're reported under one lease. That's not one CRU, that's multiple CRUs. Just because you're occupying multiple CRUs in one building doesn't, you can't call it a one commercial rentable unit.
If it's one tenant on several floors.
Then they
several
occupy
units,
multiple commercial units.
But if it's all under one lease, why couldn't it be considered?
It's not physically one commercial rentable unit.
What about MPI here? They have different floors, different units?
Right. And this could easily be a multi-tenanted property, could it not, if Manitoba Public Insurance wasn't owner occupier?
Well, of course it could, but I mean,
Okay, well,
okay, I don't understand your answer, so. For the shopping center, you've used a vacancy of 5%. Have you looked at the actual vacancy for the subject?
I tried to go through the IE, it's not exactly as clear.
Have you walked through the building? You see that there's a large space that's used for a farmer's market
Yep.
once or twice a week.
I've been in it, I've been in the farmer's market.
And there's a couple of units in there that are percentage rents only. They don't pay any operating costs, it's just a percentage.
If that's what your report was.
And all these units are be available if anybody wanted to come along with an actual lease.
I'm not saying there isn't vacancy in the property, we've given a vacancy allowance.
Okay. Okay, on page 23, you put in a board order where the assessment was confirmed. I don't understand the reason for that, you know?
Just showing that we've appealed that ruling, and that on the page 25, that there's an open pending appeal for 2019 and 2018.
But that 2019 appeal was because the city
Asked for
in
an
error
increase.
did a supplementary, increasing it back to the original value, correct?
We went for an increase and we did not get it.
No, but it was reduced at the board for 18. The city issued a supplementary in 2019, well, actually in 18, increasing the assessment up to the original value because they made the city Winnipeg space exempt. Is that correct?
Yeah, but we went for the increase, Mr. Forlick went for the increase.
Well, you went for the increase in 18, you went for it in 19 as well, but you weren't successful. But
Gentlemen, if you debate this thing, it's gonna,
take forever?
it won't take forever, it's gonna confuse the numbers, unless you guys are understanding it.
This is
Yeah,
just,
no,
Mr. Chairman,
I'm-
this is just factual
Yeah.
information to show that there's.
I know, but you're debating issues here that we're not,
All right,
I'm not debating.
that's fine, Mr. Chairman.
just ask the questions,
Yeah.
and,
Okay, on page.
'cause I got a question now that you've done that.
All right, on page 32, you mentioned that the gross rent is $7,139,000 plus the free rent.
Correct.
And then on page 35, you say that you show on line 699,998 expenses of $8 million, and then you say the net income is $6,000,007?
As I'm showing, the reported income is what you see, a negative $6,729,441 when adjusted by the $99,874 of free rent. It bumps it up a little bit.
But it's still negative.
I have no idea why there's a negative I hear. We've looked at this, if you have any rational explanations why they're saying that it's a negative.
Well, because their expenses were $8 million and their rent was $7 million.
Yeah. And we'll get to that when we get to the item that's reported in your brief.
All Right, so the net income isn't 6,700,000, and
This is what I'm seeing.
it's negative 6,700,000. That's all, I just wanted you to clarify. That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Chairman, in my presence here, my questioning will relate simply to Mr. Pohl's reference to the removal of the 5% allowance that was formerly been in place for the property and commercial properties generally. So, Mr. Pohl, I want to be very, very clear on, make sure I understood you correctly, and what I heard you in your evidence say is that the 5% allowance that had formerly been used was a typical management fee that is usually recovered. Is that fair?
Correct.
And because this management fee, based on your and your colleagues' reviews of the operating statements, because it appears that the management fees were partially or totally recovered, the decision was made to remove the entire 5% allowance from all commercial properties. It's retail, office, industrial, across the board for those properties using the income approach to value, other than probably apartments where it applies. Is that fair? Right. Okay. So then what you were left with, as I recall your testimony, was the 2% allowance as the one and only allowance that the department is applying for the 2020 assessments as non-recoverable operating expenses?
Correct.
Okay. So we can agree, if I could refer Mr. Pohl and board members to page 6 and 7. I'm not going to go through this in detail, but I've had a chance to review
To my brief?
in your brief pages 6 and 7. Yes. Okay, so these are the OFB rent comps, and I've reviewed them in some detail, Mr. Pohl. We can agree that these are rents that are lifted directly off the rent. The face rent's shown on the rent roll, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in terms of the computer modeling, it's these rents that are actually entered onto the system when the department is updating its data, and you have the clerks entering the data into the systems, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, we can agree, and I'm sure this isn't in contention, but just to be very, very clear, if we go to your page, pardon me, 27, I would imagine there's absolutely no contention, but I'll ask the question. So on page 27, this is the COA for the subject from 2014. So you would agree that the department's policy prior to this cycle for the 18, 16, 14, and all prior cycles for the past roughly 25, 28 years has been to include the 5% as an allowance.
And it's management fee, operating management fee recoveries, yes.
Yeah, and it's shown on your page 27 as a management rate.
Yeah.
Correct, and so the department's view is that it does relate to the management fees, to which you're now saying are recovered.
Yeah, after review, they're predominantly recovered in the marketplace, so we're,
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I will have much more to say in my presentation, but those are my questions relating to Mr. Pohl's evidence.
Cynthia, any questions?
Just to this 5% point, so you're saying after review, so what did that entail?
basically, we went through all the rents that were being reported, we checked and verified on the items, and typically what we found was the operating expense, there would be a show for management fees, and the recoveries that would show that they were recovered back by the tenant, so that the owner was not paying them, and that was typical throughout all the rentals that we reviewed. There was some nominal changes where there was the odd one, there's one in my document that I'll get to, but typically they're predominantly recovered.
Okay,
Hence we took away the 5%.
okay, and so this is not case by case then, it's just gone? Yeah, so some of them were not being recovered, but it's just gone for everyone? You're not going through every
I've only
property?
reviewed one building where it hasn't been, but primarily the vast majority of the marketplace is open, and the marketplace recovers from the owners recover from the tenant.
So this is a new procedure for you now, and it's, okay.
Yes.
Okay. And just on page 35, when you were talking about the NOI with free rent added back in, and you had mentioned that the parkade rent was not on this, was that added to that number that you provided us?
No.
So you just added the.
We're doing a
free
model,
rent?
we're doing a model-based approach.
Yes,
After going through the INE that was reported, there seems to be a confusing INE. After reviewing the appellant's INE, there seems to be a secondary income statement, which is inclusive of the parking. So when we get to cross-examination, we'll be
Okay,
able to
all
see
right, because
two different INEs.
Yeah.
Or sorry, two different operating statements, because they didn't fill out the INE, they
Yeah.
just submitted an operating statement. But the appellant seems to have either a corrected version or a proper version.
like I understand that your workup is model, but I was just wondering, because you were adding things back in here to show that the NOI was close to what you had, but if the parkade was.
Yeah, but we're missing a large segment of, we're missing parking.
Okay, all right, that's just what I wanted to clear. Okay, that's all I have, thank you.
Brent?
I just have one question to add, or to ask you, Mr. Poole, about this 5%. Was there any summary report done of the study?
Sorry, a summary report indicating how many,
How many properties you reviewed and how many?
I haven't seen that.
You haven't seen that?
I'm sure there was, I just haven't seen it.
No further questions.
Your page 18, the estimated market value, they've got 99,926. Correct? Did you remove that to come to the 98 million?
Sorry, did I remove?
Did you remove the daycare for that? How did you get to
No, the
98?
daycare's in there.
How- So it's in the 90,
Yeah.
in the 98 or in the
Yeah,
99?
no, 99, then it's just rounding.
So you rounded 99 million down to 98 million?
Where are you seeing that?
Well, your front page, you're saying a value of 98 million.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Yeah, we have on the roll 98 million.
And then
There
you're trying to
must
say,
have, there must have been a small change of area or tenancy change. This is a live, so, no.
it's over $1 million, $2
Yeah, sorry, the number that,
million.
the number that we'll have today is 98 million. If there was a change, it's live, so if there was a change in area, decrease area, decrease area. When I run the analysis, it won't show what was on the roll then, so I apologize for that, I didn't catch that.
So the daycare, you said it's non-taxable, completely, zero?
Two benefits.
Okay, so how come it still shows up in the amount then? That's, you got 3 million showing up on your stream 4 for the daycare, 3,468,000.
Yeah. And it has the example, if you look at the second line at 40, the top thing.
Yeah.
So it is,
So it should still show up in the market value?
yeah,
And then you take the, you exempt it after.
yeah, that's just how they apply that.
Okay. Your page 23, you supplied us with the border revision order. This was, border, it's 2019, so you did a SUP in 2019?
Correct.
Was there a reason for a SUP, or what was the reason for the SUP? Was there
I-
work done, or?
I didn't get into that with the assessor, it's just simply that they reviewed it, and they didn't get the increase, so we filed defensive appeals to the school for 12 years.
Oh, so because you didn't get the, because you didn't win it the year before,
No, for the increase for 18, 19.
yeah, you didn't get the increase then.
So we filed.
So you filed again to try and get it in 19. And you got it.
Well, everything will be pending and reviewed, like, I mean, I don't
Yeah.
know what the outcome will be, I haven't
But
done the analysis on it.
when the board who was there dealt with this, they were told that it was before appeal, is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
So they would use that as part of their evidence, correct?
I was not here, but
Okay, I've got nothing else on that one. In your, I'm having a hard time following your reasoning on the size of the units. none of your comparisons are anywhere near the amount of space that's being rented by MPIC. I know they are an owner tenant, but a larger, if you're a larger tenant and you're renting, I've always found the comparables drop dramatically when they're renting. Even if they didn't own it and they were renting, would they not get a better rate because they were renting a larger number of spaces under one lease?
But you're looking at it on a leased fee then. We're looking at it as a marketplace. We're looking at it as a marketplace,
That-
multi-tenanted building, what would it lease out at?
That's what I'm looking at, a marketplace. If I'm in the marketplace and I come up to you and say, I want to rent 150,000 square feet, would I pay a less rate than I would if I was renting 2,500 square feet?
But this isn't simply a single tenanted building. This is-
That's not the question I asked.
If you're
Would
looking at
I-
economy of scales, you would get a bit of a break.
Yeah, I get a break,
Typically, you would think of the marketplace, yeah.
because that's what the marketplace would do, correct?
Yeah, you look at investment potential, you look at one less management fee, you look
Yeah.
at less risk as far as over the term tenancy of the lease, right? And you most likely get a little bit lower rate from market.
So what would be your best in here to say it was a larger tenant? I don't see any real large tenant rents.
That's because you typically don't find in the reference window that we're looking at numerous large leases at 100,000 square feet. It's not in the marketplace. You typically have multi-tenanted leases, as you see, multi-tenanted buildings. And this is what the marketplace would be. If you're operating your property as an operating strategy, as a one single CRU leased out, but it's multi-tenanted, that's an operating strategy, right? You're then valuing the lease fee of one tenancy. That's not typically what the marketplace would look at. As you can see, most of the marketplace is multi-tenanted buildings. That's how someone would value the property. If you were to purchase it, if you were to acquire it, you wouldn't be thinking, can I get a one seasonal tenant for a number of years? You'd be looking at what is the market in Winnipeg, it's multi-tenanted, how can I run this property? If you choose to get a single tenant, okay, but that's atypical from what we see in the marketplace. So when you're valuing it based on a marketplace approach, you should be using the multi-tenanted.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. Can we move on to your presentation?
Mr. Chairman, if I might, my preference would be, because I've got to run over to the other boardroom when I'm done here, would I be able to present concerning the more narrow issue of the 5% unrecoverable, and then leave the remainder of the valuation debate with
Do you have any problem with that? No? Any problem with the board members? No? We're gonna deal with it. Go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if I could refer the board members to the separate study that was filed by Altus relating to the non-recoverable expense allowance.
What does it look like here? Hold on.
Should be a,
That'd be a thousand.
This one here?
yes. So I'm going to take a little bit of time since this is the inaugural run of this study, and I believe the question was asked of Mr. Pohl as to this, whether any study was done, and that's precisely what we've undertaken with this document. And recall that I had very few questions of Mr. Pohl, and that was, and I appreciate Mr. Pohl's forthright answers. This, according to the department, a 5% allowance relates to, from their perspective, a management fee. Under most net leases, management fees are recovered, therefore we're double dipping and we're taking it out. With respect, I understand Mr. Pohl's position, but with greatest respect, that is simply not the case. The expense allowance was never intended to relate to quote-unquote management fees. There's no dispute, and you don't get into all of this, but there's no dispute from our end that under most net leases, triple net leases, there is provision for recovery of what is commonly known as management fees. But Mr. Betker was around in this industry 25 years ago. Mr. McIntyre was around at that time, and if you recall from some of the earlier documents I'm going to present, the intent clearly was not to have the allowance cover management fees. It is for non-recoverable expenses relating to the proper operation and management of a building. That got shortened into management fee. management fee is a misnomer. All of that, proper, non-recoverable expenses related to competent management and operation of a property got shortened to management fees, but it's, the non-recovered component is the key. So if we go to page 1, the departments, of course, removed the 5% expense allowance, and in the middle of the page, what we put very bluntly is what the nature of the allowance is from our perspective, what it is not. The allowance is not an expense relating to the standard management fees charged by the owner or third-party property manager relating to the day-to-day operations of the property. Those fees, as I mentioned, are usually in fact recovered in whole or in part from tenants unless the tenants are on gross or semi-gross leases. No dispute there. Well, this is what we are firmly convinced the expense was intended to be and what it always has been. The allowance is a stabilized expense involving a number of typical non-recoverable, and that's the key term, non-recoverable expenses relating to the proper and competent operation of the property. These expenses are virtually never recovered under any circumstances, including in situations where the tenants are on triple net leases. They're simply not recovered. There's no provision in any of the leases to recover these kinds of expenses. I've made reference to the much earlier guidance provided by the Assessor's Manual. The 1994 Assessor's Manual, and I've got a copy of the excerpts attached, states, and again, they shortened it to management, but what the manual stated at that time was, these management expenses reflect expenses that are incurred by the landlord that are non-recoverable from the tenants, even with net leases. These expenses involve processing payments and chasing bad debts. Now, as far as that statement goes, that's right, but there's actually many more very significant expenses relating to non-recoverable expenses in the typical and constant operation of the property that are much greater than processing payments and chasing bad debts, and I'll get into those items in a second. Now, what I say in the next paragraph, there's a few items. There's professional fees, and there are certainly, there's other, based on the review of our appraisal commentary and some of the operating statements for the commercial and industrial properties that we looked at for this study, there's several other non-recoverable expenses, none of which are recovered. These expenses include leasing commissions, free rent, which is a TI, and I'll talk about that in a second, professional fees, and other tenant inducements, typically as categories that are always shown as non-recoverable. When we looked at the statements, and what we've done in this study is I've gone through many statements, but I haven't just gone through one year because, of course, the 5% allowance, it's not a snapshot, it's intended to be a stabilized, proper stabilized, long-term allowance for these non-recoverable. And so what I've done in order to demonstrate to this board that in fact when one stabilizes it over a 3-year period, some of the numbers become very clear that the 5% was entirely justified rather than taking just the 1 year as a snapshot. So turning to page 2, we looked at a couple of the texts and also some guides provided by assessors in other jurisdictions to see what the principles were that were being applied. The case studies and appraisal, this is at the top of page 2. The case studies and appraisal from the Sauter School of Business and UBC states, the appraisal should also account for non-recoverable expenses, also called non-rechargeable expenses. The most important non-recoverable cost items to be aware of are space marketing costs, which include both tenant inducements and leasing costs, and an allowance for structural or mechanical repairs. So, and again, the other costs associated with leasing spaces, leasing fees or commissions. We also looked at the SAM evaluation guide, where they had some very concise statements relating to this principle. They state that the operating expenses that are not recovered must be deducted from the EGI to obtain the NOI for the property. Where leases are signed on a net rent basis, the tenant agrees to pay his or her share of the operating expenses. And in a typical office building, the operating costs, such as property taxes, heating, AC, and cleaning, are usually apportioned amongst the tenants. But then it goes on to say further down, even on a net rental basis, there's 2 areas where the property owner must cover expenses: non-recoverable operating expenses and vacant space shortfall. Now, the assessor has and continues to apply shortfall rates, so that's not an issue, it's the non-recoverable component. Now, turning to the next page, page 3, the manual goes on to state that when the non-recoverable operating expenses that they've indicated are legal and audit fees, structural repairs, and repairs which are capital in nature, advertising and promotion, and leasing commissions. And again, the leasing commissions form a significant component of the non-recoverable expenses in our study as well. We also looked at impacts methodology guide. So at the bottom of page 3, again, they're talking about establishing NOI. Net operating income is effective gross income minus non-recoverable operating expenses. Non-recoverable operating expenses is the difference between the total operating expenses and the total income recovered. And again, turning to page 4, they've got 2 areas where the property owner has to cover expenses. The non-recoverable operating expenses such as legal and audit fees, advertising and promotional fees, and expenses with operating the vacant space, which is the shortfall rate and not disputed this morning. So the further down, the impact reports for office and retail properties in May of 17 stated that operating expenses can be categorized as recoverable and non-recoverable. And then looking down to the second paragraph, even with a triple net lease, there are expenses associated with operating buildings that are not necessarily passed through to the tenant, but rather absorbed by the owners. These expenses may include such items as marketing costs, large capital projects, legal and auditing fees, and ongoing expenses associated with the vacant areas. And then they talk about stabilizing over a 10-year period to determine the level of expenses to use. So turning to page 5, when we went through all of this and looking at the data in our study that I'll get into in a few minutes, we're suggesting that the valuation methodology that involves the deduction of a stabilized expense and remember that we're not talking about actuals here. We're talking about a stabilized expense based on competent operation of the property. So the methodology involving the deduction of a stabilized expense from the effective market income, which is the potential income minus the vacancy, when using the income approach is firmly established as indicated above. This methodology was applied by the assessor since the early 90s, and we're saying that by removing the 5% allowance for non-recoverable expenses now for the first time, the assessor has failed to account for these typical non-recoverable costs. This is not consistent with the appraisal theory and also the actual demonstrable non-recoverable expenses that are in fact incurred on a regular basis in connection with the competent management and operation of these properties. So we're asking for the 5% allowance to be restored. Then we get into the meat of the study, the subsection 3. The non-recoverable expense allowance, there's inclusions and exclusions for assessment purposes. When we reviewed the statements, and at the middle of page 5 is a listing of all of the, virtually all of the expenses that we found on a typical statement: leasing commissions, professional fees, tenant improvement allowance, and the related, free rent allowance. Owner building maintenance, that's owner costs and not regular maintenance, that's recovered from tenants. Asset management fees, marketing, advertising, financing fees like covenant fees and the like, bank service charges and fees, depreciation, mortgage interest, utilities for vacant units, and bad debts. So here's the things that we specifically have not included. I want to be very clear, we've taken a number of these items should not be accounted for, and we're not including in our study. Owner building maintenance. Owner building maintenance, in our opinion, is captured by the 2%, and again, it's commonly known as structural, but it's called other. So that 2% other expense we're suggesting covers the structural deduction that would cover the owner building maintenance, so we have not included those in our analysis. Financing fees and mortgage interest. Those relate, of course, to particular financing arrangements, not included, not in any way whatsoever. Depreciation. At the top of page 6 now, depreciation is, of course, a legitimate expense for the purposes of calculating your income tax, but it is not an expense that is included in any appraisal nor in our studies. So depreciation is not included in our income valuations or in this study. Utilities for vacant units, that's covered by a shortfall, so we did not include that. We're not going to be double dipping on that point. Bad debts, that is again included in the vacancy allowance, so we have excluded that from our study. So then what we did include under section D now, the selected non-recoverable expenses for the years 15, 16, and 17. As indicated in the chart, the first column listing the non-recoverable expense, and this is as a percentage of effective market income, which is potential less vacancy, is for standard non-recoverable expense amounts that include leasing commissions, professional fees, asset management fees, and advertising marketing. And we're also including, though, a second column, and this is for the board's reference, but a second column that include tenant improvement allowances, which are both free rent provisions and also, cash TI allowances for building out space and the like. So there's a second column there. To be clear, we're providing that for the board's information, but we're really relying on the first column, which does not include any TIs or free rent provisions. So then if you go to page 7, pardon me, there are a total of 32 properties listed there, and the statistics shown on this page excuse me, represent, again, a 3-year average for the years 15, 16, and 17. And they range from a high for an industrial property on Mountain Avenue, a high of over 31% for non-recoverable, the allowed non-recoverable expenses that we stated to be have included, down to 2.77% at number 32 for Grant Avenue. So as you'll see at the bottom, for that first column, net, not including the TIs, the average percentage is 7.42% and the median percentage is 5.75. That's entirely consistent with the continuation of a 5% non-recoverable expense allowance that we're suggesting should continue to be applied in this case. We've also indicated that there's actually there's 4 properties that are single-tenant buildings, and they're marked with the 2 asterisks on that chart. Then in the last column, you can see predictably that if TIs, free rent, and tenant inducement allowances are included, tenant improvement allowances, then the percentages go up quite dramatically, and in fact the average percentage of the 32 properties in that column is 11.34% and the median is 7.45%. And I'm going to state that for reference, but we're not placing a lot of weight on that. We're using really the statistics from the first column. So turning to page 8 then, pardon me. As mentioned, the average is 7.42%, it's a median 5.75%. Higher still for if you include the TIs and the free rent provisions. So we're suggesting that this fully supports the continued inclusion of 5% allowance as a non-recoverable operating expense allowance, which is what the intent always had been, notwithstanding Mr. Pohl's evidence and comments this morning. Then we just want to give the board a sense that it's not in dispute, but there is a structural allowance that we're the 2% that's referred to by Mr. Pohl, and that has continued to be applied to the income valuations of the properties. We did a very quick, and this isn't meant to be exhaustive, we did a very quick review of some of the structural allowances for properties where we could glean the information. It can be, it's important to note that if one, by its very nature, if you've got a structural repair or some very, very significant repair that goes beyond routine repairs and maintenance, typically that's going to be capitalized and it's going to hit the balance sheet and it's not even going to show up on the operating statement. So it's only in those cases where the capital items are actually presented on the form. For instance, on the assessor's form, there is a section for capital items, and some owners submit their balance sheets, and in some cases they do show significant items as owner repair and maintenance. Where we were able to glean the information for some of these properties, as you can see at the chart at the bottom of page 8, the average and median is well above the 2%. And again, this is, we're not going to place a lot of, we're not suggesting that the board place a lot of weight on this relative to the 2%, but we're saying the 2% is very, very justifiable as a structural allowance. It is insufficient as for an entire non-recoverable operating expense allowance, but it certainly has support as a continued structural allowance. So, turn to page 9 then to conclude. In terms of the text of the brief, appraisal and valuation practice, we're suggesting fully support the inclusion of the allowance for non-recoverables. Failing to do so, we're suggesting results in an NOI calculation that is overstated, and the data above, we believe, fully supports the restoration of the conservative, very conservative, stabilized non-recoverable expense allowance of 5%, which has historically been applied to these properties. We accordingly respectfully request that the board restore this allowance as a non-recoverable allowance and continue with the 2% as it has been assessed. So if I could turn then, board members and Mr. Pohl, to page 10. So these are the details of the of the expenses and the percentages that result from our analysis. And this is for all 32 of the properties that are in the chart that I presented in the text of our brief. So what you're gonna see, and I'm not gonna go through all of these individually, but what you see, the fourth column from the right, the 3-year average, that's the key column. These are the these are the expenses, not the non-recoverable expenses for the property, not including TIs for rent or any of those provisions. The far right column is the higher percentages that include the TIs. But for our purposes, that 3-year average column, again, as you'll see there, leasing commissions, marketing, advertising, professional fees are typical. Then in some properties, there's also asset management fees, and the actual line items that were included are listed under the expenses included column for each property. So again, on page 1, on Mountain Avenue, you've got it ranging from 31.05 down to the 4th property, Portage Avenue East, of 12.15%. And then moving on to page 11, there's 3 more properties ranging from 11.84% down to 10.49%. And again, page 12, 7.76 down to 7.34%. And page 13, now here's where, this is where I wanted to draw the board's attention to some items. As I've mentioned, this is a stabilized expense allowance. So for example, if you go to the on page 13, index number 12, Goldsby Street, you'll see that there's significant fluctuation, and that's going to happen. Leasing commissions are only payable when a new tenant comes in, when a new tenant is secured, or if a tenant is renewed. That doesn't necessarily happen every year. Marketing and advertising can fluctuate from year to year, and professional fees, though typically more stable, they can also fluctuate. So you'll see in Goldsby, for instance, that in one year it was as low as 3.12%, but the next year it was 11.3%. The average was 6.87, but you can see why the fluctuation occurs. That, though, fully supports the stabilized allowance of 5%. Again, look at index number 13, Bentall Street. The last item and the first item are less than 1%, 0.02% in 2015, 0.92% in 2017, but 19.38% in 2016. So there can be significant fluctuation, which again reinforces the point, you've got to stabilize this. You can't ignore it, but you do need to stabilize it, and certainly the 5% allowance we're submitting, suggesting does exactly that. So again, turning to page 15, and I won't go through all of these, but you can see the variations year by year over the 3-year period. Page 15 is the next set of 4 properties, and going through, and these are all, as I say, it's all consistently presented and prepared with the percentages right through to the, I believe page 18 is the last page for the of the properties included in our study with the expense allowances as shown there. Then, again, not intended to be exhaustive, but at pages 19 through 22, we've submitted the more detailed data relating to the replacement reserve review that we undertook. We believe it fully supports the continued inclusion of the 2% allowance for structural allowance. Pages 23 to 25. These are the pages I referred to in the text of our brief relating to the appraisal commentary as to the inclusion of the non-recoverable expenses. Now, earlier, I'd mentioned some of the very early commentaries in the assessor's guide at page 26 and 26, 27, and 28. These are the pages out of the assessor's 1994 manual, and I had the quote on page 27, item number 1, management with an asterisk, which assumes typical competent management, and that's where the quote was lifted from. Reflect expenses that are incurred by the landlord that are non-recoverable from the tenants, even with net leases. That's the original intent, and it's a proper intent, and it's fully justified by both appraisal theory and the data that we presented this morning. Pages 29 through 39. These are the manuals for previous years, and the purpose of that was just to confirm, which I don't believe is in dispute, that the 5% allowance has historically been applied for a non-recoverable, called the management allowance by the department and viewed as such. we're suggesting 5% is a non-recoverable expense allowance for the items that we suggested and would apply in past. Pages 40 through 47 are the pages from the MPAC guide that pertain to the comments that I had in my brief as to the MPAC approach to the matter. And again, I won't go through these in detail, but as they are attached for the board's reference, the key points are in the text of our brief. So when one looks at appraisal theory, assessment practice, when one looks at the operating statements and the very, very significant and consistent non-recoverable operating expenses, it's very, very clear that the 5%, the 2% as which we're considering to be a structural allowance, is not sufficient to cover the non-recoverable operating expenses. We're suggesting the 5 and 2 should be adhered to as was done in the past, and it's fully supported by the data. Now, if you recall, I had asked Mr. Pohl from his evidence about the lease comparables that he's presented, and he confirmed, and I already knew it to be the case, but he confirmed these are all the face rates shown on the rent roll. But, and I'm going to Mr. Pohl's brief, here it is, as a perfect example. So in Mr. Pohl's brief for 333 St. Mary, if I could ask the board and members of Mr. Pohl please to turn to page 34. So the effect of the, and again, there's no dispute about taking the net rents shown on the rent roll, because we're not asking this board to start taking leasing commissions and TIs off the net rent, not at all. We're asking for a stabilized, proper stabilized expense allowance to be used, and so the department's taken the face rates off the rent roll. But if one turns to page 34 and 35, what the effect of this is if you look at page 34, roughly a third of the way down, there's a heading, non-recoverable operating expenses, and it goes through to the bottom of that page and continues on in the following page, including things like towards the bottom of page 35, leasing commissions, internal and external, leasing costs, leasing expenses. Building depreciation is not part of the equation, so that's of course not part of it, but those leasing commissions, and further up, marketing and promotion, and professional fees. I don't see the professional fees on there, but certainly the marketing and promotion. Oh yeah, the legal fees. Legal fees are shown on page 34. So all of the expense items we're talking about are shown as non-recoverable and wouldn't be reflected in these base rates that are taken by the department and fed into their model. And fine, you know, if you're going to use that method, but then keep the 5%. So we submit with greatest respect that the 5%, what has been known incorrectly or characterized as a management fee, 5% is a non-recoverable expense allowance to cover exactly these kinds of items, and if one takes it away, you're overstating the NOI and misrepresenting the performance of the property under competent management, and we're asking for the 5% to be restored. Thank you.
Questions?
I just have a vote.
No question?
We have a package that we prepared specifically for our offices.
Package for package.
Package for package. I think it's best to.
Do you have any questions? Do you have any questions?
No, I don't think I do. Thank you.
I got a whole bunch here in my head. Why? So, as an appraiser, when you're appraising a building, do you use the actuals or do you use the 5%?
Well, okay, so if an appraiser is, it depends on the methodology you're using. They will often use an NER. We're not using an NER. This is not an NER. This is a stabilized expense allowance that has nothing to do with NER calculation. So if the appraisal is using, if an appraiser is using an NER, he's factoring in all of this, not just part of it, but 100% of it off his top line.
Mm-hmm.
We're just saying, we're not doing that. The department's never done that. We've never done that. So we're saying, but what you need to do is you need to have a factor of some kind to stabilize at least those key items in the evaluation.
But a proper evaluation is done the other way, not
Well, no, but the NER calculations, if we were to start to do that, then I think that would be contrary to the methodology that has been accepted by this board and the municipal board. So if we're going into NER territory, that would result in much lower values still.
And that's where I'm coming from. If the NER values, is that not what the city is pushing for right now?
No.
Because they're asking
No.
to eliminate, but they're asking to eliminate the 5%.
They are.
So are they not pushing towards going to an NER standard
Well,
then?
no, actually what they're doing is now they're overstating, from our perspective, they're overstating the NER. They're actually going the other direction and resulting in an NOI that's overstated. If they had said, we're gonna take the 5% allowance out, but we're gonna start to apply TIs and free rent, like, a perfect example, Mr. Pohl specifically put back in the free rent.
Yeah.
Okay, well, if you're taking the 5% of it, and then you're putting the free rent in, and you're putting the leasing commissions in, and you're putting the TIs in, but you're gonna end up with an NOI that is markedly different than what both parties have calculated here. So we don't believe, based on our review of all of the information, and previous municipal board commentary, we don't believe that an NER calculation would be the best route at this point. If it's gonna go that way, okay, then we will quickly adjust to that, but that's not what we're suggesting. But good question.
Not what you're suggesting, but it's almost a target once we start getting into this type of appeal over and over and over again.
If the decisions are going to be rendered ultimately removing the 5%, I think you'll see adjustments, because I'll be quite blunt, we've applied the 5% in all of our methodology. So if we're saying now we gotta take that out, well, that will have an impact on, whether it's looking at NERs or something, other items, so.
And I'm not sure who used that word today, but somebody did. Double dipping
Yes.
is, I'm having a hard time understanding why someone would use the word double dipping on doing the 5% when we've been doing it all these years.
No, there's no, okay, so this is the misunderstanding in my respectful submission. If you assume that the 5% allowance is a management fee, then in theory you are double dipping, because management fees are, in most cases of net leases, are recovered. We're not disputing that. Not one iota of dispute on that. What we're saying is that's not the allowance. The allowance is for all these other non-recoverable, and it's stated in that 94 manual, it's all relating to the non-recoverable expenses, even on tenants with net leases. That's the allowance. And that's why, and what we found in our study was leasing commissions, professional fees, marketing, advertising, sometimes asset management, those kind of things. Proper operation and management of the property. So that whole item, non-recoverable expenses relating to the proper and typical competent management and operation of the property, all that got crunched down to management expense, but that's not what it means. When you open it up and you look at it, that's not what it means.
So now I do have another question. I think you're probably gonna want this to reflect on all of the properties today. Is that
Indeed.
gonna be one of
Indeed.
your?
Yes.
Are you gonna have a problem with that if we deal with it one
I think
time
it's good.
only?
Yeah, I think it's best for that.
Everybody's okay with that?
Yes.
Good, because otherwise we'll be here till.
I thank you for that.
So we're gonna deal with it
I
that
do
way.
have
So
one
what we're gonna,
question,
yeah, okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chair. I just thought of it. So when you were doing this study, did you do a review of what other jurisdictions are doing with this issue?
Yeah, that's the comments in here, the SAMA and the MPAC, that's the jurisdictions that talk about the non-recovered expense. That's in our text of our brief, yeah.
Sam is Saskatchewan and
Oh, I'm sorry.
MPI is Ontario.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
apologize.
Yeah, thank you, okay. That acronym didn't, I had not come across it before.
I
so here,
apologize,
okay.
I should
Yeah,
have.
okay, so then that's what that is, thank
Yeah.
you, then that answers my question, thank you.
And I think we're gonna deal with your rebuttal now so that Carrie.
Can I get just a glass of water first?
Yes, you may. Yes, I think Carrie wants to move on. So let's deal with the rebuttal. You
You bet.
can come back at this rebuttal and
Thank you.
let's hash this issue out first. You guys wanna take 5 minutes or what?
Sure. If you want.
Let's
yeah.
take 5 minutes,
Sure.
please. Cold man here. let's lock and load. Call the meeting back to order. And Mr. Pools, you're going to give us your summation, or just pass it over here and we'll pass it down.
So this is a rebuttal document prepared specifically for Altus's response to the removal of 5%. This was prepared for by management. This document you'll be seeing a number of times over in the cycle, I'm sure. So I'm gonna go through it pretty much point for point, word for word. It's about 14 main pages. The rest of it is supporting information. So I didn't prepare the document myself, I reviewed it, I agree with it. But I'll go through it so everyone can start. Introductions on page number 1. Based on flawed assumptions, the Altus Group incorrectly alleges that the historic 5% management expense allowance was a stabilized expense involving a number of typical non-recoverable expenses relating to the property and competent operation of the property. This statement is incorrect, erroneous, and unfounded. The historical 5% management expense was an expense relating to the standard management fees charged by the owner or property manager relating to the day-to-day operation of the property. Further, Altus agrees, and we agree, that the standard management fees, which made up this historic 5% in previous cycles, are usually recovered in whole or in part from the tenants unless the tenants are on a gross or semi-gross lease. The assessment department agrees with that statement, so there's no conflict there, there's no issue there. To develop the 2020 general reassessment model, the assessment taxation department analyzed income and expense information where the management was recovered to derive model generated NOIs, net of management expenses. Therefore, the model generated NOIs developed through a fee simple interest valuation are already net of management expenses. The assessment taxation department also allowed for non-recoverable expenses. Non-recoverable expenses include 2% general allowance for expenses, shortfall allowance per square foot to account for non-recoverable expenses during the time of vacancy. The 2% general expense allowance was always intended to include expenses incurred by the landlord that are not recovered by the tenants. Those expenses include advertising, promotion, professional fees, structural repairs, etc. Previous jargon at the Board of Revision may have referred to the 2% general expense allowance as a structural repair allowance. This jargon was oversimplified. The rebuttal package justifies the following, and we'll get into this as we go along. The 1994 General Reassessment Manual should be given no weight or consideration. The historic 5% management expense was in fact an expense relating to the standard management fees charged by the owner. The expenses Altus determined as non-recoverable are contrary to assessment case law in Manitoba and are not to be treated as expenses. The expenses Altus Group determined as non-recoverable are typically important when utilizing a discounted cash flow method of analysis. Asset management fees are non-allowable operating expenses. Altus Group's analysis of EMI, percentage of EMI, does not exist in appraisal theory and is flawed. The use of medians rather than averages changes the result of Altus Group's analysis and conclusion from 5.75% to 4.78%. The analysis, the effective gross income, EGI, are several indices of Altus Group study. The assessment and taxation department has determined the range of non-recoverable expenses net of vacancy shortfall is between 0.36% and 3.2% of EGI with a median of 1.12%. And the assessment and taxation department's methodology is consistent with Saskatchewan and Ontario. Okay, now to get into it. On page 3. The 1994 General Reassessment Manual. Fully, I was in high school when this came out, so I never seen it. This is an outdated historic manual that is no longer in production. In review, this document, the following facts are important. The Assessment Taxation Department was unable to locate the document after inspecting our electronic and paper records. There are no markings on this document to indicate that it's a City Winnipeg manual. this is a city of Winnipeg manual. It was produced over 25 years ago and is no longer relied upon to form part of the Assessment Taxation Department's current valuation models. This document is inconsistent with how the Assessment Taxation Department develops general reassessment models to date. In addition, the document predates the Assessment Taxation Department when we started using multiple regression analysis to develop our models, which was in 2006. It was the first general reassessment where we used this technique. Therefore, the manual predates the current way the Assessment Taxation Department and other assessment jurisdictions across Canada analyze data for the purpose of the ad valorem property valuations. Based on that, these considerations, no weight should be given to that matter. Management adjustments. Below are two municipal orders that support the position that the historic 5% management was indeed an expense relating to the standard management fees charged by owner and property managers relating to the day-to-day operations of the property. And these are attached to the back of the document, so we're just going to go through a bit here. Mr. Ferguson advised the board, the municipal board, that all costs related to management are being fully recovered from the tenant, and therefore there should be no deductions allowed for management expense in this case. The instant case, therefore, since it is clearly a full recovery under the terms of the lease, there will be no deduction permitted for this expense. So the municipal board, when it was recovered, we're not going to give you the allowance. Related facts, obviously, expenses relating to the management of the building were being fully recovered by the owner under the terms of the lease. No deduction for management expenses was permitted. And you can stop me from going faster if I'm not speaking loud enough or clear enough. Just let me know on the goal. So, the next municipal board order, again, references management expenses. Mr. Ferguson advised the board that all costs related to management are being fully recovered from the tenant, and therefore there should be no deduction for allowed for management expenses in this case. The board is prepared to accept a management expense that is clear that management related costs have either not been recovered at all or only partially recovered. In this case, there was some evidence before the board that two of the larger tenants of the Manitoba Government and Sandstore occupied approximately 1/3 of the leasable area, paid no management fees. The board does not have evidence as to the precise amount that was not collected. In the circumstances, the board is prepared to set the amount reduction at 3%. So the expenses relating to management of the building were not being fully recovered under the terms of the lease. So they did give a bit of management expenses, but what it does show is that what is recovered is given back. So non-recoverable expenses. Altus Group has included the following non-recoverable expenses in their analysis: leasing commissions, tenant inducements, tenant improvements, allowance, rent. The inclusion of these non-recoverable expenses is contrary to Manitoba board case law. There's a long-standing history of the municipal board order stating that these items should not be treated as expenses. And here below are three of the orders that indicate this. So this question has been dealt with by the board on several recent orders. In particular, the municipal board order number A94-196 dealing with the Richardson building, where it was indicated considerable evidence was heard concerning the effect on value of tenant inducements. The respondent ultimately abandoned their position that the value should be reduced to reflect the tenant inducements. And municipal board order number A97-065, the municipal board is satisfied that it's not proper to reduce value to reflect tenant inducements. The board reiterates that tenant inducements or tenant improvements, leasing commissions, and leasing incentives are not expenses which may be used to reduce income for the purpose of calculating market value. So again, relevant facts. Tenant improvements, leasing commissions, and leasing incentives are not expenses which may be used to reduce income for the purposes of calculating market value. The next board. The board reiterates that tenant improvements, leasing commissions, leasing incentives are not expenses which may be used to reduce income for the purpose of calculating market value. It has not been the practice of the board to allow these expenses, and the board is satisfied that these items should not be treated as expenses. Similar rationale for relevant facts. And then the third and last municipal board order, quoting, the rent was used by Mr. LaPont for the restaurant was based upon the deduction of amount for free rent. The board has consistently taken the position that tenant inducements, including free rent, do not reflect market and will be given no weight. So again, as far as what's being used by Altus, it's pretty clear that the municipal board doesn't allow these not to be used. These items were entrenched in Manitoba case law as being irrelevant in the valuation of commercial properties. The Manitoba Municipal Board, established under the authority of the Manitoba Board Act, is charged with the duty of performing functions assigned to it under the Municipal Assessment Act. The Manitoba Municipal Board is the highest level court within the province, Manitoba, to receive and resolve property assessment appeals with respect to the amount of assessed value or classification of property. The Municipal Assessment Board is consistently ordered that items including leasing commissions, tenant improvements or inducements, free rent are not to be treated as expenses. Given the extensive case law on this issue, these items are not to be treated as expenses for the purpose of ad valorem property valuations of the property of Manitoba. We do not dispute that these items are, however, considered non-recoverable expenses in the appraisal theory literature, as indicated on the Altus Group's 2020-2021 realty assessment non-recoverable expense study, pages 24 and 25. Given the extent of the assessment case law and of the prominence of the municipal board, the exclusion of these items would form a jurisdictional exception in Canadian uniform standards of professional appraisal practice, where an assessment administration is subject to provincial territorial laws and assessment case law. Use of discounted cash flow method. In reference to the appraisal theory literature, with respect to leasing commissions, tenant inducements, tenant improvements, and free rent, Altus Group references BUSI 442 case studies in Appraisal 1 on appraising office building using the discounted cash flow method. Not only does Altus Group not adopt the discounted cash flow method in using the subject property for the assessment purposes, preferring the direct capitalization method of valuation, they have been properly administered the method in their analysis and recovery, analysis of non-recoverable percentage of EMI on page 7. Why the discounted cash flow method is not used. The discounted cash flow methodology is based on the principle of anticipation. Value is created by the anticipation of future benefits. The discounted cash flow analysis finds that the present value of expected future cash flows taken into consideration of variables and assumptions as indicated on page 25. In appraisal theory, the method of valuation could be considered a prospective valuation. For ad valorem property valuations purposes required by the Municipal Assessment Act, to determine assessed values, property is valued on a retrospective valuation, not on a go-forward basis, as the reference date. This forms an opinion of value as of a historical date. In our case, for the 2020 cycle, a reference date of April 1st, 2018. The discounted cash flow method of valuation simply does not work for ad valorem property valuation in the province of Manitoba. Manitoba case law directs us to the Broadway Squares versus the assessor for the city of Winnipeg, 2001. The Manitoba Court for Appeal judgment came June 15, 2001. The Manitoba Court, which is the highest court in the province of Manitoba, the Court of Appeal ordered that the economic information, leases, expenses, any relevant information making up the value of the subject property cannot be used if it did not exist prior to the reference period. Therefore, any lease or expenses transpiring after the reference date, in this case would be April 1st, 2018, would be considered post-reference and not allowed in the development or defense of ad valorem property valuations in Manitoba. Discounted cash flow method projects future cash flows decades past the reference period and discounts those future cash flows to the present value, which again would be April 1st, 2018, for forecasting the economic conditions past the reference date would be considered post-reference and contrary to assessment case law. The non-recoverable expenses items Altus use in their analysis are specifically important to quantifying when using, or when using, utilizing the discounted cash flow approach to value. As Altus does not use the discounted cash flow to value properties for assessment purposes, and rightfully so, given Manitoba case law, their analysis of these items is erroneous and improperly administered. Why the discounted cash flow method has been improperly administered by Altus Group? The literature indicates that non-recoverable expenses, tenant improvement, leasing costs, and replacement reserves are especially important to quantify when utilizing the discounted cash flow approach to value. The reason for this is that the operating performance of the subject property is being projected over a typical forecast horizon of 10 years. So we're going into the future, pulling it over a decade. The Altus Group in the 2020 and 2021 Realty Assessment Non-Recoverable Expense Study on page 10 to 22 indicate that they reviewed 3 years of non-recoverable expenses for each property analyzed into a 3-year average percentage of EMI. The way in which this is done is incorrect and contrary to appraisal theory and the discounted cash flow method. Why is this incorrect? When considering the types of non-recoverable expenses, incentives, free rent, tangible benefits, the discounted cash flow methodology requires that the appraiser allocate these expenses over the term of the lease or the forecast horizon, typically 10 years, and discount those expenses to the present value. Investors typically amortize these non-recoverable expenses over an investment period or a leasehold period term to determine a net effective rent or NER. The NER, used to pinpoint the actual cash flow or cash inflow resulting from the lease agreement, and provide the owner with the ability to determine if they are competitive in the local market. By only averaging 3 years of non-recoverable expenses to derive a percentage of EMI, the Altus Group failed to amortize these expenses due to the entire leasehold period term or investment period to develop a present value estimate of these expenses. Therefore, Altus Group incorrectly treated these non-recoverable expenses as a one-time cost, essentially one-time cost. The expenses are therefore erroneously inflated, and the percentage of EMI is subsequently inflated. If Altus Group amortized these non-recoverable expenses over the leasehold period or term of the investment period, as appraisal theory requires, the percentage of EMI calculated would be considerably lower. Asset management fees. Altus Group incorrectly incorporates asset management fees into non-recoverable operating expenses items in their analysis. In real estate, an asset manager's job is to maximize the returns for their investor portfolios of properties, typically for corporations or REITs that have multiple real estate holdings. The Institute of Real Estate Management has established a common core list of functions for assessment managers. They state that asset managers are those who reside in different, ordinarily understood to be a higher place in the control principle of real estate, establish a capital slack, determine investment strategy, owning strategy and return hurdles, establish and manage how return and key control principles are addressed, determine leverage, determine and manage the structure of ownership. I apologize, I forgot to hand that to you guys. We're on page 8. One for citizens, one specific. I apologize, I should give you allocating resources among portfolio and capital investments for other major expenditures, define the holding period, test the holding period hypothesis, manage mission and identify the portfolio in order to stabilize congruity and adverse actions, understand and test component and asset life cycles, establish where in the life cycle assets will be acquiring what standard assets will be approved and contained, make determinations as to the acquisition and disposition timing, portfolio effect, and outlier identification and solution. As depicted by the above, asset management is an arm of business and an investment decision-making for corporations. Asset management has nothing to do with the day-to-day operations of the individual property, essentially what we're valuing. Therefore, asset management expenses are not an allowable expense item that when valuing commercial properties for assessment purposes. Altus Group's reference BMI. Altus Group's defines effective market income, EMI, as potential net market income less an allowance for vacancy and bad debt. That's on their page 1. Simply put, the term effective market income, EMI, does not exist in appraisal theory and appears to be a fictional term. The definition of EMI, which forms the basis of analysis through the 2020-2021 realty assessment and non-recoverable expense study, is non-existent and inconsistent with appraisal theory. In addition, Altus Group's definition of EMI references potential net market income, which is a term that does not exist in appraisal theory. Effective gross income, EGI, is a term that exists in appraisal theory and is defined as potential gross income minus vacancy and collection loss allowance. Potential gross income, PGI, consists of rent for all space in the property, contract rent for current leases, market rent for vacant or owner-occupied spaces, percentage and overage rent for rebuilt properties. Rent from escalation clauses, reimbursement income, all other forms of income, switchboard services, antenna collection, storage, garage space, income from coin-operated equipment, parking fees. Analyzing non-recoverable expenses as percentage of PGI is consistent with appraisal methodology. Analyzing non-recoverable expenses as a percentage of EMI is not. The Assessment and Taxation Department has analyzed Altus Group's development of EMI for specific comparable properties listed in their study on pages 10 through 18. Our analysis shows that if Altus Group used an EGI rather than a fictional EMI, their percentage of non-recoverable expense figures would be considerably lower. Why? Because Altus Group did not allow for the revenue source defined under PGI as listed above to drive their EMI. The fictional potential net market income used in Altus Group study does not include all revenue sources. It is therefore artificially lower than it should be. If the comparables analyzed in their study included all the revenue sources, the PGI would be considerably higher. The resulting EGI would be higher, and the non-recoverable expenses as a percentage of EGI would therefore be lower. Study of the selected non-recoverable expenses in 2015-2017 operating statements. The summary of the results, the Altus Group study their selected non-recoverable expenses is flawed in its current form. The conclusion of Altus Group draws from the data is that the median non-recoverable expense is 5.75. However, the way in which this has been done is incorrect and contrary to appraisal theory. No attempt has been made to remove items such as leasing commissions, tenant improvements, inducements, free rent from the list of non-recoverable expense items, nor has any expense stabilization taken place. The results have produced inaccurate and inflated expense percentages. As illustrated previously, the municipal board has consistently ordered that items are not to be treated as expenses for purposes of ad valorem property valuation in the province of Manitoba. In their conclusion, Altus Group has shown two sets of results. Both include leasing commissions, and the latter includes tenant inducements and improvements. The financial statements would have to be removed to determine the accurate amount of stabilized non-recoverable expenses after the removal of leasing commissions, tenant inducements, and tenant improvements. Additionally, No attempt has been made to stabilize the operating expenses, covered or not. It is common practice in the real estate appraisal to stabilize operating expenses in order to smooth out highs and lows of certain expenses, items or years to illustrate a more typical representation of the operating expenses. This is fundamental to real estate appraisal, yet Altus has failed to do so in their study. In Chapter 14 of the Basic Real Estate Appraisal 4th edition, the Appraisal Institute of Canada provides direction on stabilizing of operating expenses. The rationale of operating expenses. In appraisal practice, the appraiser should, where possible, obtain at least years of audited statements which typically show the income and expense relating to the subject property on a cash basis. Therefore, these statements must be reconstructed so that every relevant item of operating expense is analyzed on an accrual basis and stabilized to an annual year basis. Most expenses vary from year to year. Other periodic rather than annual in character might not occur at all in the specific. These conditions give rise to necessarily for reconstruction of operating expenses. Peaks and valleys of the owner's expense statement must be smoothed out by annualizing, resulting in a stabilized operating statement that show the anticipated net operating income of the property. No attempt has been made to stabilize the overall operating expenses by Altus Group. In fact, a 3-year average was used to illustrate the expenses as a percentage of EMI rather than a 3-year median. Simply using averages rather than medians inflates the expense percentage. To highlight this, referring to Index 13, 14, and 20 of Altus Group's study on their page 13 and 15. Index number 13, 2015 non-recoverable expense are reported as 0.32% of EMI. The 2016 non-recoverable expenses are reported as 19.38% of EMI, and the 2017 non-recoverable expenses are reported as 0.92% of EMI. Using the median rather than the average, highs and lows are removed from the analysis. The median non-recoverable expense on these years is 0.92%, not 6.77% as indicated in the summary. And the rationale is similar as we go through the indexes. Simply by using medians, your numbers come down. I'm not going to go over each and every one. You can read it. On page 11, replicating the summary chart using the median for each sample rather than the average will further illustrate that the overall percentage of the non-recoverable expenses is inflated. The non-recovered expense conclusion as reported by Altus drops from 5.75% to 4.78% simply by reviewing the data using medians. Furthermore, the City of Winnipeg Assessment Taxation Department has identified a number of properties in the study. Where possible, the financial statements were reviewed and the actual stabilized non-recoverable expenses were calculated. The following table depicts the average percentage of EMI on page 7 of the Altus Group's study. A median of the Altus Group's percentage of EMI data for each index, and a stabilized non-recovered expense expressed as a percentage of effective gross income as determined by the Assessment Taxation Department. So where we get to the nitty-gritty of it. On page 12, this is a review of the properties that we were able to identify. As you can see, percentage of EMI on a 3-year average, they're reported as such. Percentage of EMI on a 3-year average with the median, you can see they start to drop with a summary of 4.78%. And when the non-recoverable expenses net of vacancy and shortfall of the actuals, as you see, are 1.12%. And simply the comments that are put next to each of the comparables used in the study. Using stabilized DGI, removing lease commissions, so we don't use lease commissions. Using stabilized DGI, removing lease commissions and asset management. For comparable number 14, using stabilized DGI, removing commissions and KIs, and you can get the rationale. We're taking out what the municipal board ordered we're not to be including, and we're using a median. We're coming up with
4.78, right?
4.7, yeah. Why the study by Altus should not be relied upon. The Altus Group has used a revenue source, the Altus Group has used a revenue source referred to as EMI and has excluded income typically included in calculations of PGI and EGI. Leasing commissions, tenant improvements, and inducements and asset management fees have been included in the non-recoverable expense amounts by Altus Group, inflating the overall percentage of the non-recoverable expenses. Altus Group has not completed proper expense stabilization, which has led to erroneous conclusions. And in the case where the Assessment and Taxation Department has been able to identify and review the financial statements for the indices of the study, the actual non-recoverable expense percentage is proven to be less than the claimed amount by Altus Group. And lastly, on page 14, valuation principles of non-recoverable expense allowances. In the document submitted by Altus, the author references the procedures followed by other assessment jurisdictions in Canada to highlight the practice of including non-recoverable expenses in the determination of the net operating income. Specifically, the author points to SAMA, Valuation Guide, and MPAC's Methodology Guide. SAMA's Valuation Guide is the Saskatchewan Assessment Management Agency, and the reference material is from a series of valuation guides that have been adapted from the Alberta Handbook entitled Market Value and a Mass Appraisal for Property Assessment of Alberta. Established net operating incomes. The quoted material on page 2 of Altus study comes from the valuation guide for office buildings, but is also found in the valuation guide for shopping centers. The reference material outlines that the consideration given to unrecovered operating expenses in the determination of net operating income. The unrecovered operating expenses are reported to include both non-recoverable and operating expenses and vacant space shortfall. It should be noted that both these expenses are recognized in the income valuation used by the Assessment and Taxation Department for property assessments. The quoted material from SAMA Valuation Guide lists the following examples of non-recoverable expenses: legal and audit fees, structural repairs, and repairs which are capital in nature, advertising and promotion and leasing commissions. As previously mentioned, Case Law Manitoba has provided direction on allowable non-recoverable expenses. In particular, the exclusion of leasing commissions. It is the Assessment Taxation Department's position that the methodology described in material from SAMA is consistent with our own, save the described jurisdictional exceptions established in Manitoba case law. MPAC Methodology Guide is the municipal property assessment corporation in Ontario. This sourced material provides an overview from the valuation methodology used in assessing office buildings in Ontario. Similar methodology was described in MPAC guides for shopping centers, similar to material provided by SAMA. MPAC identifies the adjustments in non-recoverable operating expenses, which includes expenses not passed on to the tenant and costs of operating vacant space. The Assessment and Taxation Department's methodology of adjusting the net operating income by a vacancy shortfall and a non-recoverable expense allowance is consistent with the methodology described in MPAC's guide. Just a couple relevant facts. The Assessment and Taxation Department followed the methodology that is consistent with other jurisdictions in Canada. And point number 2, from Manitoba, there are jurisdictional exceptions determined by case law that direct which non-recoverable expenses can be included. From that, we have simply the supporting documents for the order that we quoted. So we read through them if you wish. From that point on, I think we're pretty safe that we can remove the 5%. for direct fees for operating, and direct management fees that are being recovered. The 2% we've identified as non-recoverable allowance for expenses. I think it's consistent with what we've shown, and our analysis of Altus's package shows that there's some flaws in the study, so at that point, I'm open to questions.
Gary, you're up.
Mr. Chairman, could I have about 5 minutes to review these municipal decisions? I'm familiar with most of them, but I want to.
That would be a good idea, actually, because I'd like to review some of them.
I would think more than 5 minutes.
Perhaps 10. I've read most of these, so I'll be quick.
I might not be as quick as you.
We're gonna take a break here.
Did you want me to shut off?
Yeah, you know, you might as well shut it down. Right? You, oh, you review, right?
Yeah.
Thank you, Kelsey.
Hey?
Roll call.
Rumbling?
Almost called. You get a glass of water first. I'll call the meeting back to order, and I do believe, Carrie, it's up to you for questions.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Pohl, I'm going to read the definition of value in the Municipal Assessment Act and make sure that we're on the same understanding. The Municipal Assessment Act states that value means in respect of property being assessed under this act, the amount that the property might reasonably be expected to realize if sold in the open market on the applicable reference date by a willing seller to a willing buyer. We can agree that that's our
Yes.
objective here?
Yes.
Okay. So when one is valuing the property on the income approach to value, what is creating the value at the end of the day? The net operating income is created, okay. So if I'm an investor, or if you're an investor looking at purchasing a property and you're in your due diligence, you would of course look at the historical statements to determine how the property's been performing. We can agree on that?
Yes.
At the end of the day though, and you mentioned the principle of anticipation, at the end of the day, the investor is much more interested in trying to forecast, using the principle of anticipation, how the property will perform in order to arrive at a value, correct?
Correct, but if you're looking at the way reference dates are interpreted, end of time stops on the day after that reference date, for our purposes.
So don't disagree, that's our valuation date.
Yeah.
But the valuation date applies to any appraisal. My point is this, and I think you said you would agree, that at the end of the day, what's driving value for these properties that are assessed and appraised on an income approach is the investor's perception of the performance of the property in the future.
Correct, and a lot of that is a retrospective look at how it's performed in the past leading up to the reference.
Absolutely. So you look at the history of it, and you say, okay, so this is how it's been doing in the past 2, 3, 5 years. But the real focus is, what do I think is going to happen in the future? What do market conditions look like? What do some of my tenancies look like? Are they at risk? All of these things, correct? Okay. So the DCF method, we can both agree, you're not suggesting, and we're not presenting any evidence for either of us using the DCF as a methodology, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So you had mentioned a quote from the appraisal text that we had, and to be very clear though, and I'll read directly from the quote, and Mr. Chairman and Mr. Pohl, this is at my page 25.
Where you're paid 5?
25. Yeah. So, sorry, I'm going to take this half step back. Page 24 initially, please. Page 24 at the top. The appraiser, and this is what I read earlier, the appraiser should also account for non-recoverable expenses.
Where are you?
The top
Page
of the
24 at
page.
the top. First paragraph. Should also account for non-recoverable expenses, also called non-rechargeable expenses. The most important are non-recoverable cost items to be aware of are space marking costs, which include both TIs and leasing costs, and an allowance for structural or mechanical repairs. So that was the starting point. Now you've made the suggestion in your brief that the approach was misconstrued because we're not applying a DCF, but I'm going to draw your attention now on page 25, middle of the page. And you've quoted from the, exactly from this article, all three of these non-recoverable expenses, tenant improvements, leasing costs, and replacement reserves are especially important to quantify when utilizing the DCF approach to value. It says especially important, but they're not suggesting it's not important in an OCR method, right?
No, I don't believe it explicitly saying that.
I'd suggest to you that the wording that, no doubt it is especially important, because under the DCF method, of course, you're effectively calculating an NER for each year DCF rising, correct? So, no dispute, but they're not suggesting that it isn't important using our methodology. So, and again, we have no issue with the reference date, Mr. Pohl, to be clear. We have not attempted the DCF. We're not suggesting we should. We're not attempting an NER calculation, not suggesting we should, but I'm going to suggest to you, Mr. Pohl, that the statement that, and I appreciate that this document was not necessarily written by you, but the statement made by the department, I'm going to say that the allowances for these non-recoverables has only application to the DCF is a misrepresentation of the facts or the appraisal theory set forth in that article. Now, one thing, by the by, you're right, on your page 8, my reference to EMI, let's just say very categorically right up front, that should be EGI. So the EMI that I talk about and the percentages that I've calculated are one and the very same as on your page 27, where 5% is calculated as
So
a
say that again,
percentage of effective gross income.
your page,
No, on your brief, your page
Yeah.
27,
yeah.
okay? Not the brief in chief, not the rebuttal brief.
Hold on. Okay, let's try and do this here. This one here, right?
So the initial brief filed by Mr. Polk.
Okay,
So on page 27, what's called, and I alluded to this briefly, what's called the management quote-unquote rate is 5%. That's a 5% of the effective gross income. Just to be abundantly clear, because the department's taken the time to quote my reference to EMI rather than EGI, EGI is one and the very same thing that I've calculated. So my percentages are indeed based on the effective gross income, which is the potential income minus the vacancy, in the very same methodology as is applied on page 27 for the certificate of agreement, and which was applied by the department in terms of the allowance in previous years. So, now it's interesting, the effective gross income, though, that is that is effectively a net of vacancy, but it's net of the potential net market rents and not gross rent. So this is the terminology the department's used, and I'm happy to use it, but we are talking about the same thing. Okay, so, in terms of I'm gonna go through the municipal board decisions last. I'll get through some of these other things first.
Just
The-
the page that you're on.
Actually, now I'm gonna, on page 3, of the rebuttal, the department's sort of questioning, or seems to be unclear as to whether the manual that we've attached is a City of Winnipeg manual. I'm categorically saying, yes, it is. This is lifted directly from City of Winnipeg Assessment Department records. Now, in roughly the middle of that page, page 3, the department makes a statement that this document, the 994 manual, predates when ATD started using multiple regression analysis to develop valuation models. 2006 was the first general assessment where assessment and taxation department used this technique for commercial properties. So 2006 was the first year when the CAMA model was really implemented, the multiple regression model. Is that what your department's suggesting?
Correct.
Okay, but then from 2006 all the way through 2019, so for a period of 14 years, the 5% allowance was not for what's called management, we're calling non-recoverable, was in fact allowed under this multiple regression analysis, correct?
I believe so. I started appeals in, I think, late 2010 residential, but I believe it's been 5% all the way through. I don't have any history for the 2006,
Yeah,
2010, but I believe so.
I'll suggest to you, I was actually around in 2006 in this industry at the time. I'm going to suggest yes, they have. So now we're going to go back to the municipal board cases, but and again, there's a you know what? I'll just go to page. Of rebuttal. Sorry, all references now will be to rebuttal unless I.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. So page 9 of the rebuttal. Now, and this gets to your chart, so I gather what you've done in the chart, and I won't go into it in detail right now, but the chart on page 12, what the department's done is actually removed the leasing commissions and TIs, which again, we've had as a separate column, but primarily removed the leasing commissions for certain properties to arrive at a lower percentage, correct?
Correct.
And that,
And stabilized.
well, okay, but you've got stabilized in what manner? Because there's only one number showing on each of them. Is it the 3-year average that one's applied to?
Correct.
Okay, so it is the 3-year average. So I want to talk about the average versus the median shortly as well. So the department's taken a position the leasing commissions even as a non-recoverable standard, the 5% expense, standardized expense shouldn't be allowed, based on the municipal board decisions, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the statement on page 9, there's a quote from the Basics of Real Estate Appraising just above that, starting with, additionally, no attempt has been made to stabilize the operating expenses. But, Mr. Pohl, you understand the function of our study relates to the unrecoverable expenses, correct?
Which one are you quoting?
This is page, the statement that was made on page 9 of
Okay.
Mr. Pohl's rebuttal. It's the 1, 2, 3, 4, like there's the quote from the chapter 14 of the Basic Real Estate
Yeah.
Appraisal, just above that, which is this paragraph that says, additionally, no attempt has been made to stabilizing to stabilize the operating expenses. But, Mr. Pohl, you can agree that what I had done in my chart and in the evidence that was submitted was I actually did review 3 years' worth of statements in order to arrive at a 3-year average. We can agree, at least mathematically, that's what I've done,
That's
correct?
what you did, yes.
Okay. So, at the bottom of page 9, you've got a quote from the Basics of Real Estate Appraising, pardon me. Most expenses vary from year to year. Other periodic rather than annual in character might not occur at all in a specific year. These conditions give rise to the, I'm going to say that should probably be necessity. It says necessary. These conditions give rise to the necessity for reconstructing the operating statement. The peaks and valleys of the owner's expense statement must be smoothed out by annualizing, resulting in a stabilized operating statement that shows the anticipated NOI of a property. So this is lifted out of the appraisal text. Now, recall, you can agree that certainly I had situations where in my 3-year stabilizing for all of the properties I presented, there were a number of expenses in a particular years where it was far less than 1% even. Recall that?
Yeah.
Okay, so in fact, with the peaks and valleys that this text refers to, the 3-year averages, and I understand you've chosen a median, I'll have something to ask you about that in a bit, but the 3-year average would certainly achieve an effect in stabilizing those annualizing those peaks and valleys.
Correct.
Okay. Then on pages, pardon me, 10 to 11, and I'm not going to go through this in detail either, a lot of detail either, but you use the medians, and you're suggesting the medians result in a lower percentage. So as opposed to my percentage of my chart. And don't worry about going to my chart, Mr. Chairman, I'll just quote it, and yeah, so.
Which page are you quoting in
So on page 12, the chart that you presented,
on your page?
your rebuttal, page 12.
Yep.
So you inserted the middle column in yellow, and, pardon me, the total median there is 4.78%,
Correct.
as opposed to 5.75. But in terms of the median, especially when you've got the peaks and valleys that we're talking about, where in 1 year it can be 0 and another year it could be 50%, would it not be just as fair to take a 3-year average and stabilize it, the expense based on average expenses for a period of time?
Depends on what the expense is. Is it an expense that is one occurrence that will occur again? Was it expense that is periodic for, is it a 5 years, is it 10 years?
And that's fair, and I guess
Depending
go
on what
ahead.
it is.
I guess I'd suggest, given that the majority of the expenses we're talking about, there's a few in the category if you recall, but the bulk, I can tell you from, based on the review, the bulk of the expenses will relate to leasing commissions, which are periodic rather than annual. The professional fees will come up annually, they can vary, but certainly the leasing commissions can vary significantly, which is why we've chosen the average. So in the case of a periodic expense like that, would an average not be an appropriate method to use to annualize or stabilize the expense?
Well, we removed the leasing.
No, I understand you removed it, but if you were inclined to include it as a valid non-recoverable expense, an average calculation would be appropriate, would it not, as a periodic expense?
It would depend on how many, again, it would be variable, how many CRUs are being leased up, given any given year. Is there more leasing commissions being paid in a window of time than long-term tenancy, then
I put it to you, Mr. Pohl, that an average is a completely valid and actually preferable method than a median where you've got periodic expenses. Now, the jurisdictional exceptions. So let's go through these municipal board orders that you've attached.
Now you're going to,
Now, it's Mr. Paul's rebuttal brief.
okay,
And again, I'm familiar, with one exception, I was familiar with these orders. So, Mr. Pohl, the department's position very clearly is that the municipal board has stated on a number of occasions that TIs and leasing commissions specifically should not be included in any way, shape, or form, and therefore the allowance that we're suggesting is not appropriate, correct?
Correct.
That's it in a nutshell? Okay.
TIs, free rent, tenant inducements, tenant allowances, any way you
Yeah,
want.
sure, yeah, okay. So let's turn firstly to the first order, 05, A05018, and now I'm going to go, I'm gathering your page numbering started again, okay.
You can
So
just
it's-
refer to the page number of the order, might be easier.
Okay, well, it's page 3 of the order 050018, which is page 3 of the attachments. So, in this case, on the last paragraph, it states, Mr. David Saunders considered a rental rate of $6.42 a square foot reasonable. This amount reflected the contract rent adjusted for 1 month per year free rent payable under the multi-year lease for the premises, signing the reference here. And then on the next page, that's page 4 of both the order and the attachments. In the first paragraph, the second sentence, third sentence, sorry. However, consistent with the board's established practice of disregarding leasing incentives when calculating rental income, the board is not prepared to make adjustments to the contract rent suggested by Mr. Saunders. Though that's what the board stated, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now, in this case though, and I'm gonna suggest to you, Mr. Pohl, this goes to the calculation of effectively an NER. Because what Mr. Saunders was doing, if you read the paragraph on page 3, is he was actually deducting the free rent directly off the face rent shown on the lease, correct? Based on that wording?
That's what it appears, yes.
And in fact, what the board said is the board is not prepared to make adjustment to the contract rent as suggested by Mr. Saunders, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if we move now to, it starts at your appendices, page 7, and it's order A05-017. So first of all, and the board members, if you could turn to that.
Second page. Sorry, what page are you, page
So
7?
we'll start with page 7, which is the start of order number A5-017.
Okay.
Now, on page, okay, so it's page 5 of that order, which is page 11 of your appendix attachment. So if we can go to page 5 of the order, please, A05017. What the board's, pardon me, what the board said in that case in the first full paragraph there is the board is prepared to accept a management expense when it is clear that management-related costs have either not been recovered at all or only partially recovered. We can agree that's what the board said in that case, correct? Okay, and it doesn't say management fees, it says management-related costs, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So then, if we go to order number, pardon me, and I apologize for the call. Order number A99026, which starts at Mr. Pohl's appendices, page number 13. So, in that order, if we could turn, now I'm going to refer to the board order page number, pardon me, page number 5 of that board order. Again, under tenant inducements, which is item number 4 in the middle of page 5 of the order, the assessor did not permit any deduction for tenant inducements. The owner's agent says that it was necessary to offer tenant inducements, being leasehold improvements or money for leasehold improvements, or in some cases free rent, simply to commence tenancy. The owner's agent says that the board's past policy not allowing tenant inducements is wrong and ought not to be continued. Now, what the owner, what the agent there was asking for was to remove the tenant inducements, correct?
Correct.
Now I'm going to page, it starts at your appendix, page number 23. This was the case I was not familiar with, But it starts at your appendix, page number 23. Then if I could ask Mr. Poole, you and the board members to turn to page 14 of the order. So that's the, So, again, on page 14 in the second, there's two big paragraphs there. In the second paragraph, it is the fourth sentence, states that the rent used by Mr. DuPont for the restaurant was based on the deduction of an amount for free rent.
Sorry, wait, let me check.
This is how many, so in that second paragraph, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, this is starting at the sixth line down. So the rent used by Mr. DuPont for the restaurant was based on the deduction of an amount for free rent. The board has consistently taken the position that tenant inducements, including free rent, do not reflect the market and will be given no weight. So again, Mr. DuPont in that case was deducting the values off the rent itself to arrive at something closer to an NER, correct?
Okay, correct.
And then if we move to your appendices, page number 39, which is board order A97 to 80. And, pardon me, if we go to page 3 of the order, and in the fourth paragraph, starting with the fourth paragraph, in the, bless you, in the third sentence, pardon me, the owner claims that all of the tenant costs, which included tenant improvements, leasing commissions, and leasing incentives in 1990-91, should be allowed as expenses in determining the 91 market value by the income method. So all of them. The owner in that case is asking for all of those deductions in full. And then on the last paragraph, we can agree that the board said this question has been dealt with by the board in several recent orders, in particular A94196, and where the position was ultimately abandoned. And then moving to page 4, and in municipal board order A97065, the board is satisfied that it is not properly reduced value to reflect tenant inducements. And again, this was a case where the owner was asking for 100% of those allowances, the tenant improvements, leasing commissions, and incentives, and tenant costs to be removed from the rent that they were applying, correct?
Correct.
So, I will have more to state about this in my response to this rebuttal, but those are my questions, Mr. Chairman.
Do you have any questions?
No.
Do you have any questions, Cynthia?
Sorry. Just a lot of paper here, I'm just gonna go back. I just had one. So on your page number 3 of your rebuttal, at the top you state that your methodology is consistent with SAMA and MPAC. Then I just want some clarification on what you mean by consistent in terms of, because then when you get to page 14 at the bottom, you say you follow, again, you state the same thing, that it's consistent, but then there are jurisdictional exceptions determined by case law. So I'm just trying to,
Just
So-
tenant inducements, free rent, leasing commission, tenant
Allowance, like, that gets removed in the analysis.
which is not necessarily consistent with what's being stated, what's being done elsewhere.
It's consistent with the exception of.
With the exception,
original.
so, okay, yeah,
So
okay.
that's why.
But that's, it seems a little misleading here, but okay. Okay, that's it, thanks.
On your page 3, under management adjustments at the bottom where Mr. Ferguson puts his ruling, Mr. Ferguson said there should be no deduction allowed for management expenses in this case.
Yeah,
So he was referring to specifically this case,
yes,
correct?
correct.
So he's saying other cases it would be okay if there is an actual, because therefore, clearly a full recovery under the terms of the lease, therefore will not be no deduction permitted. So because the lease showed that there was a full recovery, that's why he said,
Correct. And what
He was
we're showing
ruling
is
away.
predominantly the marketplace as a marketplace
Yeah.
recoveries these. So if you have, if you're doing market value and you have an isolated property that doesn't recover it, should we be applying it? My suggestion would be no, because the marketplace as a whole, that's what we're doing, market value.
so do we have to ask the question on each one whether market is being recovered or not?
As far as our marketplace analysis,
No,
Uh,
each file that comes before us. Or do we know if the market?
we should all be checking the IDs to see what's actually going on in the property. But as far as our marketplace analysis, I'm coming here today with a marketplace analysis.
Okay, and you've used some of his on your page 12. You took some of Altus's information.
Correct, the chart?
Yeah, your EMI for 3 years using a median,
Yeah.
4.78. That's basically rounded to 5.
I'm,
Are you saying we should use the median, 5?
I'm saying that this is what it's calculated out to be recovered. Maybe I'm not interpreting the question.
Okay, this is, you did the calculations here.
This whole package was prepared by
Yeah.
management, I reviewed it.
So page 12,
Page 12, yes.
you're using his information,
Yeah.
and you came up to a different number than he did.
Correct.
But
At
your
4.7.
number is coming in at 4.78,
Yes.
which is 5% rounded.
5% rounded, yes.
So that would be a factual number?
Yes, that's based on the department's analysis of the information that we reviewed,
So-
that we could review.
And that would be the management fees, the 4.78.
Yeah. So basically, we're not in contention from, at least from operating management fees. We're saying that this is roughly what they are, and that they're being recovered by, predominantly by the entire marketplace. I think, as far as the operating management fee goes, Altus and the department aren't at odds on that. We agreed, they've agreed in theirs,
Only he's saying it's better to be at the average, and you're saying it's better to be at the median. So you're off by a touch, but not enough to worry. So you're saying that the problem is not this percentage, 5%. You're saying nobody should have the 5 at all.
For operating management fees, yes. I think the hiccup here is, are you defining operating management fees as arguably 4, 8%, 5%, whatever? What we're saying is that rate is being recovered, so it's not, we're not taking it off. Altus is also saying that, from my understanding, that they're agreeing on that, but they're saying there are additional fees that it should be higher percentage for. And that's where their argument comes back into play, if I'm interpreting it.
So you're saying that they should actually calculate what that percentage should be for each one, because it shouldn't be 5%. Because you're okay with the 3% that one of the ones did. Are you
That-
saying each one should be calculated separately? Instead of the 5% we used to do, you're now saying we're eliminating the 5%. So
Yeah,
should there be a management
Maybe I'll
fee?
back it up. What I'm saying is the principle of the marketplace recovers this 5%.
The principal, where does it show it in there?
On all our revenue rolls that we review, all our income and expense data roll, and all the information that we receive from the tenants. And that's not a point of contention, I don't think, from us or Altus. So hopefully we are on the same page on that. What they're saying there is, my understanding from Altus's presentation is there is additional fees on top of that 5%. And we put it at 2%. Altus is saying it should be an additional 5% and a 2%. A better way of looking at it, from what maybe it's just on the way that I'm seeing it, but if I was in Altus's position, should it not be reviewed as management fee and other, should it just be one term as in non-operating, non-recoverable operating expenses at 7% or at 8% or at 6%, whatever that may be? That might be a better way to look at it, but from my perspective is that operating management fee is being recovered in virtually every role that I look at. So we've removed it from analysis, because that is the marketplace.
Now, some of these that you brought back go back to 1997, 2005. What took you so long to do it?
As far as,
Doing this 5%? What brought it upon us today that we're dropping the 5 points?
that would be management decision, after their due diligence of reviewing the last number of cycles, and at this point, we're choosing to implement it. If you're asking me what was the trigger point, why not last assessment cycle, I wasn't involved in that.
Sorry, just to back up to what you said a minute ago, is your, like, you said the 2%, that Aldous is saying that there should be another 5% included in that, and you're saying it's included in the 2, but is your position not that that 5% that they're talking about shouldn't be included at all?
Right. What I'm
Okay.
saying is that
So it should
5%
be just-
operating management fee is typical from what we're seeing on the average. That as a marketplace is being paid for by the tenant, and that expense is not being
Okay,
incurred.
but
by
outside of the
owner.
recoverable case issue, you're bringing forward that some, these items that they're actually saying are different than what management fee used to be considered, shouldn't be they just shouldn't be included. Is
Yeah,
that
no,
not your
we-
position?
Yeah, at least, I thought it was very clear.
Yeah, well, you did before, but then what you
Yeah,
said
and
a
that's
minute
what
ago
the
sort
chart,
of.
and that's what the chart
Okay.
shows, like, if you're looking at here, you're using the median, gets you to basically almost 5%.
And now you've removed it in the, yeah,
What we're also taking off,
Yeah.
what Altus is including, and then your non-recoverable expenses, which we're allowing for 2%, comes in at 2.6, 1.1, 0.92, 3.82, 0.82, 0.36, 1.57.
so it's not a matter of being
So it works out
included
to
in the
be
2%,
approximately
it's
one-
removed from the 2%,
It's removed,
thank you,
yes.
that's,
Now you got me. What's removed from the 2%?
the items that Altus is,
But the 4.78 is the EMI.
it was
on-
never in the 2%, right?
No,
No.
no.
Yeah.
No, it was never in the 2%.
No, I know.
2% was,
It's, yeah, okay, I was just clarifying what you said, it's fine, I'm good.
So we're going on terminology then, we're,
I'm still confused on, to be quite honest, I'm confused with the, you're saying Altus says that the 5% on the median is not what they're after an extra 5% somewhere else? Is that correct? Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, briefly, if we can go back to the first page of my submission on this issue. Because this is the terminology that's, in our opinion, been confusing boards at both levels for a long time. This isn't a management fee expense. It is not. It is an expense for unrecoverable expenses relating to the proper management and operation of the building. Management-related expenses is set forth by that municipal board decision. So and Mr. Pohl is exactly right. We're not disputing that the pure term, management fees, you hire Colliers or Cushman to manage your building. They're gonna charge you X amount of dollars. Those management fees, and this is the true term, those are management fees paid to a third-party manager for the day-to-day operations of your building. Those, when you've got a typical net lease, at least some, if not usually all of those expenses are recovered. We don't dispute that. It's got nothing to do with this, nothing whatsoever to do with this. What we're saying is, okay, recall that the 1994 manual talks about the expenses that aren't recovered, the tenants on net leases, that got scrunched into this management expense. That's not right. Management fees are not in dispute. The unrecovered expenses related to the proper management of a building, that's exactly what we're talking about, and within that, notwithstanding Mr. Pohl's concerns about concerning the leasing commissions as a result of the municipal board decisions. Leasing commissions are the single biggest. There's other ones, the professional fees, marketing, advertising, sometimes asset management fees, but leasing commissions form the bulk of it. Those are unrecoverable in every case from your tenants. Even if they're on triple net lease, your tenants are not paying the leasing commissions for filling the space. So, part of proper management of a building if you assume I've got a couple of tenants in my building that are on 5-year terms, but they're gonna renew forever, and I'm gonna be able to do it myself, and nothing will ever change, well, then in that scenario, you can assume you'll never pay leasing commissions, and you'll be a foolhardy investor. It's just not gonna happen. Tenants leave, tenants go bankrupt, tenants move up, tenants move down, and there's always spaces to lease or release or renew. So to suggest, and I don't think Mr. Pohl's suggesting that an investor would assume 0 leasing commissions for the rest of the life of the building as long as he had it. I think what they're suggesting is the municipal board has said you shall not deduct leasing commissions, and I'm not disagreeing with what the decision said. I'm going to talk to you about that in a second, or in a few minutes, based on my questions of Mr. Pohl. But fundamentally, management fees, no dispute, it's not even an issue here. They are typically recovered. Non-recoverable expenses relating to the management of the building, i.e. leasing commissions, that's what we're talking about here.
Can I
So-
just
Yeah,
interject
please.
for a second? 'Cause
I-
it seems
I
like there's
really-
some, I wanna make sure we're on the
Yep,
same page.
yep.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Arnold. What we're saying is that 5% general marketplace percentage of operating management fees is recovered. We're good on that, right?
For the pure management fees related to your hiring a
So
third party
moving forward
manager.
from that, you review your expenses,
Mhm.
and what you're saying is it should still be the 2% other, or structural reserve as you were calling it, plus an additional 5%.
Well, not the additional, the 5% that was in place to cover the non-recoverable, right? So the 5% relates to the non-recoverable expenses.
So what you're saying is, at any point in time, Altus for all these years did not view that 5% as a management recovery?
We have always considered it to be part of the I mean, in some cases, property management is not recovered if you're on a tenant with a lease or a semi-gross lease, a gross lease or a semi-gross lease, or if there's provision for something less, but the true nature of the expense is relating to the unrecoverable expenses that we've shown on our
Okay, I
chart.
think we're making a bit ahead here, I'm just making sure. My next lead-in would be, you qualified it there. Going back, just to clarify, and correct me if I'm wrong, management, we are giving 5% from our interpretation, what we've said management fees, operating fees. That's why we haven't seen all this taking that and then asking for an additional 5% plus 2%.
Well, we've never suggested 5 plus 5 plus 2.
Because that 5% would have been the
The
additional.
assumption
So,
is that there's recoveries
The
for pure
assumption-
management fees.
Okay, so I think that's, hopefully I highlighted that. It was always, as we indicated, an operating fee allowance. We've reviewed it for a number of years. Now we chose to remove it because it's recovered by the tenants. Now the issue comes down to simply, that's how I was getting back, should we just simply have one category as non-recoverable operating expenses at 7%, if that's your argument, rather than the 2 and the 5?
We've distinguished between, because of what's historically been done, we've distinguished between the other, and Mr. Pohl's right, I'm characterizing the other as relating exclusively to structural. And there's a small chart I put in our materials, if you recall. I believe the 2% is very justified. We've characterized it as the 5% is relating to non-recoverable, just as you said. So rather than saying, 7% overall, if the board was inclined to do that, no problem. I mean, the data's in there on both counts, both the non-recoverable and the structural, that would fully justify the 7%, but we were, as a total, but we were certainly focused on, because the department has kept the 2% in, we're focused on the 5% proper allowance, which we're submitting, with greatest respect to Mr. Pohl's suggested, we're submitting the original plan was and always has been as a deduction for non-recoverable expenses, a stabilized deduction. Not a dollar for dollar deduction, far from it, but a stabilized deduction for non-recoverable expenses. That's the bottom line.
Do you want to wrap up on this issue now?
I think we already did.
I think he wants to wrap up.
I
on
wasn't
this.
sure he was
Yeah,
finished.
he's not done yet. He's
Oh,
gonna,
that wasn't my summation, that was
Yeah, I know,
sort of
I
a
know.
cross-examination that led into a discussion.
Yeah.
yeah, so do your summation.
Oh,
I'm done.
Okay, done.
okay.
His turn.
Yeah.
So I'm going to refer, with Mr. Pohl's rebuttal, I'm going to refer the board to one of the 2 key concepts. It's his appendix page number 11.
Appendix page.
Appendix page number 11. So the small numbers in the lower left corner.
Yeah.
and that is page 5 of Municipal Board Decision AO 5017.
Yes.
This I want to highlight. It says in that first full paragraph on that page, the board is prepared to accept, and they call it a management expense, I'll talk about that, but a management expense when it is clear that management-related costs have either not been recovered at all or only partially recovered. That is what we've demonstrated, that's the evidence we've provided to the board, not the management fee, the management-related expenses, leasing commissions, professional fees, advertising, marketing, sometimes asset management fees. So Mr. Pohl, and rightly so, they brought up, and I anticipated that they would bring up the decisions, but recall my questions of Mr. Pohl relating to these orders. In every case, what the applicant was seeking was effectively an NER calculation, a full deduction, dollar for dollar of all of these things off the top line rent to get to what amounts to an NER, a net effective rent. That is specifically not what we're doing here. We're saying there's huge fluctuations in the, as we've shown in our materials, huge fluctuations in the unrecoverable expenses that relate to the management of the building. So we're stabilizing, or coming up with averages, and a stabilized average, notwithstanding Mr. Pohl's preference for a median, I believe an average is the more appropriate route, given that these can spike and go down very, very quickly. The stabilized average for all of these 32 properties over a 3-year span to come to an annualized figure was 7.42%. The median, if you choose to use it, was 5.75%. We're not, if we were suggesting to this board that we would be taking dollar for dollar all the free rent, all the tenant inducements, whether it was an improvement allowance or a moving inducement or just a cash allowance, all of the leasing commissions. If we were taking that off dollar for dollar from the top line, our NOI would look a whole lot different than it does. It has absolutely nothing to do with those requests that were made in these orders. We're simply asking for the demonstrable, non-recoverable fees at a reasonable level, which 5%, we're not disagreeing with what the department has done historically. We believe that's it's conservative, but we believe it's an appropriate level for that non-recoverable expense allowance, and it should be restored. As Mr. Pohl and I think both agree, we are to value the property. You have to look at the history. That's the purpose of providing you with a 3-year history, but ultimately an investor is going to look at the asset and say, what is this asset going to do in the future? What's going to happen? What's my NOI going to look like? The principle of anticipation, which Mr. Pohl brought up. Well, part of that forecasting, as of the reference date, they're not going to say, only a foolhardy investor would say, I'm never going to have leasing commissions again. It's never going to happen. I'm going to be totally full and they're all just going to renew tickety-boo and no cost. That would be foolhardy, obviously. So it's these expenses that are going to come up and they have to be taken into account, not dollar for dollar, not NER, but as a stabilized figure of 5% of the EGI, pardon me, as has been done in the past. Thank you for your time.
Are you done with your questions, or you have some more questions?
No, I think we kind of covered it. We're not including free rent, we're not including tenant inducements, we're not including leasing commissions or tenant allowances. We've removed that from the analysis. We're using a median, not an average, and we're not taking expenses that are one time, that are supposed to be amortized over the leasehold period or a 10-year horizon. There's a bit of fluctuation there.
Do you have any questions? Do you have any questions?
No, I'm good, thanks.
I got all kinds of them, but I think I'm questioning them.
If it helps you, if there's a lot of paper that each one submitted, it's all there, it's all written concisely. I think they did a good job of presenting their information. I think we did a good job of presenting our information. And I think you have enough.
It almost feels like you're both after the 5 points, but where it goes, and the expenses is where everybody seems to want to see it.
Well, your interpretation of the term management fee is very
So
different.
if we were to,
Is basically what I'm coming down to.
basically, if we were to take the expenses and shoot them up by the 5%,
But they're including what I just excluded as part of the cost.
but you didn't, you took them up, and you got 4.78% as a median.
Yeah, because we took the tenants, we took all that out.
You did take it out, and you still came up with basically rounded 5%.
Yeah.
I guess, Mr. Chairman, again, my only comment would be that municipal board quote that I said it's management related, it's not
Yeah.
management fees, so.
Yes, managed.
Thank you again. We're all set and wait. I have no questions.
No, we're gonna have a nice, healthy discussion on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and now we gotta go to you to finish it. We're not done yet.
Oh, no, we have lots.
We're still on the first one.
Yep.
You gotta deal with your side of it.
I need 5 minutes, if that's okay.
Hmm?
Love to hear you present the document.
Yeah.
You want 5 minutes? The actual time is 12:08. You need 5 minutes?
Yeah, 5 minutes. Go through that.
Thank you,
Yeah.
everybody.
See you, Sandra. Yeah.
Or do you guys wanna grab a bite to eat? You all done that?
So,
Hmm?
I'll just do this at
we're
once.
done with that.
Get a new password.
You might not have one. We'll see.
Done with that.
Ready? Call the meeting back to order. You're up.
Okay, if I could ask the board to turn to page 2, just a picture of the subject property. Now, the current assessment is 98 million in total.
We're not in contention on that.
Broken down by the city at 94,532,000 taxable and 3,468,000 exempt. We're requesting a taxable portion of 76,960,000 and an exempt portion of 2,841,000. So we're roughly at 79 million as opposed to the 98. Next page, on page 3, is the site plan of the subject property. Page 4, subject property is located at 333 St. Mary. Subject property consists of retail, office, parking, and storage areas. Some major tenants are Farmer Plus Drug Mart, Boston Pizza Restaurant, the Shark Club, and Manitoba Public Insurance. Original property was first constructed in 1916, has had several additions, renovations, and changes over the last 90 years. For the 2020 assessment, the assessors calculated a variant age of 1977 for the entire site. And I'll just go right to page 6. We've broken it down the same as the assessment department. We have the OFB, the office portion, then we'll have the shopping center portion and the parking area. For the OFB, for the office area, the city has broken the office portion into taxable and exempt. The exempt portion consists of the city Winnipeg space at 11,041 square feet and Little Wheels daycare space at 11,260 square feet, for a total of 22,301 square feet. For the taxable portion, the city uses a leasable area of 336,176 square feet. Altus has the same leasable area for the exempt portion. For the taxable portion, Altus has a leasable area of 324,995 square feet. And ours is based on the subject rent roll. Now, our rent roll doesn't actually have a line on it for Little Wheels daycare, which is an additional 11,000, which would bring us up to closer to what the assessor is using for leasable area. The Little Wheels daycare space we got going back to 2011, there was a rent roll when they first moved in there, and that was the space that we had. They actually took space out of the parkade to put the daycare in. Okay, potential marketing, rent. City of Winnipeg Assessment Department displayed an average April 2008 net rent of $12.88 to the exempt portion. For the taxable portion, they have assigned a net rent of $11.85 per square foot. On page 7, we feel that the best indicator of property's fee simple market potential is the arm's length rents in place. Reference date. The city of Winnipeg was paying $13.50 in Little Wheels daycare. We've used a market rent of $11 for an overall rent of $12.24 per square foot. It's a government-run daycare. It's open first for all Manitoba Public Insurance employees, and then after that portion, it'll go to the private sector if they have spaces available, which they don't, because I tried to get my grandson in there, and that's because I wasn't a government employee, I couldn't get in there. For the taxable portion, we have shown the rents that are in place, and we come up with an overall value of $11.63 a square foot. So for the office portion, we'll use an overall leasable area of 347,296 at 1167, as opposed to the assessor's 358,477 square feet at 1192. Vacancy allowance, the subject property has been applied a Class B office vacancy allowance of 90%. This rate will be used in our valuation. For shortfall, the City of Winnipeg Assessment Department suggested its valuation of income producing properties model a shortfall rate of $11 per square foot for Class B office buildings. The actual recoverable expenses in 2017 were approximately $16 a square foot, and a shortfall rate of at least $16 should be applied. Non-recoverable, we've already gone over that with Mr. Reimer. For capitalization rate, the property has been applied an April 2018 capitalization rate of 6.75. Subject property was originally built in 1916 and consists of office, retail, and parking. For the 2018 assessment appeal, the Board of Revision agreed with Altus and used a cap rate of 7.5%. Based on market research, we found the following brokers. So if you look under the pink columns there, Colliers has Class B going from 6.25 to 7.25, CBR is 6.5 to 7, and Cushman is 6.25 to 6.75. On page 9, the Colliers Q1 18 Canada rate report states the office sector is expected to see some changes as we move through 2018. Tower 1 of True North Square continues to lease up during construction and is expected to be completed in late 2018. The result of this additional office space will most likely be increased vacancy within the downtown and downward pressure for rental Class A buildings located in Portion, Maine. Cap rates are expected to remain steady during the coming quarter. As from the chart, the above cap rates for downtown office buildings range from 6.25 to 7.25. Based on the age and mix of the property, we will use a cap rate of 7% for the office tower. I don't think there was any cap rate studies that I could find anyway that were for a property that had an office tower attached to a shopping center, attached to a parkade. So I feel that 7% would be a better indicator for the capitalization rate. For the shopping center portion, City of Winnipeg Assessment Department supplied an average April 2008 net rent of $20.88 per square foot to a leasable area of 130,295 square feet of concourse space. The actual income attained in the reference year with market rents applied to vacant space is $2,593,765 based on 133,888 square feet of leasable area at $19.37. It should be noted that Kohl's and Carlton Cards pay only percentage rent with no contribution for expenses. As I mentioned in the cost against Mr. Pohl there, these ones are available for rent if somebody wants their spaces. The owners would love to have an actual lease in place and just a percentage rent. It's been like that for, I think, decades now. So on page 10, I've shown the rents that are in place and the vacancy rates that I've used, and they range from a low of 10 to a high of 25, I think it is. Yeah, to a high of $15.
$22.
Pardon me?
22.
Do I have a red one at 22?
Oh, no red, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
24 for Shark Club.
Well, I meant for the vacancies I got in red.
Oh.
Those are the reds I used for the vacancy.
Okay.
Now, the subject property has been applied a community shopping center allowance of 5%. The actual vacancy was 7.1 in 2016 and 7.8 in 2017. For our report, we have used 7%. Should also be noted that Kohl's and Carlton clubs are on percentage rate only and could be considered vacant and first lease. Shortfall rate, the city has applied $25 to the subject property and we will be using that in our valuation. Non-recoverables, we've gone through that. Capitalization rate, the property has been applied a 6.75 capitalization rate. The only other shopping center in the area is Portage Place at 393 Portage, which has a capitalization rate over 8%. Last cycle, the Board of Revision agreed to a 2016 capitalization rate for the shopping center portion at 7.5. For this report, we will use a capitalization rate of 7%. Parking, there's a total of 465 parking stalls in the subject property. They are a mix of heated and unheated, monthly and transient. For the 2020 assessment, the assessor each used 497 stalls and a net monthly rent of $139.50 per stall, and capitalized the net operating income at 7% for a 2020 assessment of $11,758,000. We have reviewed the financials and have valued the parking using actual revenues and expenses. Our workup is as follows. They broke it down into two sections. You have 298 stalls and 167 stalls. So that's for the total of 465 stalls. The total gross was $1,269,284. And after we remove R&M, hydro, gas, property management fee, repairs and maintenance, contract parking expenses, security, etc., we end up with a net 2017 parking income of $645,507 or $116 per stall per month. Based on that, the 2017 parkade assessment was $6,594,000, and that equals $355 in taxes. So when we took out the $165,075, it was based on the 2017 property assessment. So based on our actual net income for parking, the 2018 market value of the parking is $9,247,000. Page 13 is a summary of the three. As you can see, we've used 7% on all of them. We've used 5% for non-recoverable expenses. Well, actually, okay, ours shows for the parking structure, we have used 0%. And for OFB and for the shopping center, we've used 7%, which is a combination of our 5% for non-recoverables and the 2% structural. All in all rounded, the value is $79,801,000. And that is our presentation. I'm open for questions.
Questions?
Yes. On your page 7, you indicate that MPI occupies the predominant amount of the office building.
Yes,
MPI is owner occupied, correct?
yes.
So these rents in place aren't actual arm's length rents, these are book rents.
I'm not sure. I didn't ask them whether they were book or whether they were actual market rents. It's from a 2013 leases.
You would agree that they're owner occupied, so we shouldn't be looking at them for analysis.
No, I don't agree. I compared it to other ones. We actually have other ones coming up on this hearing that for that much space, it's always around that 1150.
So, maybe I'll rephrase it. If this, you're not valuing based on what the reporting you're seeing out in the marketplace, it seems similar to what the reporting.
I'm basing on what they reported, but I say when I look at the market, it's comparable.
But indeed, that's not an arm's length rent. For any
I'm
other
not-
API spaces.
I'm not sure what they used when they came up with the rent. Whether it's
If they're owner occupied, it can't be an arm's length rent.
unless Tribal-Vest has been managing the property all these years, unless they gave them a study that says here's what you should charge. They've done that in the past with their parking rates, because Hydro rents a bunch of heated spots in there. So I know that they do use the market.
Okay. Would you consider foot traffic or commercial traffic through this building, pedestrian traffic, high, low compared to other properties?
I
Like
don't know
an
other
OFB or-
properties, but it's attached to the
It's on the skywalk.
NTS center, yeah.
There's a large influx of events, NHL,
Yeah. I also know that they have a lot of people that they don't want.
and you have high traffic tenants that need to be there, such as Shark Club, Tim Hortons, McDonald's. These are
Shark
all-
Club is gonna be busy because it's a casino.
So these are places that, for a tendency to occur, need a lot of traffic coming through. A lot of paying customers coming through.
Well, I'm not sure what you mean. If it's an
You mean
office
if-
building, you don't need a lot of people coming through. If it's a shopping center, it would help.
Tim's doesn't go when there's low traffic. McDonald's doesn't go when there's low traffic, right?
But Tim's can be
Same.
in the bottom of an office building, and you'll get the traffic just from the office building. The shopping center, I don't think it
What I'm saying
benefits.
is there are draws for people to come in, right?
It
And if
is,
they
but
couldn't
it's
get the
not-
amount of commercial traffic coming through for paying.
Yeah, I don't think, I can personally say that I don't think the shopping center, the draw people are going through there is helping it at all, because you have tenants in there that are on percentage rents. You have a whole section that's for a farmer's market, which is again gonna be completely empty.
That's just a couple spaces.
A couple of places, Mr. Poole, you and I have done this building before.
Yes, I
The
have.
vacancy on this building, on the shopping
walked
center,
through it.
has been extreme compared to other shopping centers.
All right, next page would be page 11. Last sentence. We have reviewed the financials and have valued the parking using actual revenues and expenses.
Yes, the only thing that's different is I added for property taxes.
Your net incomes
page 13. We have an overall of 5.5 approximately million for net income for the overall. You have for the commercial shopping center at 2, you have for the OFB at 2.9, and you have the parkade at approximately 650,000.
Correct.
Have you reviewed the income expense questionnaire that was submitted to the city? It was part of my brief.
I use the ones that I have.
If the panel would like to turn to my page, starting at my page I guess it'd be 26, 20, 27, 29, or sorry, 28. My apologies. We have the INE that was submitted, our form that we sent out. It was not included, it was not filled out. What was included instead was 2 operating statements, income statements, starting at page 30. Like I pointed out, the first 2 pages, I can't make any rational sense, more of an accounting page for the coding. But on page 32, starts with the income statement that was submitted to us. And if you look at the appellant's income statement, you can see how it is different. There appears to be 2 different operating statements. On your statement, you have the retail mall separated, office section separated, parking lot, and I know this for a fact because I reviewed it with your management as part of my municipal board appeals for 2012 and 2014 for the parkades that I've handled. Parking lot, parking lot, and they categorize it as 298, and parking lot 167. Those are actually the same. What they did is basically show the stall counts for each section of the parkade, correct?
Well,
Which page are you on?
I'm sorry, they're page 37.
37 of the appellant's brief, thank you.
So it is,
Page 7 of the account.
correct. So they break that out, and they also break out.
Oh, page 7,
They
okay.
break out the daycare, and then they have a nice summary for city place totals on the right side of the page.
yeah, I'm not sure what page, did you say page
You're
7? or
page 37.
Oh,
37.
37, yeah.
Sorry, Mayor. I'll wait for everybody to catch up.
Okay, well, the parking stalls,
That's-
167.
Right.
That's in the basement of 333 St. Mary, that's where Hydro is. It used to be used as space for Manitoba Public Insurance, used as a printing room and storage room. When Hydro was putting up their new tower, they needed additional parking spaces, so they made a parking spot underneath there.
Okay, and this is what I was getting back to, so if I can continue on with my questions. For the 2014 appeal, for the 2 parkades that we've handled, and for 299 Ford, which I've handled, which never made it to appeal at the municipal board, I actually called and did a study on these, at this parkade. The owner, the manager could not give me all the information I needed. He then referred me back to yourself, and then you referred me to Marcelo. Part of my questioning to the appellant, or to the owner, to the manager at that point, would be these lots, was one section of the parkade dedicated to NPI at a lesser rate?
I'm not
For the
that-
parking?
not that I'm aware of.
So the not that you're aware of? So, as you're indicating, Hydro rents the entire section for the 167 stalls?
Correct. That's from my understanding. I inspected the building with Nicholas Ruda back when they first did that.
Is that 167 stall section open to after hour or day parking?
I don't know that. It's not open for transient parking.
Okay, so that would be inclusive of Hydro leasing out the entire section of the parkade for their employees around the clock?
I don't know if it's still Hydro, but it was at the time when they first made that
So you
section.
don't know that?
I don't know who rents there now, I don't know.
So you don't know, okay, so for this economic cycle, you're not sure if that is the case?
I know that's just the area, but I don't know who rents it.
Okay. As you can see, one second here. If we flip back to page 35, which is the starting point of the IMU, and make reference to there not being any.
This is your 35?
No, his 35. And I'll make reference to there not being parking information on the INE that we received, and that this is a separate INE, or income statement, I should say, income statement, that is more redefined and appropriate for analysis. Can you please look to see how the parkade income is coming in, or their total income
approximately $850,000 for the one section of the parkade and $420,000 for the other section of the parkade, which produces a total income of approximately, including a bit of miscellaneous income of approximately $3.347 million.
Where's this, the 3 million, 3.4? Are we talking parking only, or
Yeah, what I'm trying to show is here, right?
it says parking is 849 and 420?
No, your total income for the parking monthly is $298,000 for one section installed at $298. And then your transient parking, your event parking, your after hours parking,
What line is that on?
sorry, lines number 3115 and 3120.
You know, I understand that, I just don't know if you're suggesting that the total parking is 3,000,003.
No. I'm trying to get to be what the actual parking income is, because we don't have it on our actual.
Well, it's on page 12, I've taken.
On my,
it's on
the
here.
income, let me be clear, the income statement that the owner submitted, management submitted to us, does not include any parking information, other than what I highlighted, the parking expense at $942. So, when we're reviewing this, we see the income as the net operating income as it's reported, and ours is almost bang on with it. But after looking at your income statement, we see that the parking income is there and broken out in a way that we can decipher. So, if I'm looking at the rental income, are you not looking at approximately $49,000 for the section of parkade for 298 stalls?
Yes, that's all on my page 12.
Yeah, and then the other stuff, and then the other parking lot, which you're unsure if that is simply a hydro lease or if it's in place anymore, or if that's open to transient parking, which it doesn't show that it's open to
No, there's no
transient parking.
transient there.
So that would be $420,000.
Correct.
So if we go down to, this is where I'm coming to. If you look at page 38.
Which page 38?
On their brief. So if we're looking at here, total non-recurring operating expenses at $1.5 million total for the entire.
That's non-recoverable, right?
Non-recoverable, right, so that's what owner has to pay, or owner has to take on. We then come to the total property expenses, which is inclusive of the non-operating expenses. When you back that out, the net operating income appears to be north of $8 million.
Negative.
Yeah, north of.
But how is it negative? How are you reporting a negative NOI in that? So,
Well, if I go to.
so is that truly a negative, or is that just simply the way that they're accounting for it?
Well, go to page 35.
35.
It shows the income there, it shows 6,958,000. That would be for the retail and office.
Yeah, and then you add back in the $125,000 of free rent,
Well,
on our opinion.
Your opinion, I'm
You
not
disagree with that?
adding it, no. And then, so then you've got percentage rent, so you're now up to 7,170,000.
Yeah,
Then you add in 3,347,000,
correct.
so that's roughly $10 million,
Right.
10.4. Then you take away expenses of 11 million something. You, at best,
So you're saying that this property is operating at a negative,
Yes.
an operating income of approximately $8 million a year?
I'm just going by what it says on here.
But that's my point. When we're looking at it, it would be unrealistic to think that that's a negative net operating income consistently reported every year. What I'm looking at is parking and the other income of approximately $10.5 million for the potential gross income, correct? Starting point?
Potential gross, yeah.
So as we go through the I&E, there's other operating expenses reported, there's other costs reported. As you go through all the I&E, you come back down to it. The only thing that they're showing that's non-recoverable is 1.57 million. Right?
According to this, yes.
And
But I guess
so,
at the same
so
time.
what I'm saying is, all the rest of the expenses are being recovered.
I don't think so.
Which which would lead to, not operating income, if you adjust it for the free rent coming back in about 8.5 million.
Well, I disagree with that. I mean,
Well, then what is the owner actually showing us here?
I don't know. What does it say in your statements?
Well, when I backed it out,
Yours says it should be minus 6,729,000.
right, and when you put the free rent back in, it's approximately 6.8 million.
No, it would be
900
minus 6.5.
Because they're showing a free rent of 99,874, but you're showing a free rent of approximately 125,000. It appears we have different income statements.
If you talk to the manager, why didn't you get the income from the
Because I didn't
parking?
do the 18-year, I didn't do the 2014, 2012 assessment cycles at the municipal board.
Mr.
So this is
Cole,
a
they may
continuation
be
of looking at
inconsistent,
it.
but you haven't asked for any penalties or anything else.
There is no penalties that I can see them reporting an income, net operating income higher than what we have.
Well, you and I look at a minus sign completely different.
Well, that's what I'm trying to ascertain through the questioning of the appellant who presented this income and expense statement, that I don't think this property is gonna be reporting a negative multi-million-dollar net operating income when they're showing that the only non-recoverable expenses that they have is 1.5 million. And they're showing that, and they're quite detailed as you go through it. So unless I'm misinterpreting this, I don't see how I am.
Are we assessing it based on their actual NOI?
Well, you're going through the property, right? You're
But is that, I'm just
Are
asking.
you not, is your not statement on your brief the best indication of, the best indicator of property, fee simple market rent potential is the arm's length rent in place? Well, we have, there are no arm's length rents for the predominant office.
That you're giving evidence, or you're asking me a question?
Well, and then when I go to the actual statements, the statements appear to be, I don't know how to say it, different from what they submitted to us and what they have reported in the other day.
I don't know what you want me to answer.
I'm just asking, you're in the owner's
This is
shoes.
the information.
And I can respect that you're an agent in the owner's shoes today, representing the owner, but you should know or ought to know the information that you're presenting. And the information that you have presented is different from the operating statement that they're presenting.
Now, would I know that until I had your brief?
But that is my point, and I'm doing it respectfully,
I just don't know where you're coming from.
Well, I'm trying to ascertain whether the actual net operating income is about 6.8 million as they reported to us. If you assume that negative is a positive, because of the way they're reporting the non-operating, non-recoverable expenses, or is it a positive 6 million, 0.8? And then when you look at your statement that you presented, that actually includes the parking, which part of it is transient parking, which rivals quite significantly higher than the one-day parking, and then another bay of the parkade, which appears not to be open to transient parking at all.
Okay.
So I'm
Can I
trying to
answer your
ascertain.
question on page 13 of my report? I show a potential net market income of $7,293,806. And that is based on including the net parking, not the gross parking. If I included the gross parking, I'd be higher, I'd be at closer to that 8 million something.
For what I'm looking at though, the gross parking is 849.
It's 1 million too.
Yeah.
1,269,000.
Yeah.
So,
So I don't know where I'm misleading you. I'm showing that without the parking, that the gross income that I'm coming up with is
So what
roughly
I'm-
6,600,000.
I'm not saying you're misleading me, Mr. Becker. I'm saying we have differences of what we have on file from what they submitted, from what we're presenting here today, and you got that information from the owner, correct?
Yes.
So what I'm looking at here, and again, we have municipal board appeals filed for 18 and 19, I'm trying to understand what's at play here. It appears that, does it look like part of that's, and you couldn't answer, but, and that's okay if you don't know, that part of that parkade is not open to public? Because that would explain why there's no monthly parking and no transient parking listed.
Yeah, what's that again? I'm sorry.
What I'm trying to ascertain is, the section for 167 stalls, which you claimed was assigned parking from Manitoba Hydro, which may or may not be in place today, doesn't have a reported monthly parking or transient parking. It just has a summary parking of 420,000.
Yeah,
So
it
I'm
doesn't.
trying to see if that's open to market, is that leased out as part of, what I assume would have been MPI leasing out as a, because I never got the information from the owner. Is it MPI's employee parking at a
No.
lesser rate?
It's not.
I'm finding out today that it's hydro.
MPI goes out, and this is from sitting down with them, and goes out and they check the rents around it. One of them is 300 Carlton under the Free Press building, which is close. They also check the Millennium Library, and there's one other building, I can't remember, that they check. And they always stay competitive. They're not gonna rent it out for less than what the market can command.
Well, why wouldn't this be reported as monthly parking or transient parking?
What's that?
Why is it reported differently than monthly or transient parking?
What is?
Look at lines 3115, 3120, and 3135. We have for the section that is leased out to monthly parking and transient parking, event parking, jet parking, all that, as monthly parking and transient parking, where the monthly parking is 296,820, and then the transient parking is far greater at 552,000 approximately. But they don't show that for the other parkade. What they show for the other parkade is other.
But it's all under the parkade.
So
This
why
is
wouldn't it be showing
Under
transient?
monthly? I don't know, I guess it's
Okay.
their
Fair enough.
internal accounting. But I mean,
Yeah.
they're reporting all the income that they got for parking.
And as far as the discrepancies in reported NOI, when you put the free rent back in or not, 8.5 or 6.8, it's a negative. What you're saying is that it's truly a negative?
Well, I don't know. Mr. Cole, what we're trying to do is come up with a fair market rent and with the fair parameters that are used by both the department and the accountants. If you look at everybody's net operating income, then where are you coming up with a fee simple approach then?
My point is today we're doing market, but I have to ask these questions for our people moving forward, and whatever comes up from the outcome today, part of this is discovery. This is why I'm asking the agent.
Okay.
So, that's all the questions I have.
Cynthia?
I think we covered it. So you're saying that the parking rates are not subsidized for
Not-
MPI employees?
Not that I'm aware
Not
of.
that you're aware of.
No.
Okay, I think that's all I had, thanks.
Brent?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Becker, if you turn to page 7 on your brief, there appears to be 2 units that are, I assume there's leases in place for this?
Yes.
So there's 2 signed at 16, varying sizes, 2 significantly different.
Yes.
Yet, everything else is around the $11 mark.
Correct.
Why wouldn't the other ones be closer? Say, for example, unit 610, 35,000 square feet, similar to the first unit.
But that one has actually a gross rent of $28, I think. Those are both public works.
Oh, I see, you have PW6.
Yeah, they're both, and then we've netted them down to 1108 and 1028.
But if MPI owns the building, right,
Yes.
why would they have a market rent of $16 on 2 of the units and not on the rest of the units?
I don't have the answer to that.
Just trying to get at what the market rate is for this building.
Yeah. The only 2 leases that aren't MPI are there's the City of Winnipeg lease, but it's only 11,000 square feet. That was for $13.50.
Right.
And then the other ones, the other 2 are public works, which are gross leases.
Okay, that was the only question I had.
You have come up with 34,296, city's got 358,000. Where's that 11,000 square feet?
I think it's the daycare.
I didn't think we were in any contention in the area. I think you-
Yeah, I'm pretty
You're
sure.
off by 11,000 square feet. And you're using the 358 for calculation, and he's using 347 for calculation.
I think it's the daycare.
You're using
Yeah.
347?
Well, I'm using 324,995,
Oh, you took the daycare off of 347.
the daycare and the, city of Winnipeg.
Okay, so you took them both off. So that's off of your 347 though, right?
I don't think that doesn't add up either.
I'm trying to figure it out, because overall leasable space of 347,296 is what you're using, according to your page 7,
Yeah, okay, as I mentioned, that's based on the rent roll, and the rent roll doesn't include little wheels.
okay?
So if you added little wheels onto there, I'd be at 335 roughly, 336. So very close to where the assessor is.
Well, the assessors are 358,
I know he said 336. Oh,
No, 350.
as opposed to the city at 358,477. That's on your page 7, unless there's a typo there. Near the bottom, just above vacancy allowance, on that little paragraph, says as opposed to the city at 358,477 at 1192 a square foot.
yeah, they have 339 plus 22, yeah, they'd be at 3, yeah.
So the discrepancy on square footage
I'm not
is about
sure.
11,000 square feet. Because you're both very close on the rents, at 1167 and he's at 1192.
Yeah,
So you're,
I'm not sure where the discrepancy is, I've always used the rent roll.
you don't know either?
I didn't do a quality takeoff, area takeoff on it. I'm simply using what we have on file with,
See, on page 41 for the 2018 brief on my page 41,
Mhm.
I used 347, 360, which is the total of the office building plus the two exempt portions.
Page 341?
Page 41.
You used a total of what?
If you look under the
480,000.
347,360 for the office tower.
Yeah.
And if you take what I've used this time, I got 324,995 plus 22,301, so it works out to 347.
if you just look at the back page of my brief on page 62.
Your brief?
Yeah, 336,036 combined with future
Sorry.
I
is 352,535.
don't think it's minus the future. I think it's 346, 336 is their lease, and then if you added the 11 something on there for the daycare, you'd come up pretty close to the 347.
But in your calculation, did you use the number that reflective of ours, or did you use the lesser
I
number?
can't- what's
In
that?
in your calculation, you used 347,296.
That was the total, that included the daycare. That was in 18. This year we split it all, because in 18, the city wasn't allowing any exemption for the daycare or for the city.
So what's the CC? The CSC is the parking, right?
No, that's the shopping
Commercial
center.
shopping center.
That's commercial shopping?
It's actually community shopping center.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's another very close. So on this page, where did you say you found that square footage? On yours?
Very last page,
Yeah?
on page 2, or it says 2.2 just above it, 202, says total area.
So
So
total
it
area?
implies that current area is 336,
Yeah?
036, and there's an area as well as 16,499 that
Future.
future is a vacant, I'm not sure how,
There's-
I've never seen future.
One of the government leases expired and they moved out, so that's what the future was for.
Different terminology, I guess.
you look at the page before that for the shopping center, it shows current, vacant, and then future.
That still comes up to 352, not 358, 477.
Well, I'm suggesting,
I'm
that-
just wondering what,
I'm suggesting if you take that 336 and add in the daycare, then you're at the 347. They don't actually consider the daycare space even being a tenant. They get free rent, they don't pay any rent, and they actually built a caged area on the roof of the parkade as an outdoor area for the
yes. Cage,
caged area.
good idea.
On a roof, I would think you would want to keep the kids.
Yes.
I don't think anyone's gonna complain about not being
Let's
able
put a
to
big
get out.
swing in. Oh, come on. Leasable. This is you, 130,295. Three one. What number would you like us to use, gentlemen? His number or your number?
Mine,
If you wanna give me my NOI, I'd be fine with it. Yeah.
So you think your number is right, you think your number is right?
Well, part, and full disclosure, part of this is that, that's why I mentioned it, the 2018 and 19 municipal board appeals. I'm probably gonna be coming back recommending a municipal board appeal on this one, just part of the discovery. I wanna make sure that, if that truly is a half NOI, we can discuss, moving forward with an appeal on us. But, as far as the difference of, square footage on property, that is,
It's 11,000 square feet.
yeah, no, but it's 11,000 square feet going into,
What?
the total area.
At 11 bucks a square foot, 11.92.
What I'm trying to say is, we have 22,301
It's
plus
when-
130.
If you look on any of the railroads, you won't find little wheels, and the only reason I know it's 11,000 some square feet is because I found it when they first moved in back in.
It's 11,260 square feet.
That's,
So we have on our end, 492,000 square feet, and we're maybe 11,000 off, so that's,
yeah, because we're at 481.
You know what they could have pulled off? They could have pulled the cities out.
Yeah.
It didn't pull.
The city's still in there.
so, I mean, the area that we're in contention, we're about 2.2% different. All for a leasable area. That's not all that much for
I've got no other questions. Summation.
summation, okay. Where do we start? We have two separate distinct income statements to look at. One that was submitted to the city, that wasn't inclusive of parking. One that was more clear, more concise, submitted by the owner, by the agent of the owner. My interpretation is we either have a $6.8 million NOI, not including the parking, or an approximately $8.8 million NOI, inclusive of the parking, according to that statement submitted by the agent. Our NOI is approximately $6.8 million. So, for me, I'm just recommending that the assessment be confirmed today, and I'll be reviewing it forward to see if it would be valid in the school. I'll make a recommendation. But getting back to the other point, which took up a couple hours, when you look at the NOI of the actual performance of the building versus our model, whether you include the 5% or not include the 5% for management is pretty nominal in most cases. And you'll see that today as we go through the docket. When you have an NOI that's being reported as such, and our NOI is below it, the 5%, whether it's inclusive or not, is more or less nominal or irrelevant to the overall valuation. What we're really trying to do is come down to the net operating would be on a market basis. If they're showing us their actuals are performing better than our model, by, I guess, a margin, more than 5%,
5%. And that 5% is no longer really definitely in my mind's eye.
So in my opinion, I think this property should be confirmed today. That's my solution.
I have a couple of, I guess if I could ask the board to turn to page 36 of my presentation. Mr. Cole mentioned, does it have good foot traffic? I just want to highlight on page 36, it's item number 4708. It's contract security. The total security for this building, for the office and the shopping center. The shopping center alone is $501,000. That's huge. So obviously it's getting traffic, but if you have to have a security cost in the amount of $500,000, I would say that a lot of the traffic is not the kind you want there. I just wanted to point that out, that I've never seen that high of a cost on, well, you may find it at 393 Portage. But as far as I know, this is the only, Mr. Pole's put in comparisons to shopping centers, but they've been the Forks, which is a completely different animal. He's put in underground at 201 Portage and underground at the Richardson building, which again are different animals. If you look at the one under the Richardson building, it's probably 30% vacant most of the time. The other thing is, the assessment that's under appeal for 2018-19 at the municipal board is 77 million. The new assessment is 98 million. I haven't seen a 25% increase in any building downtown. Even at their best, I think you guys were asking for 84 million. It kept moving every time we went to the board, it kept getting higher. I guess the other thing is to look at a net income of minus 8 million. I don't understand how Mr. Cole can think that's legit or something that, because of that, should be appealed automatically to the municipal board, but that's his prerogative. And he did touch on the non-recoverables, so if you go to page 38, there's a non-recoverable there at 6399,9999. Totals 1,570,000, which is roughly 15% of the gross income. So the 5% that we're suggesting, when you look at the actual, is minimal compared to what the property is actually paying in non-recoverables. So based on that, and I think we have a fair rent, and the cap rate should be a minimum of 7%, I'm asking the value be cut to 76,960 taxable and 2,841 exempt. Thank you.
I have to, hate to do this, but I need to get a clarification on what you just mentioned on the security.
Yeah.
You had mentioned the retail mall security was the 501,
Yes.
but if you go up to the top of the column.
I'm sorry, that's the office tower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
And the
just-
retail mall is, yeah, sorry, I got those mixed up. They have quite a security office when you walk in off the Donald entrance.
I can imagine. No, that's it.
Thank you very much. Okay, next, are we gonna take as long on all of these, or are we taking a lunch break?
I think we should take a lunch break. We have one non-compliance in there. We have,
Okay, sounds good to me.
I'm gonna check my parking.
Is this number 2?
that was number 1.
Yep. Why do I have number 2 with no sheets?
No, that was number 2.
Oh, right,
This
one
is
was
number
drawn.
2. This is number 2.
Item 2.
Yeah.
Please, at least we're on number, we
Yes.
got through number 2.
That is the first
We
item.
got through number 1 and 2. Shut it down, we're gonna take a break for lunch. We're gonna be here a while, I
Yeah.
don't want anybody starving.
We can leave
Including
everything here,
yourself.
right?
Hmm?
We can leave
Call the meeting back to order. Item number 3 is 444 St. Mary's Road. When you are ready, sir.
Property is, excuse me, just had to finish that. Property is, goal number 12-0937020000. Specific address is 444 St. Mary's. Assessed value is $49,873,000. It is an office building, built in 1976, with a leasable area of 247,000 approximately, and indoor, outdoor parkade with 168 stalls outside and 353 indoors. So, there are no recent sales of the subject property. We did receive the INE from the owner. Same rent comparables that we had at the previous deal, the OFB rent comparables. Again, average is $15.69 a square foot for approximately 517,000 square feet of inventory. Weighted average is 1544. On page 5, forgot to put in Cushman Wakefield's summary of OFB properties in the city. As you see, Cushman Wakefield's Q1 for 2018 is 27 properties for, and that's the highlighted first line for downtown in this in the central business district. At 27 properties for 3.5 million square feet of inventory. The average net rate is $15.31 a square foot. The average gross rate is $29.48 a square foot. So our numbers are pretty much sistering an independent outside source. If you look at Class B suburban, they're coming in at 34 properties. I'm not sure how to classify Class B for 34 properties outside, but they're coming in at $11.89 a square foot. So for the downtown properties, for the OFBs, we're pretty much, our mind in analysis came pretty close to what they are. On page 6, there's the same rental comparables. This is an indoor and an outdoor parkade. I apologize, number 4 highlighted was for the prior subject properties. You can disregard the highlighting, it's just comparable now. On the next page, 7, highlights their evening and weekend parkings that's advertised leading up to the reference date. Their random monthly parking advertised by InPark was $185 a stall. On the next page, page 8, for the outside parking, we put $103.50 a square foot for the 353 stalls. For the heated parking at 168, we put $138 a stall. The 521 total stalls, we have a net operating income of $716,634, capped at 7%. Gives approximately rounded an estimated value of $10,238,000. Page 9 is the office section of the office building. As you can see, we have 240 on page 10. Page 10, we have 247,285 square feet leasable area. Our average rent is $13.24 a square foot. With our standard parameters applied to the leasable area, we get a PGI of $3,274,450. The vacancy at 9% gives us an effective gross income of $2,979,749. With our expenses at 2%. And I think we made the point to the 5% going up in the first appeal, but we don't have to keep going at it. The $11 shortfall that would apply to it as well gives us a net operating income of $2,675,342. capped at 6 3/4 gives us 39,635,000. On the next page is a summary of the two income streams, which summates to 49,873,000. So if we turn to page 14, I'll just go to some of the subject property photos. Positioned on St. Mary's between Kennedy and Bond Street, right next to 400 St. Mary's. Attached by, I guess, an outside walkway to the Bay Parkade. Page 15 shows some aerial photos of the property. On page 16 is the I&E that was returned to us, attached to the income statement. They're expressing a 1.58% vacancy. Rent, municipal rental area, 246,514, which is nominal difference from what we have. The indoor parking is 161 at a monthly rate of $230 a stall. The outdoor parking is 354 stalls with a range between 195 and 205 monthly for outside parking. So, well suited to what our parameters are showing, even exceeding. So following is the rent roll on pages, and it's a big rent roll, it's a big building. On pages, I guess it would start at page 18, inclusive of 32. What we really want to focus on is on page 33. Detached income statement. So this is a period between January 2018 and December 2018. Their accounting, that's how they do it. They didn't break it out for the year prior, but they do show the year prior in this I&E. So if we look through, projected to that date, you have on one column, and then you have the budget for the year for the next date, which is highlighted. So they're projecting basic rent of $2,895,000 approximately for the year. About the year prior, in 2017 total, they got 2.8 million approximately. The parking rent highlighted. As of the date of the report, we have 512,000 approximately. The projection is 1.3 million. The year prior to that, they had 1.272 million. The parking income. As we go through here, page 34, recoverable operating costs are shown. I want to focus on, if you go to page 36, property management fees. Starting on page 36, going into page 37, property management fees, they have to date 91,984, projected at approximately 275,000. The year prior, they had 255,000. And they recover it. They're indicating that it's recovered. So, as Altus indicated, and we've indicated that this fee is typically recovered in the marketplace, and it shows as such. What we really get down to is for the total property, is highlighted in yellow at the bottom of page 37. For 2018, at the reference date, leading up to the reference date, they have 2.247 million, and they project a $4,374,000 NOI. The year prior, they had $4,116,839 for their NOI. So a little over $4 million for their NOI. If you follow through to page 39, that's further reported as what the NOI is for the net operating incomes. So we're looking at around, projected for their year, if you're standing at the reference date, what will you get as an owner of this
property, approximately, right now it's gonna be north of $4 million. So we go back to our income summary. We have a net operating income approximately, summarized total, on page 11, $3,391,976. We are significantly below what their projection is and below what their actual was for the year prior. We have a building that is performing well, low vacancy. And as far as the management issue that will be decided upon, as far as it affects this income stream, it's nominal whether you include it or not. Their actuals are far exceeding our model projected. So at this point, I would recommend that the value be confirmed based on the performance of the building and how the marketplace would see this building were to be offered for sale at the rest of the state. They'd be seeing a building that's full, they'd be seeing a building that's well performing, low vacancy, large prominent building, ample parking, on-site parking, and even additionally around it, additional parking, off-site parking available. So I think $49,873,000 is reasonable, and I think it should be confirmed on the board. That I'm open to questions.
Questions?
Yeah, Mr. Bull, are you now suggesting that we value every property based on their actual net income?
No, what I do for every property is I look at our model, I see what it's projected at, and then I repeat what the financials are for the, where we actually exceed.
Would you be bringing that up if the building was 50% full and their net income was only $1 million?
I would be still going with what the market would be, but I would still be cross-referencing what the actuals would be performing. Hold on, I'm gonna finish your answer in full. If I'd be seeing a 50% vacancy, I'd be looking for functional obsolescence. Is there something wrong with the building? I'd be looking at its operating strategy. Was there an anchor tenant that left perhaps? And when they leave, would that leave a large volume of space that would take time to lease back up? That would be an operating strategy or business decision and not something that you take into market.
But that's something you recognize though?
That's something I would look at, comparison.
But to be fair and equitable, you're doing everything based on your model, correct? I'm just gonna ask you a couple of questions. What rent are you using for Great West Life? Because they occupy the largest portion of this building.
It would be approximately in at $12.52 a square foot, because they occupy an entire floor plate. If you go through the floor plates at $14,463 or $14,447, they're all at approximately $12.50.
Isn't there a lot of them at $11.50? This is their next step up from $9.25?
I don't look at the Great West Life lease as an actual arm's length lease.
So because they occupy so much space, you don't look at it because you don't feel it's
No,
market?
I know because I've spoken with Great West Life. I've spoken with Great West Life and I've informed all this that typically when they go into a space, they occupy a shell rent and then they pay for the tenant fit outs. As indicated here in this property, I didn't get into it, but on prior appeals, that's exactly what happened. They had an $8 rent. And they went in and they put approximately, if I'm remembering correctly, about $2.7 million into the property to develop it. I confirmed this with the Great West Life manager. She sent an email to me. I then forwarded that to, or I should say submitted that as part of the rebuttal evidence for 2014 appeal of the municipal board with all this. So all this would be fully aware that the Great West Life lease would be
And that was
typical.
Is that in 2008 they did the renovations?
They came in 2008 and they filled up the old
Okay.
grass space.
So you're saying now because they put $2 million in back in '08, that it should be worth $12.52 a square foot?
No, I'm saying that's what our market projection is. But I'm saying whenever I see Great West Life lease, as indicated in that building, 220 Portage, 330 Portage as well. Whenever Great West Life goes into a property, they typically look at that same type of economic scenario where the rent that they're reporting alters significantly from the performance of the comparable, like this, the whole global comparable versus what the marketplace would be. So when you see a Great West Life lease, it's a red flag for me to look at it further.
But meanwhile, you said in your presentation that this building is functioning very well, and that's based on the $11.50.
They had a large hole, similar to what I said, for,
But that was in '08, but what you said is that their net their gross income is great. Meanwhile, that's based on the $11.50 a square foot, not on your projected at $12.52.
what I'm saying is the actual is, anyway, look at it, $4 million in NOI, north of $4 million for
I'm not looking
subdivision.
at the NOI, we're talking about the rent.
Everything that we project is down to NOI.
Where did you get the $12.52 from? Yeah, I look at your comparisons,
Yeah.
your only large building is $11.50.
I'm not looking at an 80 some odd thousand, I think there are 93,000 square feet, if I remember correctly, for the total lease. I'm not looking at a CRU as that space, I'm looking at a CRU as typical for what's there. Great West Life simply took up a number of CRUs under one lease. That's not one CRU in actuality, if anyone were purchasing the property, the Great West Life lease, they wouldn't be looking for a single tenant to take up all that CRU space, they would be looking at multiple tenants to go through it. That's the marketplace, that's a reflection of what the marketplace operates as. When you have a large anchor tenant in place, you're taking away from what the marketplace would be versus an owner occupied or a single tenant.
Okay, if I look at your comparisons on page 3, this is your table, and you say it fits good with Cushman Wakefield. You look at comparison number 5 and 6.
Page 5?
Page 3.
Okay, page 3.
Page 3, you're page 3.
Yeah, you mentioned Cushman Wakefield.
That was the one you said your rents
Yeah.
compare with them.
Page 5, they have an overall inventory of 3.5 million square feet for the center business district at $15.31 a square foot.
Are you aware that none of their reports are done here in Winnipeg, it's done out of Toronto or Calgary?
I'm not aware of whether
They have nobody on the ground here doing that?
I have no idea of that.
Okay. On your page 3, comparison number 5 and 6, they appear to be the same space and the same area and the same rent.
Yes, that's a mistake. I
Okay,
apologize.
let's go to 16 and 17, it's the same thing, almost 36,000 square feet at
Yes,
1926
that's a double
twice.
copy.
240 Graham, again, numbers 25 and 26, you got double.
Yep.
311 Portage, it's been advertised as a Class A office building. The rents that you show there are for the 2 restaurants on the main floor, you don't show the rent for the office space. And you
That-
doubled up again.
That is the lease that was in place. There are main floor spaces in this building, correct?
These are 2 restaurants, correct?
Correct. I'm simply going from the global pond
Okay,
list.
but you doubled up again with 33 and 34?
Yeah, correct.
40 and 41, you doubled up again?
Yes, there was some accounting errors as far as fellow accounting. As you see in the following doc, we've already addressed them.
Okay, your comparisons on Keniston, that's a suburban B, you say?
Yes, it is.
Okay, well, based on your suburban B that Cushman Wakefield has, it's 1189 square foot.
That's what they're reporting. I'm using the actual IDs that's reported to us.
So this report's good if it's fits
No.
your thing, but if it doesn't, it's,
Not at all. This is just a reflection of what the rental information is reported to us.
okay, so you're saying that the rent on the parkade is $185 a month, and you're using 138, correct? So you're using an expense ratio of, just a second here,
40%.
40%, and on the other one, you were using 21%, you thought that was fair.
I'm saying the parking income wasn't reported correctly on the other one.
But no, you reported what the monthly was, the same as you have here, you said it was
I
175.
want to make it crystal clear for 333 St. Mary's. There seems to be some irregularities in the reporting.
Okay, that's not what I'm asking. On your last brief, you showed, you still got it highlighted, 175 a month, right, for 333,
Right.
and you used 138.
But you're not taking it from what the true rent income is from the parking.
No, I'm taking it from your brief, I'm just wondering.
You're applying 175, right, and you're trying to come up with a expense ratio of 23%. What I'm saying is if the expenses are at such, that the income is much higher, that skews that number at 23%.
But
we don't know
the
that.
model generated the 138, right, because you didn't have the expenses.
I'm looking at the actuals as reported in your statement from what we got, and we didn't even get the actuals.
Okay, on your numbers, page number 6 for your parking. You have listed on the top, these are parkades, heated and unheated. And you have 299 for it, which is under the Trizac building, right, or whatever you wanna call it.
Yeah.
Net of 164. but they go from 280 to 345. Then you have 223 James, which is at 220, the net is 118. 180 King, your net is 97, almost 50%. I don't understand how you come, where does 138 come from? When I look at your table here, 138 hardly fits any of these.
As far as, sorry,
Well, okay, you got here, if we go from the top, their actual, from your reported rates, there goes 67 net, 92, 164, 108, 118, 97, 122, then 143, 91, 129, and 166. There's
so
only.
you don't think that $138 square foot or stall net wouldn't be reflective?
Well, I'm just wondering where it would fit in here, because the only ones that you're showing that are above that are the one at 299 Ford under the Trizac. The one at the bottom, 35 Albert, is 201 Portage.
447 Portage,
Is the Investor Syndicate building.
447 Portage.
Yeah.
You're seeing basically $130 net per month on your right hand.
How much? Okay, that's 130.
139.5.
But that's a Class A office building on the Investor Syndicate.
So you're saying that this OFB.
No, I'm just
high-performing
curious, I'm
OFB
asking you where you get the 138 from. But none of your evidence is you're showing
Are
comparison.
you looking for 10 comparables that exactly?
Don't ask me, I'm asking you, mister.
I'm answering you, it's within range. I'm
Where's
looking
the
at the
range?
actuals of the subject property. I'm just a little taken back from the questioning, the line of questioning, because we have a gross reported of 1.3 million. And the year prior, 1.2.
But I'm just asking you where the 138 comes from.
This is what our model projected based on the comparative that we put in.
You realize this is from your last reassessment?
Well, I'm aware it was from our last reassessment.
All right, I don't have any other further questions.
I have no question.
I have no question.
On with your presentation.
Okay, basically, Mr. Chairman, I have no contention with the parking income.
I saw that.
It just bothers me that you have two buildings that are almost across the street from each other. One gets 175 a month and they're at 138, the other one gets 185 a month to who knows what, and they're at 138 a month. Anyway, if I could ask the board, I'll just be direct right to the point. If we go to page 6, under the potential market income, the City of Winnipeg Assessment Department has provided an average April 2018 net rent of $3,274,450 or $13.24 per square foot to a leasable area of 247,285 square feet of office space. For the vacant space, we have used a net rent of $13. For the majority of the Great West Life space, we have used a stepped up rent of $11.50 which starts in September 2018. But it would have been known in April of 18 because it was on their lease. Our overall net rent is $11.97 per square foot, over 246,527 square feet of leasable area based on the 2017 rent roll. Now, the Class Bs that we have is on Carlton. We have 2,400 square feet at $15.90. Another one on Broadway, 8178 square feet, 14. Portage Avenue East, we have $13 for 9,000 square feet. On Portage again, we have $11.31 for 9,586 square feet. On Main, we have $10, and then on Broadway, $10.60. Our largest lease on St. Mary is $97,159, which is the subject at $11.50. If somebody was to buy the building, they're buying a lease of $11.50. They're not buying a lease of $12.52. If it goes vacant, if Great West leaves, well, all the good luck to the new owner to try to fill that spot at $12.52, even if maybe small portions. But we have a spot on Gary Street, 49,000 square feet at $10.40. Carlton, 85,000 at $10.74. Carlton, 120,000 at $10.19, and then St. Mary, 272,000 at $11. So our average is $12.12 and our mean is $11.33, and we're using $11.97. We're not contesting the vacancy, shortfall, or capitalization rate, or the parking, because the net income used by the city is roughly 56% of the actual gross, as opposed to 21% for the other one. So we're suggesting an overall value of $43,616,000 based on the actual rents in place.
Questions?
Yeah, I guess I'll start off with the main. If you go back to your brief, starting at page 15, I noticed you included an incomplete income expense questionnaire. You included the 4 pages that we typically send out. You included some of the rent roll or all of the rent roll, but you left out the operating statements that I've included. So,
And your point is?
have you looked at the operating statements?
I have in your brief.
Correct, but when you were determining your position value, did you look at how the performance of the building was actually occurring?
I looked at the income for the parking.
So you saw the income at approximately 1.3, 1.2 a bit. So with what we put on the property, that averaged about a 45% expense ratio,
56.
depending if it's 1.3 or 1.2. So,
If you look at that rent roll, it says, on the top of it, it says, as of 4/23/18, and it says future, et cetera.
yeah,
So there's-
projection in the year what did prior.
Yeah,
So when they're looking at, as the reference date is indicated for Great West Life, you know how the first 3 or 4 months of the, which is within the reference date, is performing, and those rents typically increase first of the year. So you pretty much know what it'll be for the rest of the year.
why would the Great West Life leases are all in September?
You just said that these were post-reference, but no, they step up.
It was known, but it wasn't.
So it was known prior to the assessment, prior to the reference date, what rents were in place for the first quarter of the year in that parkade. So the projection of 1.3 is pretty accurate.
I think that's what it used in my study to get 56%.
So did you happen to take a look at the net operating income that overall the parkade and the building was performing at?
No.
So when you see it performing at approximately a little over 4 million for 2017 with little vacancy, nominal vacancy, and you see what it was performing at leading up to the reference date projected to be at 4.3 million NOI. When you look at your NOI at approximately 3 million, would you think at about 28% reduction from what actually is occurring to be reasonable?
I don't look at it that way, Mr. Cole. It's just as if the net income was low. If I brought that in, the first thing the city would say is it's supposed to be fee simple and it's supposed to be
Right,
based
so
on
it
market.
seems like you're doing a combination of both. You're taking the standard parameters that we apply and then going to the rent roll, using what the rent roll is showing. So it's like a hybrid approach. Shouldn't you be looking at where model-based, market value-based approach is versus what the actual performance is in total?
Mr. Cole, if I have over 90,000 square feet, that's gonna be stepping up in September, past the reference date at 1150 for 5 more years. Why would I not consider that as market? When I look at other comparables, and they're lower or higher than that.
Where did your $13 for your vacant space come from? Your opinion of value?
Just because of the size of the space that was so small.
Would it not be consistent with more Bregman reporting a number of years leading up to the reference date for their ticketed rent or expected rent on all their OFB properties that they manage?
I'm not sure. Do you know what that is?
You've never looked at the OFBs that are managed by Morguard?
Yes, we
You've
have.
never
we
seen
have
a
a couple
ticketed
more
rent
here
where,
today.
especially with Great West Life, where they were in at $8 and the ticket space for that space was 13.
They may say that, but they're not getting it.
So overall, when I investigated with Pat Conrad, their ticketed rent is what they expect for their spaces to go at. It's just a hypothetical, what they deem the value for rent. Some would achieve it, some might be over it, some might be under it. When you're choosing the exact same rent, it seems pretty.
I don't have any of their data, any brochures on this building.
I find that difficult, even Altus basically handles all the OFB properties
You can-
that you haven't looked at any of the IMEs to show that Morguard for a number of years being consistent leading up to the reference date, that their ticketed rent or expected rent for their populace of OFBs is at $13.
I'm not saying I've never looked at a report, but I did for this one for this year. There's very little vacancy in this building, Mr. Cole.
Cynthia?
No thanks, I don't want anything.
No, I'm good.
Could you walk us through this sheet on page 10, yeah?
Yeah, it's just a summary sheet.
Where
The
is-
the OFB, that's the office building itself,
Yeah,
and it shows that,
well, no, page 10's got everything on it, doesn't it?
yeah, but I'm just breaking you down, like,
Yeah.
the reason, the first column on your right is the parkade. So
Yeah.
the net parking revenue is 716,634,
Yeah.
capped at 10,237,000. The next one is the OFE with a 9% vacancy. We're using 7% for non-recoverables.
Yeah.
$11 for shortfall and a 6.75 cap for 33,377,000.
No management?
So that's part of the 7%. We're not calling it management, it's a non-recoverable.
Or you're calling it non-recoverable now? You've changed the name?
Yes, you'll see that in every one of our briefs.
That's just, I was just looking for it, I'm going, so you've added the two together then?
You've added them together.
You've added the
Yeah.
5 and the 2
Yes,
to come to 7.
yes.
That's what we asked the first time on, but why don't you add the two together?
Yeah.
And I think I pointed out.
And you pointed it out.
That it's been recovered on page 37 of my brief, as the projected and their actual and their year from the year
Yeah,
before.
like, and that's why we're not, we know the management's been recovered, we're not asking for a management fee.
You know, it's in non-recoverables. Oh, that's my only question I had. Anything in summation? No, no? Look at that, we're moving ahead.
Honestly, the format of mine would be similar for all the rest of them,
Yeah?
except for 200 Main, which has non-compliance.
Gotta have one of those snuck in on this. Number 4 is 200 Graham.
200 Graham is roll number 1209304200. Specific address, obviously, 200 Graham. The 2020 assessment is 41,288,000. This property has an effective year built, actual year built approximately 1990. There is underground parking at approximately 129 stalls. Leasable area is 147,453 square feet. On page 2, we have a sworn value of the dollar sale, 45,300,000. I didn't investigate the sale as it is a dollar sale, but the sworn value was 45,300,000. Page 3 is our OFA comparables. The first 4 comparables is 200 Graham at $17, $17.02, $18 for basically 3 floor plates and a partial floor. Our weighted average, our average for 247,700 square feet of inventory is $18.44. Weighted average is $18.33. We go over to page 4, Cushman Wakefield's Class A Center Business District is approximately for 2.9 million square feet of inventory at $19.93 a square foot net. And the average gross is $37.57. Same comparables that we spoke with prior for the comparables for parking. We turn over to page 6. For the 147,451 square feet of space, we have an average rent of $17.90 a square foot. When that's applied, our potential rent is, our potential gross income is $2,639,538. Our 7% parameter for vacancy gives us an effective gross income of $2,454,770. Again, 2% for expenses and $30 for shortfall for our OFA. gives us net operating income for the actual office portion at $2,279,495, capped at 6%, gives us $37,858,250. On the next page is the parking income stream, again, 145 stalls, and $138 net stall, gives us a net operating income of $240,120. Capped at 7%, is $3,430,000. And the next page is the summary. The summary net operating income is $2,511,615, which the individual caps, according to 6.08%. Rounded gives us our $41,288,000. On page 11 is our pictures of the comparables. This whole kind of subject property. On Grand, Fort Street, and there's access off Fort Street to the underground parkade. And there's a small amount of outside parking, which I don't believe we're get. All right, anyway. When we get to page 12 and 13, picture of the property itself. And on page 14 starts the I&E submission. As you can see, blank. They fill out an operating, or instead of filling out, they submit an operating statement. Page 16 is the rent roll. As you can see, it's a little blurry, but that's how it's submitted to us. 147,460 square feet is what's been reported, basically what we have. On the following page, page 18, we actually have the net operating income calculation. We have the recoveries and the rent on one side, we have the annual expenses. And you can see that property management and administration is $181,000. It's being recovered. So the net operating income for this property is $2,796,373. Again, back to our projected. Based on the model, which is approximately $2.5 million. So our model projection is close, but the property itself is exceeding what our model projection is. So, based on one more thing. And then there was a small correction to the small correction to the surface parking. 16 of the stalls are not heated, they are outside on the exterior surface. And they're getting $195 per stall. Or sorry, they don't report it as $195 per stall. They're reporting it as $155 additional charge to the tenant. So, when we get back to it, there was a small, you can look at it as small error, because we had it, not mistaken, reported as all underground parking, same rate. But when you actually look at it for the 16 stalls for what they're reporting, the parking income is $330,173. We have $240,000. So it's close. An issue with 16 stalls. I don't think 16 stalls is going to skew the number one way or the other versus the NOI that was reported. So that was my point. I will correct that error when we go back. have a moment of questions, sorry.
Questions?
Yes, for the two vacant spaces, the two spots that are vacant are 101 and 105. So 101 is 1,996 square feet, so I've seen you use $20.72 for that one. If I look, I'm sorry, on page 6, the very last one, 289010, 1,996 square feet, you're using $20.72.
Yeah.
And the other vacant space is 105, which is 2527 square feet, which is the one at the very top, and you're using $20.32. You asked me in the previous property whether or not I looked at listings, and if I could ask the board if I could, this is all I have for rebuttal on this one, just pass out the listing for those spaces. It's rebuttal to.
Do what? This on the same,
This is for one of the spaces that was up for lease in 2017.
Can I just get a minute to review the document?
Sure.
I haven't seen it.
take a look.
Obviously, this is open to public.
It's off the web.
Yeah. Is there a actual,
On page 3.
I'm just looking for a date, effective, like, floating test reference?
This was, if you look at the, where is it here? There's operating costs and they were as of 17.
So, yeah, this may have been post-reference, if they're reporting 17 in an 18-year, that may have been past April 1st, 2008.
No, it wasn't past April 1st. I'd just like to point out though that this is for one of the main units that was vacant, where you're using $20 and some cents. The rentable area is $25.27 on page 3. And they actually reduced the rent to $15. That's their asking, and it's still empty.
Do you know the conditions that they asking or reduced rent?
What's that?
Do you know what the conditions of what their tenant, or the owner is expecting with the reduced rent?
A tenant. It's been vacant
Is
for
the space
ever.
finished and ready for occupants, or is they looking to have the space redeveloped at the cost of the tenant?
Usually it's not at the cost, there's a picture of it on page 5. It's got carpet and seal, open walls.
First I'm seeing the document.
No, that's
I
fine.
mean, we do a pretty good research on all the advertising, we usually catch all of them, so if I don't see this one, then, I'm not saying it is post-reference, I can't show, that the appellant can't show that it is or it isn't. I don't know when this advertising would be, and if I haven't seen it, because I don't look at post-reference information. I can't comment any further than that, so.
Wait, can I show you one other thing on page 3? So if they were to rent this place and get the $15, do you notice at the bottom under the brokerage fee, that $1 per square foot per annum goes to leasing costs for the first 5 years, and then 50 cents per square foot for the next 5 years. So when you look at the rental and it says $15, they're actually only getting 14, correct?
I don't know, is this additional fee on top of the 15? I don't know anything here other than what's shown. Is the $15 straight with strings attached to it is what I'm saying?
No, if I rent it out for $15, I'm a broker, I will get $1 per square foot from the owner to rent that space at 15.
But that could be charged back to the tenant, right?
Why would it be if he's paying 15? Then he's paying 16 again.
I can't, I don't know.
But,
This is your.
but in the face of it, you would look at it and say, well, that's $15, right?
When I see a reduced $15 rate, the first thing I would look at is what other rental rates are in the property. Why is it being reduced? Is it an inducement for 2 years, a year?
Could it be that it's been vacant for 10 years? They're just trying to get somebody in there? That's just there for information.
So there is no date on this document at all?
No, but you know what, we took this from we pull all the listings that we can prior to the reference date, and then we go to the next one. In a different folder, this is taken out of the 2020, or April 1, 18.
But then you could pull off the MLS listing on this with the date.
I don't think it'd be an MLS, no.
That's my point, usually when we see see something in red, there's a string attached to it. Maybe there'd be a reduction in rent for a number of years, if it's a long-term rent, and then it'll go back to what market would be within the global populace of the building or the marketplace itself or downtown. Right? With this listing,
It's there for information for the board. Okay, so your parking, you admit you're using 138 for the outdoor stalls?
Yeah.
But they should be the 113.50?
The 16 stalls appears to be outdoor parking, surface parking, as I indicated. And as you can see, the parking income that they're generating seems to be a little lower. But my point is that the overall net operating income that this property is revealing is they are at 2.796 million, we are at 2.511.
So again, we're using
And
the actual net operating
and
income.
Altus is at 2.165 million. So it's a significant reduction. I don't think 16 stalls, whether it be reported wrong in consumer, would sway a buyer one way or the other way.
Is it wrong or right?
It should be at an outdoor rental rate. What I'm saying is, this is a projection, and when I'm looking at the projection, our NOA is 2.5 million. The actual is performing at basically 2.8, and Altus is asking for 2.1.
Again, you're looking strictly at the actual NOI.
I do, like I stated before, we do the actual model, and then I took a look
Then
at
is
the
there
other
something
buildings
wrong with your
actually.
model? Is there something wrong with your model?
I always look at how a building performs, I always look at what the model is saying.
Your capitalization rate table that you have on page 12. You've got City of Winnipeg, 6%, that's what you used on Class A's last year too, correct?
Correct.
So you're saying it's just stayed static, vacancy rates have gone up, et cetera, there's the new two newer towers, et cetera, but the cap rates.
If you're asking me, did I derive the model cap rate, no, I did not. But
Okay.
typically, the only skewing of the rents to the capitalization rates that I've seen so far has been the overall blending of the rates when we surmise it. But the actual rental, or the actual cap rates have been relatively stable.
But your table says you have 6%, Collier shows 5.5 to 6.25, CBRE is 5.5 to 6, and then Cushman 5.5 to 6.25. All right. You don't have any other cap rate evidence or anything? No. That's all my questions.
Sound good?
Oh, just to confirm, because a number was thrown out there, the outside parking, what would your rate? Like, because you had them on another
Yeah.
brief, right? What would that rate be?
$103.50.
Thank you. Okay, that's
But
all.
that was the issue when I look at it, the NOI performance with 16
Yeah,
stalls.
I hear what
one
you're,
way or the other.
yeah, I hear what you're saying there, I
It's
just wanted
not-
to know what the number would be for my own edification. Okay, that's good, thanks.
No questions.
I gotta ask you a question. Cap rate, you put it at 6%, is that on the office?
Yes.
And yet the city is that not office downtown B?
No, this is an
It's
A.
And this one's an A. That's what it says for B here.
I don't think there's any contention that it's not an A.
Okay. 6 across the board. Good. Oh, that was it. I read it wrong. My apologies. On with your presentation, sir.
Page 6, please. Basically, it's just a difference in rent, well, for this portion of it. The assessor's using an overall rent of $17.90 per square foot on the leasable area, and based on page 7, on the actual rent collected, now we use $16 on the vacant space, because that's what they were asking at the time of the reference date. And through that, we come up with an overall net market rent of $16.85 per using $16 on the vacant space. Vacancy allowance, and it's according to the Johnson June 2018 market report, there's approximately 18,000 square feet of office space in Winnipeg. The total downtown office vacancy in early 2018 was reported as 6.8 of 13,109,785 square feet, including owner-occupied and government buildings. Broken down as 4.4% for Class A, 8% for Class B, 9.6% for Class C, 7.2% for Class D. However, when subleases are considered, the vacancy increases to 7.6 for Class A, 9.6 for B, and 10 for Class C. The total suburban office vacancy in early 18 was reported at 5.5%. We're actually gonna be going with the assessor's vacancy rate, so I won't go through all this. But I would like to make it known, once we get to the rent, that MTS or Bell rented approximately 15 to 16,000 square feet, and the lease expired in May 31st of 18, and it was known by the reference date that they would be moving out. We're still going with the standard 7%, but just to let the board know that net income that Mr. Hull was talking about is going to be dropped drastically as soon as MTS Bell moves out at the end of their lease in May. Capitalization rate on page 10. Capitalization rate or cap rate represents a required or an acceptable rate of return on real estate investment. Cap rate is influenced by three major items: the perceived risk associated with the investment's income capacity, investor expectations for appreciation, and the required returns in other investment vehicles such as stocks, bonds, etc. Direct capitalization refers to the method of converting a property's income into a value indicator. The formula for direct capitalization is as follows: value equals net operating divided by overall capitalization rate. The following quotes are from the appraisal of real estate. Direct capitalization is a method used in the income approach to convert a single year's income expectancy into a value indication. Direct capitalization is widely used when properties are already operating on a stabilized basis and there is an ample supply of comparable sales with similar risk levels, incomes, expenses, physical and locational characteristics, and future expectations. Direct capitalization considers a stabilized first-year net operating income and processes that income into an indication of value by applying a capitalization rate. This cap rate is based on market behavior and adjusted for the site-specific characters which may increase or reduce the risk of the investment, such as location, age, improvements. The more risk involved in maintaining the first year's income over the age of the life, the higher the cap rate. Capitalization rates can be derived by a number of different techniques. Derivation from comparable sales, effective gross income multiplier, and net income ratios, band of investment, mortgage and equity, band of investment, land and building components, the debt coverage formula, yield capitalization technique. The band of investment, I'm going to go right to the page 12, where we have, this is where we're going to sum up where our capitalization rate is. You've seen this table before that I put in one of the previous ones, where it shows Colliers at 5.5 to 6.5 for downtown A, and CBRE 5.5 to 6, 5.5 to 6.25 for Cushman. The city applied capitalization rates for 2021. The 2020 Mass Appraisal CAMA assessment model summarized in the city's documentation valuation of income producing property provides no rationale for the capitalization rates applied, stating only that for commercial properties, capitalization rates for the sold properties are calculated by dividing the model generated NOI estimates by sale prices that are time adjusted to April 1, 2016. Analysis of these rates results in the model capitalization rates ranging from 5 to 10.5. Capitalization rates for most properties range from 6.25 to 8%. And this is what they have, the table below is what's in their study. We did a couple of capitalization rates on some of the properties. The following property sales were examined to determine estimated capitalization rates. In each case, market rents as of the sale date were applied. In some cases, applying the actual if deemed to be sustainable and at market. With market vacancy allowance is adjusted if necessary for site-specific experience, market shortfall 7% for non-recoverable expenses, and any additional income if warranted. We don't have a great selection because there wasn't a lot of sales, but based on this, we have one at 896 Main, which calculates to 7.22, Suburban on Warsaw at 6.49, another Suburban at 1046 St. Mary, which was 6.95, 259 Portage, which was historical at 8.87, and 423 Main, the old grain exchange or wheat board, at 9.35. Our capitalization rates table on top of page 14. For downtown A, we use 6 to 6.5. For B, we've 6.75. Downtown C, 7.5 to 8. Downtown D, 8.5, and an office suburban 6.25 to 7.5. The city applied cap rate for Class A's of 6% is considered too optimistic considering the supply demand in this sector as of the reference date. With the cost of money increasing, supply increasing, and demand steady, there is no reason to believe that the cap rate for the sector would not increase between April 16 and April 18. As of January 18th, True North had its first tenant TDS move in. Others are to follow, including MNP and Scotiabank. These tenants are vacating current Class A space at Portage and Main, adding to increasing vacancy and decreasing net effective rents. A premium should be applied to Class A offices of 0.25% and higher, still if the site-specific situation indicates a reduced NOI in the near future. And as I mentioned earlier, it was known as of the reference date that Bell MTS was going to be vacating 14,236 square feet or 9.7% of the leasable area. Cap rate, okay, I'm going to go right down.
Which page you on, sorry?
Page 14. I'll just go to the last couple of paragraphs. As mentioned above, a subject property may require site-specific adjustments to the above conclusions for factors including but not limited to age, location, tenant strength, additional income potential, quality, condition, building size, design, layout, external influences, positive and negative. Properties designated with heritage status should receive at 0.50 to 100 basis point upward adjustment to the cap rate account for additional R&M and capital expenses as evidenced by the sale of 259 Portage. Larger properties that are single tenant occupancy should also see a premium for increased risk of finding another large tenant should the current occupant ever vacate. So based on that, we're using a 6.25% cap rate for the subject property. And I'd like to ask the board to turn to page 23 of my report. We have some decisions in here from the 2018 reassessment. The first one on page 23 is 447 Portage Avenue. That's the Investor Syndicate building in the corner of Colony and Portage. This is a Class A office building. The assessment was reduced from 61,210 to 56,555. The next page for the building portion, the decision is based on the capitalization rate of 6.25 and the applicant's net operating income for a value of 52,470. There was also a part date over this one. So there was a bump of 0.25 in the Class A cap rate for that building. The next one is Richardson Center, 375 Main, or 1 Lombard. This one was reduced from $110,074,000 to $106,123,000. And the decision is based on a net income presented by the Assessment and Taxation Department with a capitalization rate of 6.25 applied to the office component and a capitalization rate of 6.75 applied to the retail component. So that was another Class A in for the 18 reassessment where we were able to get the 0.25 bump on the capitalization rate. The next one is the parking valuation. City Assessment Department and Taxation have valued the parking lot based on 141 stalls and 141.91 net per month. The actual gross parking revenue was $330,000 or $195 gross per stall. The assessor's net rent stall of $141.94 allows for minimal expenses of $53 per stall or 27%. Taxes alone for 2017 for the parkade portion alone were $41.24 per stall. For 2018, the assessor provided the following comparisons for parkades, and this was shown in the assessor's presentation. The underground heating parking stalls had expense ratios ranging from 38% to 47%. For our report, we will use an expense ratio of 45% for a net rate per stall of 107.33 for a total net parking revenue of 181,602. We will be accepting the city cap rate of 7% for the parking value. So on page 16, I have the summary of our valuation. To the far right is the parking, 181,602, capitalized at 7 is 2,594,314. For the office portion, using 7% vacancy, 7% non-recoverables, $16 shortfall, and a 6.2 capitalization rate, we come to a value of 31,741,935 for an overall rounded value of 34,336. I ask the board to reduce the assessment to 34,336,000. Thank you.
Question?
On your page 7, you are taking $16 for the vacant space,
Yes.
main floor vacant space,
Pardon me?
main floor vacant space.
Yes.
The only vacant space that's in the building, correct?
At the time of this, as of April 1,
And
yeah.
that works out to be 3.1%.
Okay.
Have you looked at the vacant space leading up to the building, or leading up to the reference date in other years?
No, I didn't. I know what the
So-
future is.
So, leading up to it, it's been pretty stable, about 3.
You know, I didn't look at it.
So, you alluded to the fact that Cushman Wakefield wasn't and shouldn't be used, or somehow less may put to it because they don't have people on the ground here.
I didn't say they shouldn't be used, I just asked you the question if they were.
But now you're using Cushman Wakefield to support your vacancy.
No, we've gone with your parameters of
Right,
7%.
but I'm going on actuals, if we're looking at all the actuals in play.
If I look at the actuals, Mr.
So we see, reported at 4.4% for Class A. We see, 5.5% in your brief. And we see the building performing at, a number of years leading up to the reference date at about 3%.
But you also remember I said that as of May 31st, 1 month after that they're gonna have another 9% of vacancy?
I'm aware of that, but I'm just pointing that out. Okay, so, over to your page 8, you make reference to True North,
Yes.
and you also make reference to True North on page 14 for MNP and Scotiabank.
Yes.
Did you review the rental rates that were achieved in those buildings for those leases?
For True North?
Yeah.
No, I
Are
don't.
you aware of the asking rates for that space?
No.
Are you aware that it's virtually double? They're looking at the $30 rate and up.
I've never looked at the rent roll, I don't even know if we have it.
So, to imply that there's gonna be a large suction effect of taking tenancies out of buildings that you're paying, by your accounts, 13 to 17 or $16 rate, that'd be almost triple the rental rate in that building.
Well, they took them out of 201 Portage.
I'm sure there'd be a few tenancies, but
Yes,
there's
like-
not gonna be a large influx of everyone going to True North versus sucking everything out from all the other buildings and a scrambling of
But if you take the people in the main 8 Class A buildings that move to True North, then all of a sudden, like you even heard that Wawanisa's gonna build another building there, which is another one of space. That you're gonna, who's gonna fill the spaces in those As?
My point is, we haven't seen that yet in the marketplace, and the risk to a tenancy of almost triple what the market's paying now, double to triple, is a higher risk than what's they're currently paying here. You're not gonna have what you're portraying here, where all of a sudden tenancies are just gonna flock to this new development and leave the other populace of OFB properties somehow in a state of influx where they're scrambling to get tenancies at a lower rental rate accordingly.
I'm not sure what your question is.
Well, my question was, did you review the rental rates that are being achieved in that True North Center?
Are they current or are they post-reference?
My point is you're relying on that, so if you're relying on.
I'm not relying on it, Mr.
If you're relying on post-reference information, we do a historical or retrospective analysis, you're doing a future forecast of what is. It hasn't happened, so we can't use that information. Nor can we compare rents that are $30 and upwards to rents in tenancies that are $11 to $17, or in my case, $13 to $19.
I still don't know what the question is, like, well, is that in regards to my vacancy rate?
Well, you're using True North Square as a comparable, somehow is.
I didn't use it as comparable, I said that people are starting to go, to
Or
move
what
to
is the
their.
rental rates that are in place?
I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. I noticed that Altus did, I kind of touched on this, we have the vacancy allowance summary. Typically, Altus would report a number of years of vacant issues or any vacancy going up to it. I noticed you haven't included that in your report. You just
Well, we don't have an issue with the vacancy.
Right, because you're choosing our 7%.
I could use higher because I know what's going on, but it's not chronic or there's no history of it.
Getting to two-year comparables, oh, actually, I looked for your capitalization rate comparables. We're talking about an OFA, 896 Main Street, even if it is correct at 7.22%. That is not a building that can be considered anywhere near an OFA.
None of these are Class A.
So,
This is all we could find.
if that's fair enough, then that's fine. But getting down to the last two comparables, 259 Portage, that is a heritage building, correct?
Paris building.
Paris building, it's a heritage building, right?
Yep.
And in order to, when it has a heritage status, you have to maintain that property at a higher cost.
Right,
correct?
we mentioned that earlier, it's higher with R&M.
So when you have 8.87%, even if you're comparing this, the nearest comparison as far as an office property that would have sold in time-wise, that capitalization rate would drop significantly. Because you wouldn't have that overhead cost, where you have to maintain a heritage building.
I don't know that, do you know that?
Are you saying it costs, you don't have full control over what you can do with the building? You can't retrofit it any way you like, you're telling me, or replacement factor or replica factor as far as what you can do with the facade, would it be more?
I'm not asking for 8.87. This is, Mr. Cole, your department comes in with the same cap rates every year. They say they develop cap rates, and they use Cushman, Wakefield, CBRE, and Colliers. We're trying to do a cap rate study. There was no Class A's that sold that we're aware of.
Right.
This is just here for information. We're not using
But when you're
9.35 or
questioning that you
8.8.
don't have any evidence, when you present some evidence, I can question it.
You can question it.
Okay. I've had some history with 423 Main Street, it's under my next docket with Mr. Slaughter. Have you investigated the sale of this property?
I am not, Mr. Slaughter has.
Okay, are you aware that there was numerous strings attached to the sale of this property, including the weed board reclassified itself as G3, I can't remember what they reclassified themselves as, but it was a leaseback scenario where they occupied the top two floors and a portion of the main floor.
I don't have the complete history of that building.
Are you aware also that there was a number of lawsuits associated with this building where they couldn't?
I don't know that.
Where the lawsuit indicated that this building was owned by the members of the lead board, and there were
I
so
don't
many
know.
negatives attached to this that they couldn't get anyone to buy
I
it.
don't know, Mr. Cole.
Okay.
I'm not using 9.35.
My point is that that's, even if I wanted to use that as a comparison for capitalization rate, I couldn't.
Well,
So many factors at play in there where we just simply couldn't use it.
I'm sure when you go to the board with that property, Mr. Slaughter will have all the answers for you.
Awesome. And then lastly, getting back to our projected NOI is approximately 2.5 million. You don't have the subject properties attached income information statement in your brief. Did you review the 2.796 million NOI? Or is it in the brief or in the statement? I didn't see it.
I don't think I put it in my brief, I just put in the rent roll
Okay.
and the parking income.
So when you see our NOI at 2.5, you see the building performing at 2.8 approximately, do you feel that a value or NOI starting point at 2,165,000 approximately is accurate based on the market information study?
I feel based on the market that my value is fair.
Okay, fair enough. That's all the questions I have.
I just have two, mostly clarification, Mr. Becker. Why don't we turn to page 7? Your reference to the Johnson June 2018 market report. Now, it would seem to me that's post-reference.
Yes.
Okay, just clarification on page 12, and I think this was a typo, but you can just correct me if I'm wrong. Last paragraph, you've got the time adjusted sale prices to April 1st, 2016 for the 2020 roll.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, that should be 18.
Thank you.
I don't have anything, thank you.
Nothing? I'm good. Let's move on to the next one. Excuse me, somewhere. No paper clips. Taking up your space, aren't you? I'll move over here.
That's
I was
okay.
throwing my
She was
briefs
throwing
over
her
on you
report
before,
at
yeah.
me.
We're all forwarded. We're gonna deal with 240 Graham next, when you are ready.
Roll number is 12097788-700. Civic address is 240 Grand. The 2020 assessed value is $39,458,000. The property was built in 1982, has an effective age 2000. Gross floor area is approximately 200,000. The leasable area is 174,511 square feet. There is indoor parking and outdoor parking, 73 stalls for indoor parking, 35 stalls for outdoor parking. There was a sale of this property, half interest sale of this property, I should state, on April 2nd, 2014 for $21,143,500. The sworn value is approximately $42,287,000. Our rental comparables are on page 3. I'd like to point out 25 and 26 is a duplicate. I apologize, I'll describe that for the next deal. But we do have 4 comparable comparisons in this property, ranging from $21.75 a square foot to $16 a square foot. Excuse me. So again, our overall average is about $15.69 a square foot for comparisons, with a weighted average of about 15.44. And Class B properties average approximately $15.31 a square foot in the center business district of downtown Winnipeg on page 5, according to the roughly 3.5 million square meter inventory that Cushman Wakefield reviewed. Page number 6 is the comparables that we have for parking. I think we've already went over it enough. Page 7 is our income stream for parking. As you can see, there's some discrepancy on what we actually have for the side. Pardon me for 1 second. We have 20, the parking lot, we have 26, sorry, my mistake. We have the rental right there. Describe out the heated portion. We are putting the right rental rate on to the 26 stalls, $103.50 a square feet. I don't know why it came in at heated, but check that for next time. So for 35 stalls outside, at $103.50 net stall, gives us a net operating income of $43,470, capped at 4.5%, gives us $966,000. Getting to the 73 outdoor, 73 indoor parking stalls for the heated parkade, is at our $138 net stall rate, which produces a net operating income of $120,888, capped at 7%, gives us our value of $1,727,000. Apologies. On page 9 is the income stream for the building. Again, 174,000 square feet, approximately at $16.45 a square foot. Gives us PGI of $2,870,328. Our vacancy is 7%. We reduced this by 2% in our percentage change review, down from our standard 9%, given the performance of the building, which I'll get into shortly. effective gross income of $2,669,405 a square foot. Our expenses are at 2%, we've already been over that. Shortfall at $11. Gives us a net operating income at $2,481,646, capped at 6.75%, gives us rounded $36,765. Or sorry, $36,765,000. Page 11 is a summary of the report of the income streams, I should say. So we have an NOI approximately $2,646,000, capped at 6.71%, gives us our value at $39,458,000. I apologize, I'm not talking today. Again, under the sale price, most recent sale price of the property. Cap rates we've already been through. Page 14 gives us our area total of the property. As you can see on the first image, there is some outside parking on the surface. On page 15 shows us, again, some of the area photos and the side street elevations in one corner. On page 16 gives us the other view on the other opposite side of the property, which shows the parking lot and the entrance to the underground property underneath the building. On page 17 is the investors group public document, which shows acquisition of the property, otherwise known as the Cargill building. We have on March 31st, 2014, acquisition of $42,668,814. I'd like to point out it is a half interest sale, so that's their declared what the property's worth. So on page 19 is the ID that was submitted. Again, at the end of the day is attached in the statements, but they did put in 2.74% vacancy from the point of purchase from what I looked at, and historically this building performed very well. It's always been below, from recent history anyways, our vacancy. They're reporting 73 stalls outside, 35 indoors. On page 21, basic rent is approximately $3.5 million. Vacancy they put in, again, nominal at $64,000. Parking revenue at $348,944. Turn to page 22. This is the kind of anomaly of all the rentals that are reviewed. As you come down, the management fees of $145,591 is not covered. I contacted the controller of this property, which is Christina Splicky, probably mispronounced her name. She confirmed that's correct. It's a little misleading with heading is, I wasn't sure. But she confirmed that management fees are not recovered for this particular building. Okay. When you look through the vacancy on page 24, and I reviewed, like I said, vacancy for 2014, 2015, 2016. It's nominal. It's performing very well. The rents in place are at the high side of B's, in the B range. You go through the rent roll that's attached on page 25. Shows you the rents that are in place. Sort of additional comments, which gives you the net annual rent approximately just for the building, $3,435,000. So go through, that's the rest of the I&E. There's just some additional information for the following pages. But if you come to the last recent listing of this property, page 35. They indicate this building is a BOMA Best building. It has that certification. And we're indicating their lease rates that were advertised in 2017, or asking rates anyways, on page 37 at $8,000
$18.1750 instead of $50. And you can tell that it is not post-reference because the second one is available September 1st, 2017, so this was prior to that. Sometimes they give dates, sometimes they don't. When you read the listings, you can make it out when there is post-reference. On page 38 gives another tenant list of what's in the property. And on page 39 are photos of some spaces that they're showing. So this building is a well-performing building. It is an upper B, very well-performing B. And when we look at, even with management not being included, their actual NOI is $2,703,934, with a vacancy at 2.74%. Given a review of the property and how well it's performing, we elected to reduce the vacancy by 2% from our standard 9% of fees. Historically, the property is doing very well, given rental rates, given the vacancy with those higher rental rates. It is still within range. Our projected NOI, even with that adjustment, is $2,646,000. So, based on that, I believe that a value of $39,458,000 is reasonable and achievable in the marketplace as of April 1st, 2018. Our model projects that, and given the fact that it actually sold and the declared value of what it sold for, further supports it. Put the questions.
Question?
Yes, I have a few. On page 7, is this building any different than 200 Graham that has outside parking stalls along the outside of the building?
As far as surface parking, similar.
And the parking for the outside stalls was capped at 7% on 200 Graham? Why is this 4.5?
Sorry, I didn't catch that. No, it should have been, it should be 7%. Apologize. Give me 1 second here. I just worked out the numbers. Bear with me. So that would be a difference of a negative $345,000. If it were to be a 7% cap, it would have been 621,000. So your value would have been $39,113,000, or a difference of, better way to look at it would be .087%. So you're looking at under 1% difference in value with that error. It would have been an error. I apologize, I didn't catch that. Having said that, the difference in model correcting of that parameter is like I said, 0.087%. That's nominal to the overall value.
if I go to page 9, the 7% is actually an error, isn't it? When all other Class B office buildings in Winnipeg are at 9%.
You're talking vacancy?
Yep.
No, like I stated before, we reviewed the property for the historical vacancy. We reviewed the property, how the rents were, and we reviewed our model at 9. We elected to reduce the vacancy down to 7% to reflect what the actual property was performing at.
Okay, when we get to my.
The same way we would make an adjustment for a negatively performing property, we do have some that we would put a higher vacancy on. There's no objection there from the appellant. In this case here, we're having a higher performing property, and we're doing the opposite.
444 St. Mary had 1% vacancy, you left it at 9. Correct? 333 St. Mary, the Class B office building had 0%, you left it at 9. You honestly can say that you looked at this one, you just pulled this one out and decided this would be the one?
We looked at this one, and when you review the actual performance of the building with the higher rents combined with the risk for vacancy, you should see a greater vacancy. You don't, you see a lesser vacancy than market, even with a higher rent. That
We'll
indicates
wait
a
till we
very
get to
strong
my
performing
report.
building.
Okay, so you're saying 7% is right. Okay, you're not giving the 5%, yet you admit that they don't recover management. Should you not give it the 5% then?
I'm looking at what the marketplace would be. I'm not looking at site specific. If I was looking at site specific, I'd be looking more at the sale price.
But you're not gonna give it the 5% even though you're wrong.
I'm saying we look at a market approach at board revision level. I cross-reference the actual performance of the building. When I'm looking at the performance of the building, where it's strong income coming in, low vacancy, and the price that was paid for the property, I'm not gonna deviate from our market parameters, even if there was a mistake made for 4.5% for, which works out to be for vacant, or for cap rate for outside parking at less than 1% of full value.
Okay, let's go to the rent roll starting on page 25. Okay, unit 101. Oh, this week. Give me 1 second here.
I don't think we're doing it 101.
Okay. 102.
ABL contact lens.
Yeah, it went vacant in December 16. We're at Tim Hortons, 102.
We have 102 for a ADL contact center and 103 for Tim Hortons.
Okay, what about 104? That's vacant.
Correct. That's far as we know, yes.
1465 square feet,
Yeah.
correct? And then the next vacant one is unit 296. And that's 1150 square feet, right?
1 second here.
On your page 26. 296, it says vacant.
Yeah, I'm just looking at, sorry, I haven't got off page 25 yet. It says that there's a lease coming in it's vacant currently, but it says there's a lease coming in for 6 years, effective February 1st, 2018, at $16.50 a square foot, escalating by 50 cents a square foot for the first 3 years. So every year, 50 cents increase. So it looks like it is vacant, but they have a lease coming in place.
Okay. Okay, what about the one on page 26? That's 1150.
1,150 square feet. And it's
That's vacant.
Doesn't look like there's anything coming.
Okay, and then we go to the next page, on page 27. We have another vacant unit, RD 22.
Yeah, for
It's
21.
another 2167 square feet.
So 150 plus, bear with me for a second. Yeah,
Can you tell me what you've used on these vacant spaces?
$1167 is $18.23 a square foot. The 1150. I don't see 1150 CRU that we have. There may have been a difference. There may have been a difference in what they're reporting as a CRU space versus what we have. Usable areas do sometimes fluctuate with that building.
Okay, on page 24, at the very top, based on the mailers that they gave you, they're showing that the expected rent was $16 and $16.50. And you put in a brochure where they're asking $17.50 and $18,
That's what the brochure is.
but the owners are asking only $16 or $16.50.
I can't speak to the difference. I can only speak to what's on the IME and also what's being listed for market.
Okay, so what you're saying is then if it has a higher than normal vacancy, you'll give it a higher amount. If it has lower than normal, you'll give it a lower amount.
We'll look at the performance of the building, and also operating strategy of the building.
Is there any other Class B office buildings that you can tell me that have a 7% vacancy?
Honestly, I don't think I would think there wouldn't be one.
Right, so this wasn't a mistake, this was,
I
you
never
didn't
said
make
it
a
was
mistake and then you went
No,
after it.
I never said it was a
changed
mistake. I said, we reviewed it, and the income on this property is very strong. The rent that's being reported on this property is very strong, and the vacancy is lower. Risk associated with attaining these rents would indicate that there would be a higher vacancy. But when you actually see performance of this building, is that it's the opposite of that. The building is such a well-performing building that the vacancy is still low, which shows to the marketplace, which should anyone buying it, the risk here is less. It's a strong performing building and it would be accounted for in the selling price of the property. And when I reviewed this property, and I did review it for sale of the property, when the half interest sale was accounted for, they bought it for the income at the time of sale, and it worked out to be approximately a 5% cap, 5.1% cap rate.
Okay, so you
Based
talk
on
about-
their NOI, what they reported.
Okay, you talk about the good income and you're using an average of $16.45. If I go through the rent roll, a large portion of this is rented by Public Works, correct? Which has a gross, in most cases, gross rent of $24.89.
Correct.
If I take off your shortfall of $11, I'm at 13 something. Because they don't collect nothing from that.
Are you using our model projection, or are you using the actuals? Because if you're using the actuals, you should reference the IEs that show the NOIs and the actual, which are lower than what the NOIs are coming
Okay,
in.
for the government spaces that are at $24.89, what are you doing to bring them down to net?
We're taking market net rents and transposing it in that place. We don't use the actual gross rents and factor them back down and then apply them. That would be leased fee. We're not doing leased fee.
Okay, so if I go through the rent roll, on page 25, the first net rent is $16 a square foot. Unit number 100, that's for a fitness center.
That's what they're reporting.
Okay, the next one is $17.72.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then we go down, we got $24.89 gross.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have $16.25. Then we have a small hairstylist at $20. Then we have gross again at $26.75. Then we have net for 2,500 square feet at $17.50. And all these smaller units are $16 to $17. Then one large Cargill, who are the owners of the building, at $15.75. And then you go gross to $24.89. So even though the Public Works has probably as much space or more than Cargill, you're using a rent that's higher than $15.75.
Correct, slightly higher, yes. About $1 more.
So you're not, what are you allowing for expenses?
Is, we're allowing the 2%, is what we've indicated. We're taking a market-based approach. You're going on a lease fee. I don't know how else to explain it.
Oh, is that sort of looking at the actual net income?
You can cross-reference the net income. My point is we're doing a market appraisal for market information, And Altus seems to not be bringing in the actual market, the actual performance on the buildings on every single, property we have here. We're bringing in partial rent rolls, but the income statements seem to be missing. And the income statements seem to be showing properties that perform better than our market, parameters. So I don't know
I
why
have no
you're,
further questions.
where you're going with this.
Christine, Cynthia, I mean, Christine's not here
It's been a
today.
long day.
Christine's not here today.
Christine went home.
And Cynthia, the question I did, this is more out of interest maybe, but, so this is right across the street from the previous building, and this is a Class B. Is that just the location? Like, is Fort Street the cutoff? Yeah, you maybe don't know.
As far as.
Yeah.
I'm confused.
Well, Class A, the one across the street was Class A.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is directly across the street, yeah.
It's Class B.
Yeah. So, no, I know, I'm just saying,
Yeah, they're adjacent to each other.
yeah, it's just, is one Class B due to location, or is one Class B due to the type of building it is?
The type of building, it's not.
Oh, it's type of building, okay.
There's a scoring system.
Scoring, okay. I thought maybe it was,
I don't think that's a contention.
Fort
We're
Street
not
was the
saying
cutoff.
we're not saying the rent that's in place is in place because it's in A. We're just saying it's at the upper range of the B.
yeah, no, yeah,
It's
that's fine.
past the upper range of a B, is that what you meant?
It's
Well,
per-
it's at the upper range of the B. We see that the overall average for Cushman Wakefield is that, they're reported, like I said, 1531, and we're at 1645. So we're at about a little over $1 more. So if the average is 1531, there would be some ones that are performing a little higher.
It's just interesting because they're actually connected to each other, so.
Mhm.
Okay, that's it, thanks.
Yours.
No questions.
Page 11, your stream one for the parking lot, 60 feet,
Page 11,
4.5? I thought it was 7 on the other one.
I changed that, we were addressing.
Was that the one you adjusted?
Yeah, it was 345.
Oh, that was that,
value.
so that was that value you
And and like what I'm saying is it's 0.087% difference in value.
Okay,
And when
that
you
was the
look-
3,900,000, I got it. I got that changed, okay. And,
I'd like to
yeah, I
add,
think,
oh, sorry, I thought it was my turn.
no, you already had your turn.
No, I mean,
No, you gotta present yet. Oh, it's okay, just,
Getting angry with you, maybe it needs to be answered.
just get angry and
Yeah.
slam it down on the phone.
yeah,
No, I'm done. You're up.
okay, I actually have a correction to hand out, if that's okay with the board, using the actual vacancy that is correct for Class B
You'll
office.
change that 7%?
To 9. I said 9 and I used 7.
This is the whole package?
This is the
then?
whole package, yeah, it's not just a.
Well, that's the correction, that's just
So-
showing the new value.
So we have to dump this one?
No, still, and I still have to go through it, except when it comes to the value page, which is on page,
I'm just gonna send it to you.
page 9.
Jeremy?
Not 9.
Well, I'm on my regular,
We've
my
already,
first read.
we've already talked about the, oh, even more.
On the first page?
Oh, yeah, which one do you have? You
Okay, I got
have
it.
the corrected one?
This
Yeah,
is the correct one.
so it would be on the third page.
Third page, page 3.
Yeah, so
Okay.
on the third page, what I've done is I've used the correct vacancy for Class B, which is 9%, and I've used the correct capitalization rate for the surface parking at 7%. So that's my revised value, the value in red, but I might as well go through my original. If I could just ask the board to turn to page 6 of my original brief.
Oh, you're really good.
It'll all come together. Under potential market income, or potential market rent,
Yep.
the city of Winnipeg has applied an overall rent of $16.45 per square foot. Which
So
is
sorry, which
well
one are we on,
above-
the original brief?
Original brief,
The original
page 6,
page 16.
which is well above all the numbers that Mr. Poole has been providing us throughout the day on the other Class B office buildings. What we've done is we've used $17.50 on the vacant space on the lower levels and $15.75 up on the upper levels. And we've taken off the shortfall off the gross rents and used that for the government spaces. And based on that, our overall rent is $14.61, which fits in nicely with the graph that Mr. Cole has presented on several other properties today. So that is our present, the difference, the main difference there is that we're at 1461 rent and the assessor is in at 1750. I'm sorry, at 1645. So it's roughly $2 a square foot on the rent. Like I said, we're using 1575 and 1750 on the vacant, and we've taken off $11 for shortfall off of the government spaces. For the parking valuation, we're agreeing with the assessors 6.75%. Non-recoverables, we're using 7% in total, which is 2% for the structural and 5% for stabilized allowance for non-recoverable expenses. For the parking, the subject to 73 indoor heated stalls and 35 outdoor stalls. For the 2020 realty assessment, the assessor is capitalized into income, the indoor at 7 and 4.5 for the, he's corrected that, so I don't have to go over that. So now if I could ask the board to turn to page 3 of the correction brief. And this is where I'm suggesting that all the parking income be capitalized at 7%, and that the subject, it's an OFB, and if you go to page 14 of the assessor of my brief, this comes from the assessor's valuation parameters for the 2020 reassessment. And number 14, office building, OFB, 9% vacancy. As you've seen in all the other Bs that we've had here today, it's 9% whether they're at 0% or whether they're at 10 or 12%. So based on the corrected value, we're asking the board to reduce the assessment to $32,757,000. And I'm open for questions.
Let's start with vacancy. Typically, when a building's underperforming the market, Altus asks for and review and sometimes give a vacant rate that is higher than what our model rate is, correct?
If it's consistent, if we can show you several years of history showing that it has been vacant, it's having trouble renting, yes.
So on the same premise, why would Altus oppose if a building for years is performing below the vacant parameter, and for the higher performance in rent, not equate that to a stronger performance in building, so the vacancy rate should be below what we.
No, I disagree because you're overstating the rent,
All things being equal.
but it's not.
All things being equal, if Altus can get an increase in vacancy based on the performance of a building, why can the assessment department not choose to go below the model parameter if the model is at X amount and the performance of the subject property is far exceeding it?
When you do your cap rate study, do you use 7% on Class Bs or 9%?
Typically, we would have used the 9%.
Well, correct, so if you're using that for all your parameters to do your capitalization rate and everything else, why should this building be segregated from all the other ones? Are you trying to say there's no other Class Bs
Well,
out there that have 0 vacancy?
this is kind of leading into my point. When a building's underperforming, it's okay to get an increase in parameters that would benefit a reduction, but on the opposite side, there's no question on that. But when it just swings the other way, you're saying that all of a sudden there's an issue.
No, that's not
Either
true.
way, if you're saying it shouldn't be given for lowering a vacancy, then we shouldn't be changing it from market value perspective if there is a higher than model vacancy.
The last property we did at 200 Graham, where we know that it's gonna have an additional 9%
It hasn't
starting
gone
in
vacant
September.
yet. We don't know if they're gonna renew, we don't know if they're gonna
No,
stay.
we do, they had a letter, they left, we know they left, we know they were leaving, a purchaser would have known they were leaving. We didn't ask for higher than the market of 77.
And how do we know the purchaser doesn't have a tenant already suited?
We
We
don't.
know the space, we're gonna purchase this property, it's gonna be a year in advance, we're gonna spend
You see the
30-something million or
vacancies
whatever.
out there.
And in that time, you already have arranged for the majority of the space to be soaked up.
Your model is supposed to treat all properties fairly.
But yet, for an underperforming property, Altus is more than happy to get a higher vacancy than our model, but for a better performing property,
Well, then
Altus
perhaps
has the rates go on.
Perhaps we could increase the vacancy, not the vacancy, but the cap rate, because the risk to continue getting those kind of rents is probably not there. When a large portion of it is government space that's at gross rent.
So how would you develop a cap rate then? Let's start there. How would you develop a cap rate?
Well, we're not gonna get into that.
No, I think this isn't.
Well, I'm just saying that if you're gonna take the 2% off of this one, then your
My,
cap rate
my
is the
point is,
same.
we have a building that sold in 2014 with a reported net operating income and a sale price, and it equates to 5.1%. All this has been under appeal for this property prior to the sale and now, and there was a bit of time where there was no appeal done on the property. So by looking at the subject property performance, inclusive of the actual capitalization rate of 5.1% calculated by myself, why would you, I fail to see the rationale. If we're all talking risk is vacancy, rent, prominence of the building, we see a high and B performing here at 5.1%.
You're saying it's a high B performing, and yet half the building is a gross rent with the government.
It's a 5.1% cap. We have a sales questionnaire with an
Well, I
NOI.
don't see that evidence anywhere.
But we don't see it in your brief either. We don't see any of the information today, or any of the NOIs in your brief. If I saw a building that sold within a reasonable time frame within the reference date, I'd be looking at that capitalization rate. It seems Delta's turns away from the capitalization rate and also the actual income statements, and you're using a hybrid approach of both benefits of our model parameters and then actuals, and
Well,
a
here's
hybrid
where I got a
approach
que-
between leased fee and market.
Here's where I got a
Come
question,
together.
what you're saying at a 5.1%. I look at the city data, and it says for OFBs, the lowest cap rate for OFB by the city was 6.75. Where does the 5.1 come in?
Like I said, this was a half interest sale. When you adjust the half interest sale, it works to be 5.1. We can't inclusively use that because it was a half interest sale. But if you actually look at the sale on a subjectivity of the actual half interest, it works out to be 5.1.
Well, there's no evidence on that.
My point is, you are effectively the owner coming to your agency claiming you don't know the capitalization rate of the latest recent sale when you submit it to the property and to the general public, investors of your property, of your refund.
Mr. Paul, that sale took
Just
place in
hold on, hold on.
2014.
We don't
Well,
need to
you
go-
made a statement of that I don't know about the cap rate. Why would I calculate a cap rate from 2014 when I'm dealing with
It should be
2018?
the benchmark level of what you look at, and for valuation purposes, you're declaring to the open public in a rising market that the acquisition price was 42 million sworn value, 668,000. It was a half interest sale. We have it.
It's your turn to ask questions.
Yeah, you're not, why are you giving me evidence again?
My point is, you're not presenting the panel with information that you ought to.
Is that your question?
Ought to
Can I
what?
answer that?
What is that ought to?
You haven't brought in information on the last recent sale.
No, I
You haven't
haven't.
brought in any actual income expense questionnaire, income statements.
But you provided them. There's nothing, I'm not questioning them or saying they're not right.
Well, I'm confused on why you're going with actual rental rules when you haven't actually went through the full set of information that's been submitted.
Your capital model is set up based on Class Bs, you get 7% vacancy, 6.5 cap, 2% other, right? And this is the market rents that we get out of the Class Bs, this is what we should use. All the comparisons you show are lower than what your average and your mean, the Clearfield, they're all lower than the actual rent that you're using on the subject. So, in your opinion, it's a high-performing B, but you've got a whole bunch of gross rents in there that you haven't given us any reason or rationale as to how you reduce them to net.
You could simply look at the operating statements they do them for you.
Are we done arguing, gentlemen, or are we gonna ask some
I-
more questions?
I'm ready to answer more questions, but I
Okay.
don't know how I can answer that
You
one.
got a
yet.
question?
No, no question.
You got a question? I've got no question. So I guess that concludes that matter. Item number 5 is gone. We're on to item number 6. Anybody need to take a break now, or you wanna do one more before we take a break?
There's only 2 more, we can go.
Hmm?
We can go.
We can make it?
What time is it now?
Oh, it's early.
20 to 4.
Oh, really? Oh,
Only 3:39.
flying by.
So I said it's just flying through. So, 400 St. Mary's. Why does that sound so familiar? All of them do that.
It was 4-4 St. Mary's on the docket.
Just give me 1 second to review.
When you're ready.
All right. Roll number is 1209364200, 400 St. Mary's Avenue. We have a 2020 assessment at $30,946,000. The building was built in 1988. Leasable area of approximately $138,733. No recent sales on the property. As indicated before, this is a Class A building. We have a same set of sales that are rentable comparables that we reviewed, 247,000 square feet, approximately averaging $18.44 a square foot, weighted average at 18.33. We have a Cushman Wakefield Class A Center Business District report of approximately 2.9 million square feet of inventory, with the average net rent at $19.93 a square foot. Same parking comparables that we have as other properties. On page 6 is the summary, or I should say the income stream for the office portion. We have 138,733 square feet at an average of $70.55 a square foot. We've adjusted for this prior, let's look at the property with Mr. Becker. We've adjusted for some short-term vacancy upwards at 15%. So that's up from our standard 7%, basically double to 50%. To adjust for some vacancy that was occurred within the property. So our potential gross income is $2,434,505 with the, again, adjusted vacancy based on the performance. We have effective gross income of $2,069,329 with our 2% expenses, $13 shortfall gives us a net operating income of $1,757,415, capped at 6%, gives us $29,290,000. I apologize, I'm getting those. So on the first
You're thirsty after a while.
lot of talking today. For the parking income stream, 70 indoor stalls heated at $130 net install, produces net operating income of $115,920. Capped at 7%, gives us $1,656,000. So for the total net operating income, we have $1,873,335, which produces our total rounded $30,946,000. So on page 11 is an aerial photo of the property. I'm sure we all know the location. It's right next to the prominent 444 St. Mary's, and attached to it by a heated walkway, but to the bay through the Bay Parkade, which is on 80 feet walk to get back to the sky. So page 13 is the income statement, or I should say income expense questionnaire with the attached income statements. They're indicating 8.94% vacancy. The vacancy appears to be going downwards from years prior. The outside number of stalls is 71, and the monthly rate is between $185 to $230 a stall. It appears there's 5 outdoor stalls. I don't believe we have that accounted for, and 5 outdoor stalls is a investor for buying this or not. So I didn't see any outdoor parking, so if there is, that's it. So the rent rolls are as attached through pages 15 through to 20. On page 21 is the income statements. And this is where you start to see the recovery of the building from the performance from the year prior. So this is for 2018, January 18 to December 18. At the reference date, the actual is, prime rate is 1.1 million approximately. The projected for the remainder, for the total year, is a little over 3 million. The year prior was 2.725 million. The parking rent was 69,000 at the reference date, projected to 150,984. And the prior year was 155,465. So as we go through, we see the vacancy dropping on highlighted, page 22. The vacancy is 179,434 at the reference date. The projected is 240,000 approximately. The year prior was 525,466, so there is starting to be recovery within the building. The recoverable operating expenses is highlighted. As we go through down to page 24, is inclusive of property management fees, which at the reference date is 48,388, projected to be 145,161, and the year prior was 127,248. On the following page, on page 25, shows us our net operating income. Our net operating income is at the reference date 881,214, projected to be 2,073,721. In the year prior, with the higher vacancy, it was 1.5 million, or 1,523,920, basically 1.5. So we see the building starting to recover. In the reference, I should say years prior, I don't think I have it here on page. Last page 32, we have a 2016 municipal board certificate of agreement. I went through the property with Mr. Becker. We have a 5% vacancy model. If you look on the page 33, we increased it to 12%. We had a $16.14 overall rent rate. We increased it to $15.91. We had a 7.5 cap, and of course we had the management in prior. The level of value that we reduced it was $30,385,000, down to $24,969,000. Again, that was 2 cycles ago in 2016. As we see going through, we get back to where our projection model rates are with accounting for the vacancy that's still occurring, but lessening. We have, again, referencing the net operating income in total is $1,873,000. The owner projected for 2018 is $2,127,000 in the year prior, with the vacancy, which is decreasing, was 1.523. So, based on this building, which appears to be recovering, I think a 50% vacancy is more than enough allowance. And actuals are outperforming and projected as outperforming our model as far as net operating income is concerned. So based on that, I think a value of $30,946,000 is appropriate and warranted, and if we able to achieve that in the marketplace. For the last few cycles, we adjusted for vacancy and the performance of the building, like I spoke to prior to when it was a question of whether we should reduce the vacancy. In this case, it was the opposite. We saw a building that was struggling a bit. We made some allowances for a few cycles and starting to recover. We're matching the recovery with the actual performance of the building. So a doubling of the vacancy is more than enough to account for what was occurring, and as you can see, it's time going on and start to recover. So with that, I'm open to questions.
Director, questions?
Yeah. You keep saying that the building's recovering. If you turn to page 20 of your brief, it lists the vacancies. there's 34,000 square feet of vacant space.
Right?
How is that recovering?
When you look at the net operating income, what is the net operating?
That's projected, it's not actual.
As of leases that are in place leading up to the reference date, I'm pretty sure that given the sophisticated owner, that they're not gonna project something that's below what's gonna be experienced. It's not like they're projecting 5, 6 years in the future, they're projecting 9 months into the future with what they have on lease.
Okay.
Leading up.
So let's look at your page 25 then. And we go to the last year where you highlighted the net operating income was 1,523,920, right? What does it say there their budget was? 2,073,721. Okay. We go to the other part that you've highlighted, what are they projecting? 2,073,721. So obviously their projections aren't very good. They were projecting 2 million in 16, they got 1.5 million. They're predicting 2 million again, and they still have 34,000 square feet vacant. And you're using that as your reason for that the vacancy's going down?
What's indicating here is that there's space that is to be vacant, or that is vacant, that their projections are what they are.
But it's a budget, it's not the actual.
That's their projection. That's a projection with all the information that is internally known. We're adjusting for with a 15% vacancy, which is a little bit more than doubling our 7%.
You're 9%. Oh, you're
Sorry,
7, oh yeah, but you're calling it an
seven,
8.
yes. So as far as an allowance for an underperforming building, we've acknowledged it. We've acknowledged it for a few cycles now.
Okay, let's go to
So-
page 22. Under vacancy costs, prime rent vacancy off. Total last year, $25,466. Projected $240,000. What have they got for this year again? $525, projected $240. It's easy to project, but they're not getting it. They have 34,000 square feet at the end of December. That's, how much is that, Jan? That's like 24%, 25%. Why would you say that it's getting better?
This is all I can reference as far as when you're doing an actual analysis of the actual information or the owner get. If you're,
But it's not actual, it's projected.
if you're claiming that this couldn't go down or even get a little bit better, it could. But I'm working with the numbers that they're giving us.
Okay, well,
So do
I
you
guess if you're
feel-
gonna rely on
Do you feel,
projected.
do you feel that a lessening of we signed at a 12% vacancy, correct?
For 14.
For 14, for 16, right?
No, for 14.
What is it, 16 appeal is top? 16 appeal, last page.
Okay, and then for 18?
So we were experiencing a similar vacancy, correct?
That was 18.
No. When we get to my brief, I have the history of the vacancies in this building.
We'll stop asking them questions, we'll get the agreement.
Well, I just want to know, I'd just like to know why anybody would use a projected NOI.
My point is, we have a vacancy that we still increased by 3%, even though the vacancy appears to start to go down.
That's fine, but you, anyway, your classing is an A. When you and I did the 16 certificate, we both agreed it was not an A. It was like an A minus or a B plus.
That is roughly what we said, yes.
Yes, but now
Advertising
you're
is
back
an
to
eight.
an
When we
eight.
go
Now
through
you're back
it,
to an
the
eight.
main floor is a little bit deficient as far as what a main floor would be for an OFA.
No security on site, no
I
nothing.
didn't say no to it.
You and I inspected it on April 10th, 2018. And Taylor McCaffrey was still in there.
Right.
And they were leaving in March. We knew that. That's another, I forget how many thousand square feet of space. And their space was dated. It wasn't Class A space. I don't understand why you would put it back down to, or back up to an A and lower the cap rate when the vacancy hasn't changed. It's gotten worse.
I would like to point out, we agreed on almost a $60 rent for whatever the reference up to April 1st, 2014, correct?
Because of yes.
So a $17.50 rent, $2.50 increase would not be appreciable at the upper end of the range as far as a low B.
I'm just asking, why do you think it's still an A?
My point is, it's been advertised as an A. When we're going through it, it can be an arguable high B, low A. We're right within that range. we're adjusting for the vacancy with a 15% vacancy, which is a little bit more than double.
Okay, I know.
Would you prefer a lower rent tied with the vacancy?
I
Or
have no
would you
further
prefer to
questions.
adjust for the risk for the vacancy with what?
You'll find out when I read my brief.
Any questions from the panel members?
No questions.
No questions? On with your presentation, sir.
Okay, if I could ask the board to turn to page 6. The city's using, the bottom potential market rent. The city's using an, potential net market income of $17.55 square foot to a leasable area of 138,732. We have used the actual April 2018 rent roll for actual rents, and as well as applied a net rent of $15 per square foot to the vacant space. As you can see, we come up with an overall rent of $16.22 for 137,567 square feet. On page 8 is the vacancy allowance. At the year end in 2013, the property had 16% vacancy. End of 14.27, end of 15.27, end of 16.24.7, and end of 17.24.7. It was also known on February 20th, 2018, that Taylor McCaffrey was going to be moving to 201 Portage because Aikens moved from 201 Portage to the new True North Center. That was an additional 30,000 square feet going vacant. So a person buying that building as of April 1, 2018, already had 34,000 square feet vacant that it couldn't fill. As you can see, it's been trying since 2013, and then they know there's gonna be another 30,000 coming vacant come March of 2019. I don't think the 15% is adequate, and I'm using 20%. The building it's at a dead end of the skywalk system. If they attached it to the convention center, it would probably help, but they haven't. So it's a dead end of it just comes from 444 St. Mary to 400, and it stops. It's just not it's in the middle of a bunch of Class B buildings, so it can't command anything more than what the Class Bs are getting in the area, because it isn't special. It's not a special building. So we've used 20% vacancy. For shortfall, the city's used the Class A office building, and it's used a shortfall rate of $13. We do not consider this subject to Class A, but a more A minus or B plus. The shortfall parameters for Class B office buildings are 11. The reported additional costs are 16 for this report. We're gonna use the shortfall rate of $16 a square foot. The operating costs we know. As mentioned earlier, we felt that the Class A office buildings for the 2020 reassessment should be at 6.25. Therefore, we're adding 0.25 to that to be in the middle between the to be at 6.5%, which is the middle between a Class B and a Class A office building. For parking, on page number 14, the actual gross parking revenue in 2017 was $157,130 or $187 gross per stall. The assessor's net rent per stall of $138 allows for minimal expenses of $49 per stall or 26%. Taxes alone for 2017 for the parkade portion alone were $40 a stall, which would bring it down to $147. For the 2018 assessment appeal on the subject property, the assessor provided the following comparisons for parkades, and it's similar to the one that Mr. Pohl had put in his brief. The underground heated parking stalls have expense ratios ranging from 38% to 47%. For our report, we will use an expense ratio of 45% for a net rent per stall of $102.85, and we will capitalize this at 7%. On page 15, I've got the parking structure. Total net income for the parking is $86,394, capped at 7 is $1,234,200. For the office building, we're using 20% vacancy, 7% for non-recoverables, $16 shortfall, and a 6.4 cap rate, 0.5 for $18,764,208, for a rounded value of $19,998,000. There's the rent rolls attached, which shows vacant space, etc. And for the 2018 appeal, we got the 6% bumped up by 0.25 to 6.25 for the cap rate for the subject property. And I'm open for questions.
There is no contention. We walked through it. I said it was a high
I'd be minus similar to what you said, correct?
Yes,
I'm not in contention on that. I said the main core area is a little bit deficient as far as terms of, what you typically expect for North Bay, correct?
right.
Sorry, nothing. You are, and now I see that, on page 7, you're doing the actual overall weighted, $16.22 a square foot. You're taking a rent roll, the lease fee increase.
I used the actual rents that were there, and then I applied $15 to the vacant space. And I
So
came
some of
up with-
these rents are old rents, $10, $12.
a lot of those were, well, Canada Post, they actually moved. Some of them are older, some were gross rents that we netted down.
Okay, so kind of a step away from market-based approach. That's fine if you, that's, this is clean.
This is a step away from what, I'm sorry?
A step away from our market approach, where we take information that's approaching the reference date and applying it to the subject property. You're taking older rents and step down gross rents to come to what your opinion of value is based on the lease fee.
Well, I'm not, which ones are real old, I'd like to know. I'm using $16 for Taylor McCaffrey.
What I'm saying is a $12 rent for Dr. Irwin, or sorry, $10 rent, is that, would you consider that to be market?
Where's the $10 one?
SS 22,220.
Oh, the one.
1004 for the dental
Yeah,
operation.
it's storage. It says S there, S110, it's storage rent.
So what you're saying is your storage rent is still exceeding an OFB rent range, is that what you're saying? Like
No, the storage rents go from
$12,
$10.
around there, 10, 12.
They go to 10, 12, yeah. If you look at the other rents, they range from the 15 vacant up to 18, 1841. I don't think I cherry picked any rents there.
What I'm just pointing out, it's straight lease fee, right?
No.
Do you have any rental comparables?
I didn't in this one, no.
So how can it be anything but lease fee?
Because I used $15 on the vacant space.
All right, page 8. And we didn't see this for the better performing properties, as far as vacancy, but when it's a negative performing property, we see the summary of the 3 or 5 years, typical for vacancy study of the subject property, correct?
I've been doing this building probably since 2014, and it's never gotten better, so I've
But you're
always
not
showed
doing
this.
vacancy study, I'm just pointing out, you were doing vacancy studies for the buildings that were exceeding our parameters by a lesser vacancy. So when it's bad, you include vacancy study, when it's better, you don't include it.
No, that's not exactly the truth. If you want me to show a 3-year average on each one, I can.
I'm just pointing it out.
You say
It's
this.
supposed to be times to question, not to point things out.
When we go through the property, in 2013, 2014, and around that time frame, we had a vacancy that we know was increasing, correct?
Yep.
We agreed that 12% was reasonable, with a near $16 rent.
For 16, which was based on April of 14.
Right.
Yeah, well, in 13 we had 16.4. At the end of 14 we had 27, so.
My point is, now that we're looking at an increase to that, and now we're at, why would not a increase of to 15% from 12 not be appropriate versus the 20% that you're asking for?
Well, the 12%, I didn't have very much data. I had the end of 13, that's it, which was 16.45.
So, at a 20% vacancy rate or a 25% vacancy rate, I'm looking at a property being chronically vacant, meaning in the foreseeable future, long-term, there's gonna be significant problems with this property leasing up.
Well, I can see it, there's another 30,000 vacant.
Can you tell me what's functionally obsolescent about this property? Can you tell me what is wrong in relation to other properties around it?
I think the rents are too high.
You think
It's
they're-
competing with these.
Okay, so there's nothing functionally wrong with the property.
Not that I'm aware of.
Everything works.
You walked
Structural
through it with me.
deficiencies, what we saw was a lot of space that was gutted.
Yep.
ready to be leased up, but not, there was no tenant finish. There would need a lot of space that would need tenants to come in and pay for the renovation of the property.
Well, normally the
Or-
tenants don't
or-
pay for it.
Or the owner to cover that cost.
Yeah.
And incorporate it into the amortization of rent.
Or they give them money instead of it.
Gentlemen, you know, if you keep this up, we can just talk to each other, we're not gonna hear each other.
My point is, how much of this actual space was ready to be leased,
All of it,
but in a shelled state?
almost all of it's in the shell state.
So-
People find it's easier to rent space when they've got it.
So what, my point is, it's not readily available to someone to walk in for $12 or $14 or whatever the case may be. But at that higher rate, it's shelled and ready to be leased out.
I'm not sure if that what your point is. If you go and look at almost any vacant space in any office building, B, C, or A, it's shell space, ready to be rented.
But it's typically finished and ready to be rented. There may be some, there are typically some tenant improvements that may be suited to the tenant coming in, where they may renovate a small portion or a little bit larger portion. But typically, it's not bare wall, bare concrete, exposed ceiling, right?
I'm not sure. This one had lots of space. They'll take you in.
Because that's what we walk through, right?
Yeah, and it's typical for vacant space.
And of course, there was no inclusion of the actual income statements on your submission, so that's all the questions I have.
Colleagues, have any questions? If none,
No.
that concludes that matter, let's take a break.
Oh, come on, there wasn't that.
Yeah, one left.
Some of us have to get up and stretch.
With non-compliant
Call the meeting back to order. When you are ready, sir, Mr. Cole.
Okay, we have a non-compliance matter.
Deal with that first.
If we turn to page 20,
Page
20, did you say?
20.
you see the electronic submission of the owner. On the left-hand side, we see a parking global rent, if you would per se, $332,371. But when we have the parking information to the right, which allows us to use this information, we don't see the stall count, we don't see an hourly rate, we don't see anything. They failed to provide information, so that's why we're asking for non-compliance.
Over the issue of the parking not having the sites.
So at this point in time, I will hand out the 2012 James Avenue, which I'm sure the panel has probably seen this before, which speaks explicitly to this point of failure. I happen to be doing this appeal. We had a ruling from the municipal board which provides direction for further appeals on these 2 points of failure. So, trying to shorten it up as best as I can. The preliminary matters, there were a number of them, but obviously the non-compliance would be at point 2 on page 2, whether the burden of proof should be placed on the owner pursuant to section 59(6) of the Act, and on page 3.4, whether if there is a reduction in the assessed value, the benefit of the reduction should be deferred for 1 year under section 62.2. Obviously, we're dealing with the clauses of the municipal code that were today, but the non-compliance is assisted to it. On page 4 is the rationale for the preliminary matters. Burden of proof, point 2, in support of the assessor's request to have the burden of proof switched to the owner in accordance with section 59(6) of the Act. Here we use the 2009 income and expense mailer, INE, noting a number of gaps of information, in particular the absence of information relating to the number of parking stalls and parking rates. The evidence supports that the owner failed to comply with information request pursuant to 16 of the Act, section 16 of the Act. Therefore, the board switches the burden of proof to the owner in accordance with section 59(6)(b). And then the deferral. The deferral, obviously, if you get the burden of switch, the deferral goes along hand in hand with it. The board will determine whether any reduction in the property's assessment should be deferred for 1 year pursuant to section 62.2 for the owner's failure to provide information under 16(1)(c). There were failures, you have the non-compliance. You have to determine that prior to the valuation of the property. When we did the valuation of the property, you were awarded a small increase, so the deferral would come into effect just because we had an increase to the property. That doesn't mean that the deferral wouldn't have been in place if there would have been a reduction to the property. They already ruled there was a failure, and then they had to determine the value of the property to see if they could apply the deferral based on the reduction. So that was a point of contention in prior cycles. It's not my opinion, and hopefully not in the panel's opinion. You have to determine if the failure occurred. It did, and then you determine the assessed value. If it's confirmed, there's no deferral. If it's increased, there's no deferral. If it's reduced, then you apply the deferral. It's not whether the deferral gets applied or not. You've already made the decision on it. So if we go to the last page, last 2 pages, or I think the other side. This is the income and expense statement, which was given. As you can see, it is exactly the same scenario as we're dealing with here today. They reported a parking rent of $99,014. They didn't report the hourly rate, the daily rate, the monthly rate of the stalls. From this point, we have a rent information for parking that we really can't derive anything from. So we're looking for first-hand information that is sworn and authorized by the signature of the person that's filling out the I-8 to be complete, true, and accurate, and I can go through the municipal assessment, however you guys want, to Richardson if you want, and Boyd if you want. I don't think we will need to. If you have to, you can. So when we get back to subject property, as you can see, they report 332,371, as I indicated prior, the total rent, but they don't give any of the information that we can derive anything from. And this will lead into, as we get to the valuation element of it, a good reason to highlight why we should be asking for non-compliance here. So they fail to produce complete, true, and accurate information. We have municipal board order that directly speaks to this point. I'm asking for the panel to follow the same rationale in the governance of the municipal board and come to the same non-compliance position. If the panel wants me to go through Richardson and voting, I can. At this point, I don't think we really need to, given the order is explicit what we're dealing with here today.
Do you have any questions?
Yes, Mr. Cole, your department has always used 325 parking stalls, correct?
Correct.
So you know that it's 325, you know that part of it is owned and used by the owners?
Yeah, we are aware. that
So you've always
it's
used-
partially owned, it's partially owner occupied.
Yeah, so you've always used the market rent for the parkade because part of it is owner occupied, correct?
Correct.
So what would change it by them just not putting 325?
We use the information that we come in on this information to develop our models. It's not just for the deal process, it's to develop our models to get an accurate model. So there's no uncertainty within our rules. In this case here, this information that we have is suspect, and I'll get into that into the valuation part of it. But as far as the point that you're stating, that went over in 223 James. We knew from past cycles through our archives what the stall count was. That wasn't the issue of contention of failure. It's the filling out of the I-9 every year, appropriate information, first-hand information, current and up-to-date information. Was the failure, and that's exactly what happened here, and the same circumstance.
But you've always used the market rent that you supply to every downtown office parkade, correct?
We need the information from the.
I'm just asking a question.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
like
but
I
I
said,
just
we
need a yes or no.
couldn't use this information to include in our models of
Have
analysis.
you always used the, whatever the downtown market rate is for this building?
You're not looking at it from the right perspective of modeling.
I just asked you a question, yes or no?
We use typically the market projection of what our model would be.
Okay, whether this one's included or not, because really, it doesn't give you much of an answer, because they don't rent half of it out to the public, it's.
I'd like to point out that Richardson speaks to a point of failure. So does Bowie, so does this order. It doesn't speak of the rationale that there should be some subjectivity, whether we used it for this or that. We could say, we need this information, and we looked at this information, and we couldn't make anything out of this information. Doesn't mean it's irrelevant to our analysis. We need this information for our analysis. The order speaks to it. Point blank, we asked for information, they did not respond, and to provide complete true information, there's non-compliance of failure, or there's a failure found, and non-compliance was awarded. This is exactly the same situation.
I just wanted, if I could hand this out, this basically, it shows that the tenant, the clients, they had a new accountant last year for 2018.
Are you still asking questions, or are you gonna make the presentation?
Oh, I'd like to just make a presentation as to why we shouldn't allow it. Oh, I asked one more question, sorry.
Oh,
Is there not a more current outstanding municipal board appeal on this one with Altus and Newman and Marcelo?
Yes.
And they're fighting against what you're saying,
Can,
and we're waiting for that decision?
I'm trying to answer. We had a challenge by all this for these two parkades. In full disclosure, 180 King was also on the, but it was withdrawn by the, after legal review by the appellant, that appeal was withdrawn based on 223 James order. So,
But that's not why it was withdrawn.
I can tell you, I was in the meeting with the other
Okay,
legal
but two
representative.
twenty-three is still outstanding?
No, let me rephrase that. For 2012, 180 King was withdrawn.
Okay.
We had this ruling, we had this hearing, we were going to the second hearing to be heard a couple days later. Legal was sought, everything was stayed, or held in abeyance kind of thing. And after a legal review of 223 James, the owner, through legal consultation, withdrew the 2012 appeal for 180 King. Now we're back in 2014 for 180 King and 223 James. 180 King, 223 James. We had that complete appeal, done both properties. We had legal review, we had Caitlin on back there, we had Mark in there, we had Tinolis. You want to challenge appeal, and that's fine. We were waiting the order. Well, we were waiting the order, it never came, and then the municipal court got back to us indicating that everything needs to be reheard. We are awaiting a ruling of some kind, or whether we're gonna redo it, because the only avenue is we go back to appeal, or I guess you can
Lori
withdraw.
Yeah,
But those are the only two.
yeah, Lori Lavoie was sitting on the hearing, and then she quit abruptly, and now they,
I don't know if we should get into the
yeah, I know,
explanation
but
why,
anyway,
I
but
mean,
it's still, there's
but
still a challenge in that.
The point is, this is the current order. We should be following the current order, it's explicit until, and ever, I guess we go back to the municipal board and they overturn it.
Yeah.
But it
Or
hasn't
this-
been overturned.
Or this board can make their own decision.
The board can always make their own decision
Yes.
on any property.
I just wanted, we're on passing.
Are you speaking to it, or
Oh,
can you
sorry,
ask
now,
me questions
sorry,
first?
it's up to, sorry.
So are we?
I'm done asking you
You're
questions.
done asking questions? Do you have any questions of Jamie before we move ahead?
No, sir.
Just, so, when this document comes into your office, it's used by many different people, or several different people, I'm assuming then. So someone's entering the stuff into the system, and that's the information that you're saying is the
We're
problem.
using it to
Yeah.
derive our models, we're using any
Yeah.
particular piece
Yeah,
of information, we're using it to
You
derive
might
our
be using it for
models.
one thing, someone else is doing something else with it.
And I might be going back for a number of years,
Yeah.
working on analysis for appeal events
Yeah.
for, in this case here, I did the 2000.
It's not just being used on your desk, is what I'm.
No, I did the 2012, 2014 review of all downtown arcades, and we did the 299 Ford appeal, and also these two appeals. We need this information for our appeal work and also for our model, driving our models.
Okay, yeah, that's good, thank you, that's all.
This goes back 2003, 2006. Appeals on this parking lot, correct?
Yeah, I believe it's been, yeah, okay, so. I didn't review the 2000,
No, but it's been, this property's been around a long time, is what just about everybody over there knows the property that's dealt with it, especially the people that are involved in the parking aspect of it. They've reviewed it over and over again. They know the stalls are 325, but there's some challenges on the numbers of stalls. Has anybody actually physically gone out and counted them?
I haven't physically counted this all in this arcade, no.
So we're just agreeing with the 325 if he writes it down?
We work, this is gone over for the 2014 appeal and the code. We work with the signed authorization that the first-hand knowledge of the person filling out the ID is complete, true, and accurate. We can't assume that everything is always wrong. We have to assume that the person filling it out is competent and is correct. If we don't assume that, it's going to be very difficult to correct our models if we're expected to go out and verify every single point and parameter on the 90 that's submitted to the city for every single cycle.
Do we ever place a phone call if somebody misses something to say, hey, by the way, you missed something here. Do you mind filling out this one item so that we can move ahead, or do you not bother?
Before the inclusion of it in the model, we don't have time for that. I don't review the INEs leading up to the model. Not every assessor does. I've signed other books. I don't think I've done,
But you're not the only one who's ever dealt with this. This has been another assessor's hands to this project.
yeah, I mean, it gets reviewed every year, if that's the case. That's what you're asking.
On with your presentation, sir.
Okay, basically it's just, I've showed at the front part, we've shown 2009, 10, 11, 12, 13, 16, and 17 mailers from the client. And 2017, I think, is the only one where they didn't put the stall count down or the rate. And that's the one where they're asking for the non-compliance on. For the last go around, the accountant or person that was supposed to fill it out missed it completely, so there was a 1-year penalty because they never sent in anything. They never sent in the rent bill or things, so that was an automatic penalty. If I turn to page 9, this is a 2016 appeal where they used 325 stalls. And if I turn to page 219, or actually,
What?
page 20, sorry, this is where Altus took what we thought was the fair market rent for that property for the parkade, and came up with value, and that value was held by the board. I guess what I'm trying to say is this board is always, the assessors always use 325, the owners always put 325 down when they remember. Litcherson, Mr. Cole talked about Litcherson, but I know Litcherson did have one point in there where they said, the whole purpose of the legislation is to facilitate the gathering of information by the assessor so that the general assessment role can be completed on a timely basis. The concern of the assessor is not to punish the owner who fails to respond request of information, but rather not to be blindsided in the subsequent appeal to the Board of Revision of Municipal Board with information which was initially withheld or inadequately provided. So it's not like this, the owner did it out of spite or because he didn't want them to know how many stalls he had or what rent he had. They've always reported rents that are lower than what the assessor is using for net. And then there was also the Boardwalk versus Edmonton appeal where what is substantial compliance, and it could be an answer to a question which is almost complete or very close to accurate. It may even be a question not answered at all. If a full and accurate answer would be non-existent, impossible, trivial, very small, irrelevant, or obvious, has a citizen made a reasonable effort to provide the information that the Act requires for its effective operation? The duty is limited to things which are of real importance between these two parties. And I guess that's why I mentioned that the assessors never use the actual income reported by the assessor, by the owner for this property, because part of it is owner occupied. So even if they would have put $325 and their $110 a month that they asked for rent, it wouldn't have been used in their study anyway. So that's why I don't think that there should be a penalty on this property. And plus there's still the pending municipal board where Warren Baldwin took in the one that Jared was showing you by himself. They were taken in with legal representation, etc. And we're hoping that the decision will be different. That's my presentation.
Questions?
I do.
No, see if Jeremy has
Oh, he said
No, I
he
said
had-
no.
a- You said no, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't hear.
So
that.
on all previous mailers, the key element that was missing in this current mailer is the rate, the monthly rate.
And the number of stalls.
And the number of stalls. So just to confirm that it existed in the past and doesn't now.
You okay?
That's it.
No, I have nothing, thanks.
The board ruling for 30, on page 37,
Out of Allen Street.
that was on his presentation. That was a 53-3.
Yes, that was because they supplied no information at
They
all.
missed the whole mailer, you said,
They
right?
missed the whole mailer.
That's when they missed the whole mailer.
Yep.
That was in 2015.
Yeah.
Okay. Gentlemen, can you give us a few minutes? Do we have to go out because the camera's on, or you shut the camera off?
I will have.
Because, you know, we can just go out and they can stay here. ruled in the city's favor. You go first, sir.
Okay. The only issue in this is the parking. As per the mailer, they did supply the actual income that was collected. And
Where did they do that?
under the income, on the left-hand side, it says the parking income,
Oh, yeah, there.
$332,200, and parking expenses of $41,192.
Yeah.
So all I've done is I've taken the actual gross, I removed the expenses they show, plus the, cost of the taxes, based on the 2017 assessment, and I come up with it, I'm sorry, I'm on page 8.
Yeah. Nine.
Page 8, it shows at the top, the parkade expenses do
Yeah.
not include property tax. 2017 assessment for the parkade was $4,056,000, which equates to 2017 taxes of $101,662. The total 2017 parkade expenses are cleaning, etc., plus property taxes, or $27.12 per stall. Monthly gross is $113.50, monthly expense $32.48. Net parking $81.02. So based on net rate of $81.02, capped at 7%, we ask that the parkade value be $4,513,000. So we ask that if you turn to page 9, for the office building, we're agreeing with the assessor's rent, except we're going for 7% non-recoverables. So the only difference between the assessor's office portion and our portion is they've used 2%, we use 7%. And I guess another question is if it's owner occupied and they have an outside management, nobody collects that, like it's not like they collect it from the owner. You know, the owners charge that expense. So what you have then is vacancy of 9%, 7%, this is under the OFB column, 7% for non-recoverable, $11 shortfall, 6.75 cap for a value of $18,004,582 on the office. For the parking structure, you have $350,900 net, capped at 7 for $4,512,857 for a rounded value of $22,559. It should be noted that this parkade is outside the downtown area, and the assessor uses $138 on it, which is the same rate that they use for City Center, City Place, which has got parking available for the jets, etc. They use $138 for the Class A building at the corner of Portage and Main. This property is away from the downtown area, and you're using a net parking rent of $138, and I feel that it's extremely high for this property, and in the past, we've always gotten it reduced. And I ask that the value be changed from $26,622,000 to $22,599,000. That's my presentation.
Questions?
Just to be clear, the only difference is the 5% for the office income stream. Aside from that, it's carbon copy.
What's that?
Besides from the 5% difference for inclusion of, or reduction of other costs or management fee, whatever you want to phrase it today, you're following our parameters,
For the office
is exactly the same.
Yes.
So the only contention is the parking stream.
And the 5% non-recoverable.
Yeah. So, I've actually contacted the controller on this property, we have this appeal, sorry, it's getting late in the day, I can't remember. Was it 2016 opinion or 2014? Apologize. I think we had it in 16, right?
We've appealed at 16, 17, 18, and each case we've asked for parkade to be lower, and we have been successful.
Yes, we you had it in 16, I just confirming. Can you confirm, because it is a large portion owner occupied, can you confirm whether the owner is charging rent to their employees at market? Is there no charge to employees? Is it
It's $113.50 is what their current rate is. It started off at $85 in 2009. I think it went as high as,
and thank you for including it in your
I guess, brief that you were submitting for the non-compliance element of it.
Yeah.
If we go back through the years, and this is my question, if we started 2009, we have a parking income of 201,000 approximately for 325 stalls, assigned monthly rate at 85, but yet when you do the math on it, it works out to be $51 gross a stall. And then the following year, same idea, 311,000 approximately, same number of stalls, monthly rate at 119, works out to be approximately $80 a stall gross. And then you go to 2011, same idea, the parking income is relatively flat, it's not increasing as we would expect to increase as we go down, just pointing that out, it's actually decreasing a bit. Parking income at 275,000 approximately for 325 stalls, monthly rate of 110, works to be $70 a stall. Then for 2012, 289,000, approximately 290,000, same idea, 110 monthly rate, $74 a stall. And then in 2013, 295, 295,000 parking income for 325 stalls at the same static 110 rate, $75 a stall. Then in 2016, same idea, 336,000, 325 stalls. There is not, daily rate of 97.36. I think they were trying to put that in the monthly rate, obviously, which works out to be $86 a stall. And then for this go round, we have that same rationale, works out to be $85 a stall. Even though they don't report anything, when you work out the rent of $332,000 for parking for 325 stalls, it works out to be $85 a stall. So my question, are all these stalls being leased out at market?
I don't think they're all being leased out.
So
Ivory used to be there, and they had an area that was assigned to them for anybody that went to the restaurant could park there for free.
So what I'm
And
saying,
Assiniboine Credit Union, et cetera, where it's for free. So I don't even know if they get rent for all the spaces.
and that's my point, when we're looking at it from inclusion in our models, we're seeing pretty much a parkade that's getting lesser rate than surface parking. How can we take this as face value to be inclusive in our model?
Well, I guess the same thing is, why would you think it would get the same monthly net rent as City Place?
You, I'm hopefully I'm pointing it out, where our surface parking out around Broadway is far exceeding what your underground parking is. So if these stalls aren't for lease, or if there's an under market rent, or whatever case may be, it's not being reported correctly, we can't use that information in our model, hence the non-compliance. We need the proper and accurate, complete, accurate, and true information. We don't have this here. Historically looking at it, I can't make any rationale out of.
You've used it in the past when they've supplied the numbers. For 2018, a reduction was made because of the parking.
I
2016.
can't comment on the assessor who handled the 2018 appeal. I handled the 2016 appeal.
This isn't on Broadway, this is on York and Main. There's all kinds of surface parking around there.
You're more closer to Broadway than further away from Portage and Main. You're in that area where you would expect a higher underground rent.
They're not getting it.
Are you sure they're not getting it?
Because
But have you checked, I'll rephrase this. Have you checked with the owner specifically if all parking stalls are at market? Or is there a specific reserve for owner occupied stalls free of rent?
that I don't know for sure the count. But I also know that it's not out for public rent either. If there was, you would have something in here from Impark or Indigo, which you have had in the other ones.
So we don't know whether we don't really know, you don't know.
I don't have the complete answer now. I'm just saying it's not the same as downtown Winnipeg, even if it was open to the public.
Any questions from the panel members?
No questions.
On with your presentation.
This will be pretty straightforward. There's no question with the office element of the property valuation other than 5%. We have a 2020 assessment of $26,622,000. The year built is 1990. We have a leasable area of 170,372 square feet. Non-compliance has already been granted. Same comparables for the OFVs that we've been using. Page 3 and on page 4. $50 approximately is the weighted average, give or take. We've already seen the documentation for the other deals at Cushman and Wakefield at $50.41. Our page 6, and we've already used that a number of times for comparable for underground parkades. We're in at a model parameter of $138 a stall. Produces for 325 stalls, 538,200 for the operating income capped at 7%, gives us 7,689,000. Office portions, we don't need to get into that, as it's not, there's no contention other than the 5% management. So at 18,923,000, I think it's reasonable. So total value rounded on the summary page on page 9 is 26,620,000. So again, we'll just kind of touch base on the subject property. It's on page 12, 200 Main Street on the corner of York and Mead. It's a good building. Non-compliance has been granted in the past, and we've already answered that, so we don't need to go through that. Sites are immediately partially owner occupied. There is really no other contention, it's just straight parking.
Roll number?
Say the roll number.
You didn't do it.
I apologize. The roll number is 120929700500. City address 200.
Thank you.
It's been a long day.
Any questions?
Yes.
Oh, come on.
Do you think this property would get the same if it was open to the public, do you think you would get the same kind of transient parking as City Place?
I think it's in a high populous area.
Transient though? Like, is there any events that take place around there?
As far as after hours parking, I would say it'd be an limited nature.
With very little probably, right? As opposed to City Place?
Well, City Place would obviously get higher, it's adjacent to.
And you're using $138 a month on City Place for parking? And you feel that's fair for this property as well?
If you look at the analysis for City Place, if it would be under appeal, I'd be on a site-specific basis, once we get to the municipal board, we would be asking for a large increase.
But not on the parking?
As on the parking I have, and if you'd be involved in the.
I'm just asking, do you think this should have the same rate as City Place? Whether you appeal it
That's
or
not what
not?
you asked for transient parking, which is separate from monthly.
Okay, do you think this one would be as popular or as in demand as City Place?
For monthly parking, for office parking?
For all, parking period, monthly and transient,
For transient, weekend, event parking, I would say no, obviously.
or 299 Fort, which has a
299 Fort.
31-story building above it,
No,
a 35 Albert.
not for transient parking.
Okay, but they all have the same rate of 138.
We're doing a monthly parking analysis on that for monthly rate. As far as transient parking, if we're gonna be going to.
I just asked you, do they all have the same monthly rate?
You asked me for transient parking.
No, I asked you,
For monthly parking, for office parking, commercial parking from 6 to 6, Monday to Friday, it would be a little lower than 299 Fort and 201 Portage if you're looking at a site specific, but if you look at a model analysis, 138 is reasonable overall.
for all. So the 138, when you take all the income expense questionnaires like City Place and all the other ones that have transient, you don't use those numbers?
We're not using the transient number, it would be a much higher number. You realize how much income that parkade's pulling in. The transient income for after hours, 6 PM and after, and weekend parking is greater than the monthly parking.
Well, I showed you in my brief, I added all the parking together, and with the expenses, it's still lower than what you're using for your model.
That's why we're going to appeal with 333.
I have other questions.
Panel members, any more questions?
No questions.
If none, thank you very much, gentlemen. You have a great day. You can shut everything down.